gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX, but slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that, Rage getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rage!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for day 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Community Gladiators. I almost drew a blank. I just saw it. I was like, man, we just look so stunning today. Of course, I'm Verdict. Requiem joined me tonight. We are on day 2 of our journey of the playoffs, and I've got to say, we've already seen some sweaty teams already get eliminated. So far today, we're going to have some more eliminations, so may the best team survive. Requiem, how are you doing tonight?
Whew, you are right. You know, I'm looking forward to that one. Good evening, ladies and gents, and what is up? Can't wait to start our matches this evening. Epic day number 1. That was so many awesome things that happened. Verdict, you know, we never made it to any hardpoint matches, which tells us how determined the teams are at showing their true potential inside the arenas to grab the biggest slice of the cheese. I mean, who wouldn't want that, really, right? I mean, playing style, you look good, feel good, slay good. You'll be hitting the trifecta, man.
All right, we'll hit the trifecta too here as we go ahead and break down the tournament rules and everything that we got going on. Where are we at in the format? It's a group stage. We had 4 groups, 8 teams out of Malaysia and Singapore, as well as 4 teams out of Malaysia and Singapore, sorry, and 4 teams out of the Philippines. Single round robin led us to the top 2 per group, double elimination style bracket, and the best of 5 for the grand finals. So far, we had 8 teams enter the gauntlet. 2 teams have exited. That leaves us with 6. As we see the tournament format so far, it's worked out pretty well. How the games go, it's a best of 3. As I mentioned, we'll be playing Team Deathmatch for game number 1, Search and Rescue for game number 2, and we haven't seen it just yet. We know it exists at some point. Will we get a chance to see it today? It's Hardpoint for that game number 3. This one is bound to be one of the better formats to find the next and up-and-coming Garena team to represent as a rookie up-and-coming.
Oh, yes. In case you didn't know, there were actually 2,000 COD players from the community that actually registered for this one. Of course, they will be fighting for the 50,000 COD COD points, man, that is huge for the grand champion. And for the first runner-up, they will receive a total of 25,000 COD points, 13,000 for the second runner-up, and of course, the third runner-up will receive a total of 8,000 COD points. What do you think about that?
Oh man, I'm hitting the lucky draw store and spinning it all if I'm the champion. If I get the lion's share of that prize pool, good night. Chat, let me know what would you do with 50,000 COD points. There's a lot you could do, but if you're not going to get that third runner up, you're going to be walking home empty-handed. We're going to need to see these teams sweat, as I mentioned it yesterday. This feels sort of like a Garena's Got Talent for who's the next up-and-coming talent for this region. And so far, it has been pretty solid as we take a look at what kind of players and what kind of teams are going to be representing. As I mentioned it earlier, it's 4 from Malaysia, Singapore, 4 from the Philippines. We've had 1 from each region already eliminated. The last 6 standing are going to be KURZO, Radical Requiem, Target Practice, EA XCEED, KURZO, Sentinels, and TeamBa, as you would so elegantly put it. And Vaya Con Dios and Big Boys exited the stage yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hard, long process, and it is amazing that this team's actually made it here to the playoffs. And now coming into day number 2, I do hope they have rested well, because you need everything working just right. I mean, not just physically, Verdict, but also mentally, because playing a lot of games in a day can be mentally exhausting. So it's also very important to pay attention to that one. You come in fresh, so that would be very good for the team.
Oh, it's going to be great now as we take a look at the upper brackets. I get checked after a few hours too, so I know these players need to stimulate their minds as well as their fingers, need to make sure that they are on top of their game, as we'll be seeing 6 matches tonight. We will be starting off with Target Practice and TeamBa, our home team favorite, as I would like to mention. No bias towards them, just the name sounds so great. And then also in our upper bracket semifinals number 2, it's going to be Sentinels taking on EA XCEED. That doesn't quite look right. We might have to get that correction, but I'm pretty sure Radical Requiem won that matchup, unless something happened off screen that we were unaware of, which leads us to our next matches, which would be the lower bracket semis. KURZO will face off against the loser in matchup number 1. Radical Requiem or Sentinels will be looking at matches from that. As you can see, it's on the screen. There it is right there. This is the correct graphic. It was Radical Requiem who won yesterday, so they will be playing in our second matchup against EA XCEED KURZO, and then KURZO and Sentinels will be waiting for their opponents from their respective tier. Also, in match number 5 and match number 6, we'll see the upper semis, which is yet to be determined yet, and as well as the lower semis. So we're going to have some upsets today. We're also going to have some triumphs and a lot to celebrate.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know what? Speaking of which the teams I think would be the most consistent, based on their performance yesterday, I will have to say that would be Target Practice. They've been consistent with the gunfights, the gameplay, the rotation. Will that still be the case for this evening? So that's what we are going to find out. And speaking of Target Practice, representing Malaysia and Singapore, we've got Yeshu, Nexabite, Torzi, we've got Dream, and last but definitely not the least, the hot JJP.
Ooh, boy, was those gunnies hot yesterday. Gotta say, Yeshu picked up his lion's share of kills as well. Target Practice was a very, very solid affair representing that Malaysia-Singapore region. Now, as we get geared up for what is going to be our next opponent here in the ring tonight, it is going to be none other representing the Philippines. It's TeamBa. It is Aim, Dan Z, Mesor, Sam Potts, the Heart EZR, and Vanilla. And I've got to say, the player that stood out to me yesterday, of course, Sam Potts was frying, but I want to say Vanilla was cooking as well. We're going to have to find out who's the better of the two.
Oh, yes, definitely. And also, you know what? I think this is... it's just right to mention them. Yesterday, it's Faker and Limao that had an explosive performance yesterday. They were pretty unstoppable, so I expect nothing less from them. I'm super excited to see how these two players are like, though, when pitted against each other. We know they put up huge numbers on the scoreboard, so it's going to be, how to say, electric, you know, the moment that these two face off. What do you think about that?
Oh, I cannot wait. I know yesterday the clutches out of Lamau was, I mean, absolutely ridiculous. So any chance we get a time to highlight a player, we're definitely going to do so, because I don't think we have an MVP award, but by the end of this one, Red Queen and I, we should definitely have like a unanimous, decision, like, hey, this player fragged the entire time.
Yeah.
He was a one-man army, or they were absolutely killing it the whole time. We're always looking for that, and I know Garena is too. If it doesn't work out for you here, you're getting that exposure, and that's what matters the most now as we get geared up, as we see the map vetos come up for match number 1. It's Team TeamBa taking on Target Practice. As we see it unfold, we will see Hardpoint on Raid, which will not necessarily be played today. We'll have to figure it out, and it has to be decided, as map number one rather, is going to be that team deathmatch on the seaside. Coastal going to be the search and rescue mission up at hand. So War Machine going to come through for band for Target Practice, as well as Arsenal on the map, and for good reason. Equalizer going to be the operator ban there for the side of TeamBa, as well as the map ban for Takeoff.
Yes, and also, you know what? Yesterday we've seen a lot of different play styles. How this segment is really helpful, So if they actually went through the broadcast yesterday, Verdict, it was a great breakdown of what went wrong and what they could have done right. I'm sure from there adjustments will be made. So in terms of like tactics, there will be plenty of alterations for sure. So that's one of the things I'm going to be looking at, since it's going to be the same format as yesterday. It's team deathmatch, search and rescue, and the deciding factor would be a battle inside hardpoint mode.
Okay, battle's about to set here. Cue the hype music, cue the intensity, cue the vibes. This is the Emmys. We're not quite in the finals, but we are getting there, baby. It's TeamBa, is Target Practice. Match score, best of 3. You got to get 2 maps. Will it be here in the first 2 in this team deathmatch and search and rescue, or will we finally get to see a lovely map of Hardpoint being played on the Hollywood Hills of California? Right now, we are set seaside for a little bit of celebrations, a little bit of exercise, maybe a little bit of sightseeing too. As we can see, it's a beautiful map, and team deathmatch is about to be an absolute chaos on it.
There we go, ladies and gents. Make some noise down in the comment section. It's all gonna be about gunfights, the trades, the exchange. This team deathmatch is about all you can kill buffet, right? So it's a race to 50, and we are about to start the game.
Here we go. Opening Bloods. You can see this is a very vertical map, very linear in the transitions. It's going to be quite a while before we see that first engagement. Unfortunate scenario there for player number 2 in Tarzi. It does look like Dark Praxis is finally going to get their fit to come through. Maybe it's a delayed strategy. Everybody on the left-hand side of your screen is going to be TeamBa. They are looking to collectively push as a unit, and we've got a little bit of a standoff as we got to stand still, as the middle of the map has not yet been occupied. But these corners going to be held by these close quarter combat engagement guns. It's KRM. You're in Garena, you're playing rank, you are definitely going to encounter some of those guys.
Well, yesterday was all about aggression. Right off the bat, Target Practice were so dominant when it comes to the gunfights, but we are seeing some kind of standoff here. We talked about alteration of a game plan just a while ago, and this is the change that we were talking about. Target Practice, they know that TeamBa actually has a little bit of that A game, and so they're very careful right now with how they're going to be engaging this one. So we got a first blood. Dream got dropped by Masor right there, so that information has already been broken down. I think we are about to witness another showdown happen in just a little while.
I'll tell you what, this right here, giving me those junior high dance vibes. Who's gonna make the first wrong move? Obviously, somebody got rejected to the dance earlier. Nobody wants to hit the floor now.
Ouch.
Everybody's in their respective quarter. Who's going to make the next step? Who's gonna grow? Just enough hype to round the corner properly and ask that girl for the first dance, or him for the first dance. We'll have to figure it out again now, as we've already seen one shutdown.
Yeah.
It was Messor, as you mentioned, and everybody's still respectively holding their angles. Let me tell you, no mistakes are going to be made here. Nobody's going to be breakdancing on this floor tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We are going to be slow dancing individually.
I think both of the teams would want to play this one defensively. Nobody wants to be on the offense side. Nobody's really pushing hard. I mean, everyone is just on standby. Information gameplay for the first few minutes of the game right here. Nothing is happening just yet. I mean, everyone is just really holding off their angles, their position, the corners and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, everyone is just waiting to be asked to dance right in the middle of the dance floor here, Verdict.
Certainly seems like the case. We're about to find out who's going to make the first mistake again. Well, we've already seen one. I wouldn't say it was a mistake. I'd say it was an icebreaker. It's like, hey, you know what? If at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. And here we go. Conglomerate push. They're coming through the backside. They flood the spawn, and now they're going to go ahead and hit it from the back. Woo! Here comes the push. Vanilla going to be able to get the first shots there. Actually make that Dan Z as the nade comes through from Vanilla. And that is going to be an early 3-0 lead for the boys and gals over at TeamBa.
Oh man, they're getting pretty close with one another. That was a wonderful shot though. The way that Yeshu got dropped, I mean, he did not even expect that one to happen. But here comes the dance again. We've got Hard EZR winning up that fight by Yeshu. Oh man, he got his retaliation there.
We'll see if some more retaliation is going to come through. They're going to have to get it fivefold now. 6-1 life lead in favor of the boys over at TeamBa. They are going to go ahead and continue to hold the fort down. The strategies work so far. Can they debunk it?
Whoa.
Here comes the hit to the bottom. Vanilla gonna win the close quarter encounter. There goes the KRM, and the second shot's not going to hit. So what was a 50% assist, possibly not going to be captured, and the 7-2 lead going to continue to grow. JJP looking for an alternative approach. They're going to try to reap the spawns, and surely enough, they're going to catch them out individually. Together, they stand strong, but individually, they fall short. Let's see if the boys and gals over at Target Practice can continue to pick them off. This might be a little bit of a bad scenario if you're coming off a respawn and you've got 5 players right up in your face.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Target Practice, they're pretty much scattered around the map. It's unlike TeamBa. I mean, they're all together right now. It's 8-4. I did not even expect this one, but it's too early to call anything just yet. I mean, Target Practice, they have been the most consistent. I did say that a while ago, but TeamBa seems to be bringing in their A game right here.
No, they are. They finally stepped up to the dance floor, and here comes the Sparrow. We're two-stepping. We're waiting for the waltz here in a moment. And surely enough, we're going to get the trades back and forth. The two-piece there from DR. Nexabyte is going to be countered. Heart EZR looking to get some more shots in. The lead's going to continue to grow. The Claw absolutely ripping these players to pieces in the team deathmatch. It's anything but subtle now as the kill's going to come through. Hunter Killer as well. Trophy destroyed. Heart EZR looking for the push. He's going to get smoked. And here comes the push on into the objective. This one is looking like it might be a little bit of a flip of the script. No! How do you miss the shots?
Oh, man, completely missed that one. But yeah, we're seeing movements right happening from both of the teams here. JJP with a wonderful shot. Right there, Vanilla goes down. Same thing goes with Dance and Samples and Messer. We just, oh, that was a 3-piece kill coming from Dream. 70-17, though they're pretty tied up with 4 minutes on the clock.
Back to square one. Here we go. What strategy is going to pay out here? It looks like Target Practice says, hey, buddies, I'm going to need y'all to come back to where y'all were current, or where y'all were formerly at. We're here now. Okay. We got the corners covered. We've got all the entrances locked down. And we're going to see, will the shoe fit on the other foot as we get geared up for it. Now, we have just completely transitioned. And now we're back to square one, and as the scrapping has come to a halt. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to go on the clock. Somebody's going to have to make a move. Is it going to be Target Practice who exits their safety facility, or will it be the side of TeamBa who has had a lead but has since sold it?
I think, you know what, TeamBa, their goal right now is to really get a lot of W's for today. I mean, both of the teams don't want to push for game number 3, I assume, because they're really being careful at this moment. We're seeing a little bit of a slowdown, a truce of some sort. Nobody wants to get into the middle once again, ladies and gents. They probably know the game style of both teams, but I'm not quite sure why they don't want to go and push. I mean, they're pretty tied up at 17, 3 minutes on the clock. I mean, something needs to happen here.
Will we get to 50? That's the question. I often ask myself that every day. It's dangerous out there. It's a cold world here in Seaside. Let me tell you, there is not a bit of ocean for you to jump in and purify your souls. This one, you're gone, you're out. Certainly. You're in the upper bracket, so you do have a little bit of a cushion. Let's see who's going to be able to make a big play. It looks like Dan Z's on a little bit of a route. He's just clearing it out on the top side. He's got vantage point there. If anybody shall exit the monastery, surely he will know. We'll figure it out, though, as this one has been a nail biter. We've tussled back and forth for a little bit. Yet again, back to a draw.
Yeah, both of the teams here killing nothing but time, Verdict. Oh my goodness. I think they're just trying to find a very good angle here. Less risk, but yeah, they're trying to find out if any of these players are going to be making any mistakes. I mean, you don't want to get into your opposition's line of sight. Okay, Yashu, hello. Completely missed his target right there, but he knows where to point his gun. I mean, Yashu, come on, just go ahead, move forward, and charge. Only the best survive, so let's go.
So shy and timid. You gotta love it. To see the progression comes through. Is Dancy finally gonna be able to snag one? 1 point lead there for TeamBa as they're gonna be able to grab it right back into their possession. And look at that, the retreat is real. They know what's up for grabs. They want someone else to make a mistake. They got the advantage. Can they hold it? That's the question. Inside of the winery, they sit. Who will ask for the first drink here as we go to the punch bowl? Is it going to be JJP? He's going to be spotted. Messer going to be able to get some shots in, but buddy, that shot's not going to hit. JJP is going to get dropped, though. Danzy, possibly the MVP of this one. If they manage to win it, we'll see if it pops off as Messer finds another.
You know what? I feel like Target Practice would want to go for a pinch there. It's a 3-2 split for the team. They would want to have all players coming from TeamBa right there in the middle. So it will be easier for them to actually eliminate them. But let's see who's going to be winning the gunfights. It's still TeamBa, 26-20 with 35 seconds on the gun. Soundbuds with the kill, man. That was brutal.
Oh my.
Double kill right there, Verdict.
Oh, that might be it. Put a fork in them. They're done. 31-21. Oh my, by God, what's going on? Here comes the death machine. Only going to be good for one. It does look like Target Practice is going to have to make it. They're down by 10, and it does not look like they're going to have enough time. Even if they kill these players off, they get a full wipe. They've got to wait for a respawn. It ain't going to happen. And on top of that, Hart, not making it easier for himself, is able to be able to find one. But that is going to do it, chat. 35-27. What was a slow and steady race is going to be handed to the side of TeamBa. They are going to take map number 1 and give the Philippines the early advantage here in this series.
Okay, that was my bad, but yeah, Target Practice again, with the kind of performance that they showed us yesterday. They were very strong, very confident. Exactly the opposite, right? The opposite of what they showed us for today. I mean, I thought they're going to be bringing in the same energy that they showed us yesterday back into day number 2, but it was a different kind of play. So I think they were too careful.
They were too careful. They were also... When you're going to send someone out to be risky, you've got to have at least a duo with them so you can get a trade. If you're going to play on a deficit the whole game, it's going to change everything about the dynamic of the way you play. And they were steadily playing catch-up. By the time they did manage to tie it up, we got back to that same point. So a little bit of uncertainty on the flip side. You've got TeamBa, who was very strong and confident in what they wanted to do. They stuck to the strategy, and it absolutely worked as we looked at the match results. We didn't quite reach 50, but we did see Danzy drop 11. Like I mentioned earlier, MVP of this map, absolutely 160 impact. The guy was doing it all. He was getting trades. He was getting 2 pieces. He was getting 3s. Was an absolute monster.
Okay, now that Target Practice actually lost to this team deathmatch, I do wonder what they're going to do for the search and rescue. I mean, the fact of the matter is we are already so close to the grand finals, right? And they know what is at stake. I mean, it's not just about the COD and points. It's all about the bragging rights as well. They did so well yesterday. That's why I bet a lot of you guys are questioning the kind of performance that Target Practice showed us today. So, yeah, I'm just curious to see again if they can do a comeback, for search and rescue.
Got to figure it out on the fly. If the play style is similar to what it was here in the team deathmatch, indecisive, sending lone wolf missions out, you're gonna expect to get trades. You're gonna expect to get the rescues. But when you're off doing your own thing, it's kind of difficult to play collectively, play cohesively. We are big fans of team play here. As a matter of fact, it's not about the individual efforts. It's about how well you can adapt with the team that you have.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, I'd always be genuinely excited to cast and witness teams showcase their talents, their skills, and whatnot, because this is something that I would want to do, but couldn't because of, well, I don't want to say that anymore. If you missed it during yesterday's broadcast, well, guess what? Not my problem anymore. No, just kidding. But yes, I mean, these guys really work extremely hard, to reach like a godlike level. So it will always be fascinating for me. So we're gonna be jumping into the second game in just a while. But how do you think this one's gonna go, Verdict?
I've got a favorite, TeamBa. They absolutely nailed the strategy in that team deathmatch. They play confidently and they play together. And when you're able to get trades, you're able to maintain a lead. There's only so much the opposition can do to kind of rebuttal that. And the adaptation for the side of Target Practice early on, it just wasn't there. The adjustments weren't proper. The gunfights weren't there as well. They were lacking. Maybe your gun skill is great, but when you're unable to claw away at the defense of the opponents and you're unable to hit the market at what you need to do, you've got to find a way to adapt. And there was never really that adaptation out of the side of Target Practice.
Right.
So they're going to have to figure out their problems here in this one. They're going to have to put a game or sound strategy together, and they're going to have to deliver.
Adaptability, versatility, I mean, those are just some of the few factors that you guys need to consider if you really would want to, win every matches. We still don't know what happened with the Target Practice. Just like I said, I mean, this is not what I was expecting. This is not the kind of game style that I saw yesterday. So, but for TeamBa, I mean, you guys brought a lot of fans yesterday, so I'm pretty sure you guys are rejoicing. We would love to know about your thoughts as well, so just make sure that you type everything down there in the comment section and make sure to shower your favorite teams with love and support. And while you guys are at it, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so you won't be missing anything.
Yeah, smash that like button. Share it with your family. Share it with your friends. Share it with your distant relatives. Share it with everyone. Go into the streets right now and scream at the top of your lungs. It's the weekend. No one's going to harm you for this one, okay? I'm just kidding. That's bad advice. Enjoy the content. Make sure you're sitting and relaxing because it's going to be heated and it's going to be a long day. We got 6 matches. We're only halfway through with this first series of the night. It's TeamBa taking an early advantage. It is also going to be looking for we're going to be taking a look at the maps again. Yes, absolutely. TeamBa taking map number 1, a bucket full of talents they are. Now it's time. Will we see the bucket come out here for Target Practice? Will they be able to put the fire out that TeamBa has already set?
Okay, here we go. It was fast-paced, well, not so fast-paced just a while ago. I think it's going to be even a slower gameplay for Search and Rescue. Their tactics, their gameplay should be polished enough if they would want to survive, of course, inside a Search and Rescue here. Pretty much like Search and Destroy, but the good thing about Search and Rescue is you get to revive your teammate, but only once. After that, if you get hit once again, you are totally out of the game.
We'll see how it unfolds now as we're going to get geared up here for game number 2. It's Coastal Search and Rescue. As we're having a little bit of a connectivity issues, we are going to be on a little bit of a slight delay. So what we will do, continue the app. We're trying to start the match, but I've got to say it has been a bit of a blunder as maybe we're trying to get Target Practice to collect their strategy. Hey, we really have to go into this knowing what we're going to do, how we're going to figure it out. Maybe they're dragging the feet. Maybe it's the opposite side. Maybe it was like, hey, we won so quickly there. I say that relatively because it was a drag. It was not necessarily a quick one. It was like going to a junior high prom or junior high dance. Literally, everyone was in their respective corners. Nobody's going to be getting the confidence to ask for that first dance. And when you did, you got shot down. I mean, come on now. What does that do to your self-esteem at a young age?
Oh yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, I've been in a lot of competitions, so I guess I know how it feels like to be like at the edge, right? I know what is at stake. If target practice lost the search and rescue, or loses the search and rescue rather, it's gonna be catastrophic, you know, for the whole team. So they know what they needed to do. They need to be more aggressive this time. They know they have to take this. They know they have to take this win so that we will be forcing a game number 3. This might be our first hardpoint match for this evening. We still don't know. It all depends about the the outcome of the search and rescue. So we're about to see just that.
We're about to see just that. Game number 2, search and rescue, about to unfold. On the attacking side here, opening up is going to be your aggressors in the side of TeamBa. They're up 1-0 in the series, and right now they're buckling up for a quick 5-stack hit over towards that A site. Long line of sight they have to cover right here on the back line. They got Torzi. Shots are going to be fired. Dan Z going to give away the locations for just a bit, but I don't think anybody's home as the wallbang's there on that wall. Not going to hit. Flash stun going to give you the information. You can make the hill, Rhodey. And here comes the hit from the backside. Sampot's absolutely going to shut down the sniper on the back line, and that is going to open up the floodgates. Here comes the boys.
Yeah, here we go. Yeshu already reported back to the team that, hey, TeamBa is actually headed to A side, and now we've got 2-2 split by Yeshu again. Oh man, that should be a potential kill right there, but he was the one that got dropped. We've got Nexaby, Dream as well that got knocked down. JJP is the last hope for target practice. It's a 3v1 with a minute on the clock. No. JJP goes down. Soundpots for the win.
What a turn and burn right there. Anytime you're getting a shot on somebody right there and you can't get the kill, you start panicking a little bit. You saw those shots were shaky, and JJP got absolutely shut down. Would have been a huge play. Could have been a massive comeback. Could have been a good revitalization. So the attacking team now going to be on the prowl. The nade shot absolutely going to shut down next. A bite gets 3. The wall bangs there. The defending side now going to be able to be on the aggression as well, as they've got a 5v2. JJP going to be shut down in the background. And Exabyte steadily trying to get the wall bangs to hit with the chopper.
Good opening for the side of target practice, but you know what? The side of TeamBa, they were actually, I mean, they bought a little time there to revive one of their teammates. Nexaby goes in for the massive spray, gets 1. Yeshu goes down. Dance hard, easy, or as well got dropped on the floor. It's a 3v1 situation. Vanilla. Oh man, I do hope you don't turn into a vanilla this time. You need to be able to defend yourself right there, but he got sandwiched between 2 players. So man, I think it's gonna be a good play for the side of target practice, right? Or rather, TeamBa.
We're gonna have to highlight that one. Almost got sold. Almost got a little bit of a comeback there for TeamBa, but unfortunately not. Target practice. Great collective unit there as the spread come through perfectly. Didn't have all the forces onto that B site. Well, look at it now. Out the first time. Let's go ahead and shoot back over towards that A site. And again, you got to clear the long lanes before you can enter. We'll see if any dead shots come through. Sandpots, he's in a power position. Looking to take down Torzi yet again. Will he be the first blood? The sniper glint's going to come through. No shot, no dice. Nothing is going to hit. And the respect there on the flip side of it is Torzi peeking that angle. He is waiting for someone to make the direct approach. And unfortunately, the smoke is just going to allow for everyone to get the clearance they need to go ahead and make the pass.
Man, okay, 1 casualty for the side of target practice. TeamBa already headed to A side once again. Oh, players coming from target practice getting picked off 1 by 1, and another one bites the dust. So it's all just Dream right here. Oh man, brutal shot coming from Sampot. Wow.
That was absolutely great. Perfect perfect push. You get the smoke, you get the outside cleared out, you take down Torzy real quick, and then you flood the site. Absolutely flawless. Sampot's going to get some intel on a cross. Does spot one. Little does he know, two absolutely just made the cross as well, too. So we'll see if the COD timing comes through, as it's a little bit of a standstill. It's, again, a spread, a flying V across the map. You got two over towards the B site, one push in the middle. And what was the pressure on towards the A site now going to be alleviated. The first blood's finally going to come through, and it is going to be Mesor getting dropped. And that is not a good sense. If you're looking for the intel there, if you're on the side of TeamBa, you got it. And yet, we are still pushing over towards the B site. There's the hit over towards the corridor. This one might get ugly.
Okay, here we go. Yeshu, very low in HP there. Okay, everyone is already headed towards the B side. Ooh, good comeback right there. Dance with an amazing shot. Vanilla now on your screen. Amazing pre-fire. Unfortunately, he hit nothing but the wall. We've got next abide on the screen once again. Okay, they're holding up their position. Not much trade happening just yet, ladies and gents. But again, we already have one casualty on the side of target practice. So they are now playing with just 4 players. So number advantage goes to TeamBa with 47 on the clock. It's a 2-1 still in favor of TeamBa.
We'll see if they can strike back. They got the reads. They spent a lot of time making the rotation over to B, but now they're backtracking, doubling their steps. Target practice there as the smoke's going to come through. They're going to double it. Here comes the hit over towards that A site to get the intel they need. There's someone in the bottom side of this corridor, and certainly their plant is about to go down. All 5 players of TeamBa are going to be alive as that bomb plant does come through. It's a 4v5 retake. We're going to have to see target practice move quick. 35 seconds and that bomb goes boom.
Yes, here we go. Let's just see how effective the defense is going to be for the side of TeamBa. We've got Torres right there just practicing his shots, okay? All right, we know you're good. We know you're good. For the side of target practice, man, you guys have to wake up now. We've got JJP picking his head. Vanilla knows now that he will be coming from that direction. We've got his Finnick right there, just pointing his gun right there. Hey, ooh, yes, with a wonderful drop. Oh, man. 2 casualties for the side of TeamBa now. Can they still make it? Oh, there's an exchange. And one by one, they got dropped. Another score for the side of TeamBa.
Very, very well played by TeamBa. They get the bomb down. They just hold the fort. They don't overextend. They wait for their opponents to come to them. And look at that. It's paying off dividends. Didn't really like the B push that they made, even though they got the intel. They cleared the site. Maybe it was just a little bit of time that they were dwelling. I don't know. The timing was absolutely perfect for the hit. And right now, they're going to buckle up for a quick win, though, the middle of the pipe. Dan Z going to be able to get the bomb down quickly as one player still left on this backside. Torzy is the known enemy in this location. Will they suspect of Yeshu, who is actually at the bottom? And surely enough, they stiff him out. He's not going to be able to get some shots in. He's going to have to wait for the cavalry to come through for help.
Here we go. Consistency-wise, I mean, TeamBa probably has that one down. JJP tried to dance, but unfortunately, he gets tagged as well. 4 now. Casualty for the side of target practice, and that makes 5. Another touchdown for the side of TeamBa. Man, they are on the roll.
They are on a roll. Last round here on the attack. TeamBa absolutely holding the pace. They are running things right now. And with a little bit of split action there rolling, as we got 2 players from the attacking side heading over towards the B site, playing for the intel, but your bomb carrier, he's in harm's way over towards the A site. So nonetheless, no shots, no harm, no foul. In the middle of the map, we got player number 2, Heart EZR. Here comes the KRM. Will it cause devastation? Dream has to peek the angles, making a lot of noise, though. And now it's on the trail. Heart Z going to be able to fall back, though. So no harm, no foul in there. The intel going to be transferred over to the team. And, of course, over at the A site, you still got the lone wolf in Torzy. We're going to need some support for him as he goes down. It's likely to be a scenario where they can't recover. Instead, it's a different scenario. The defense standing very strong. First 2 bloods going to go in favor of the boys and gals over at target practice.
Heart EZR, caught sleeping right there. I thought, you know, for the side of TeamBa, they were being a little bit patient, you know, gathering all the information that they need. But now they headed towards A side. They're about to plant the bomb. We've got Dance right here. I hope he makes it. But I think target practice is already on the way to shut him down. We got JJP on the screen, the only player left. You know, the lone wolf for the side of target practice. So can't be successful though, but JJP opted to actually revive one of his teammates. They need all the firepower. JJP gets one, but Nexabite gets shut down by Mexor. So it's a 5-1, still in favor of TeamBa verdict.
Okay, Philippines rising up early here in the competition. They've taken the advantage in the team deathmatch here in the search and rescue. They haven't been flawless, but it's been dang near. We'll see the defensive strategies come through now as we make the flip. On the offensive side, we've got the side of target practice. They're fighting for their life. 2 more rounds lost. They are done here in the upper bracket. They're going to be sent down to the gulag. I think that might have been a self-stun by Dream, but nonetheless, bomb's going to go down over here at the A site, and not a bit of intel as to where the players in yellow are at. Finally, some shots going to come through from Messer. 40 seconds on the clock. They've got a lot of ground to cover, and they have 5 players still left to deal with.
Yeah, that Rico was pretty hard to control. It's still a 5v5 situation, ladies and gents. A side is pretty crowded right now. We already got one player that got knocked down from the side of TeamBa. Also for the side of target practice, but another advantage I think goes to target practice this time. Can they flip the script right now, verdict? Let's see what is going to happen as Yeshu gets shut down some pots as well, followed by Dream Dance with a 2-piece kill. Oh, make that 3 in a row, baby.
Oh, pro stun fake. Let's see. Danzy's gonna bait him out for the kill. Will he be able to stick the defuse? Absolutely not. Bomb going to take 2 and claim him. Might have been a little bit of miscommunication. We're gonna give the post-mortem. Either way, great play. Target practice. Finally break the streak. The drought is over. They're back on board with a point for themselves. Maybe the attacking side on this map has the advantage.
They need to follow through. They need to follow through, man. I cannot say how important it is to make a follow through for the side of target practice. TeamBa still has that advantage in terms of score. There's really not much pressure. Not same with the target practice, but here comes the attack come from Nexabite. Goes in for the spray, gets 1. Easy or as well. Falls down in the hands of Yeshu. Vanilla up against Nexabite. Nexabite with the win.
Nexabite with the win. Vanilla extracted. We'll see you next time. Messer trying to get the res there on 1. And what was a 1v5 for the Ace? Now going to be a 2v5. Can they divide and conquer? They've only got 30 seconds on that clock, and we already know what's going to happen. We saw it in last round. That thing detonates. It's done. Target practice looking solid. Oh, Sandpots. He's looking solid too. There goes the spray. The secondary. Just an absolute devastation. It's down to a 1v1. Sandpots, can he do it? Oh my God. With plenty of time. Sandpots, you are absolutely him. We're on match point.
Oh man, shot through the heart, and Sandpots is to blame. That was 4 in a row, man. That was beautifully done. 6-2, ladies and gents. We are looking at just 1 point for the side of TeamBa before they collect the big W right here. So both of the teams now getting ready, getting into position. We've got 4 players near A side. All the players coming from target practice all together right now, but they are actually getting punished right at this moment. 2 of the players already knocked down, but ooh, there was a chance for revive, but no, that was too quick of a shot right there. A lot of exchanges happening at the moment.
Oh my God.
Total chaos. 1 player left, but I spoke to Sutika Sappins again for the last shot.
Yo, I hope we get to see that in the highlights. That clutch, unreal, disgusting. 2v5, make it a 2-0. Team TeamBa moving on to the upper semifinals. They are representing the Philippines, and my goodness, they are indeed confirmed. A bucket of talent. Was it absolute devastating last round as well as the round prior to that? As we take a look at some of the highlights here from this one, plenty to talk about in that search and rescue. The hits over towards that A site started strong early on, and then it just opened the floodgates up for what was one of the most dominant performances in a search and rescue we've seen. I think they went on 5 rounds in a row, and certainly it was not really much of a comeback there from the boys and gals over at target practice.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, TeamBa, man, the way that they stepped up for this evening. I mean, they didn't really want to go for a game number 3. They want to finish early, so they made sure they get the W's 2 in a row, right? So, Sandpots, man, that was an absolute thing to witness coming from this player. I love the clutch there.
Love to see it. Love to see it. This one, absolutely jam-packed full of action. Dan Z right here with the clutch on this particular play as well. Is going to bait. No, he didn't clutch. That's right. He got destroyed by the bomb. This is the play right here. Sandpots going ham. No bot action there. Gets the 1v1 to go along with it. And surely enough, if there was a highlight player in that search and destroy, 26 kills, chat. Holy hell. What is going on? Where was I at? Why was I not looking at that? Man was not just cooking. He was on the line, chefing it up, bro. Was literally whipping it up, whipping it up. What a phenomenal performance out of him. The clutch is just all too relevant as well. A disgusting display of effort out of him. An absolute unit.
Oh, man, fast fingers for Sam Potts, man. He is on fire right now. I think he is really pretty much determined to win the fight, you know, for the whole team. And here I thought we're gonna be seeing a hardpoint match happen, considering the target practice, one of the dominant teams that we've had yesterday. But no, TeamBa is. I mean, they came here and they're doing business right now.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier. They're my favorites to win. I'm rolling Team TeamBa all the way through. There ain't no doubt about it. I don't care what happens. This team is taking the dub. As we take a look, game number 2, match number 1 under our belts, ladies and gentlemen. If you are a TeamBa fan, you are absolutely ecstatic, jumping through the roofs, and you're putting all your money on Sam Potts to clutch moving it forward in the future. My man was disgusting with the Tundra. Love to see it. Love to see the hype. Love to see the clutches. And Red Queen, first match under our belts. You mentioned it. We didn't get to see Hardpoint, but for good reason.
Yeah. Yesterday, it was all about Faker and Limao. We even dubbed him as Halimao, right? But tonight, man, the spotlight is on Sam Potts right here. The way that he eliminated all 4 players all at the same time, and then clutching it up to actually defuse the bomb right there is just you know, I'm still in awe. I need to catch my breath. So that was a good opening match coming from both of the teams.
Yeah, what kind of match would we have if we didn't have a little bit of a post segment analyst coming through? Callie's going to be coming in a breakdown of what necessarily went wrong or went right, actually. As we took a look at the team deathmatch, it was slow and steady wins the race. That search and rescue was absolute perfection out of TeamBa. But what could they have gone, or what could they have done better in that instance? We'll have to find out now as we get geared up for this one. I will definitely want to see him break down that 2v5 clutch, because I feel like I missed a little bit of it. I saw a lot of the kills out of Sam Potts, but let's be real. How do you clutch a 2v5 and how do you do it so quickly? I just will have to see on paper what he is going to be talking about. So he's going to be joining us up here in our next segment. Our first matchup's done. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We got plenty of matches too for tonight, as we're going to go ahead and take a look at the MVP for our first matchup of the night.
Secure 26
and it is
kills,
for MVP.
right? Yeah, there you go, man. That was something. I mean, this player is a heavy hitter right here.
Wait, he ain't die at all? Ain't no way. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You can't see the extended stats in Search and Destroy. That's a 26-0. He didn't have any plants or defuse. That's a bug. He died. He definitely died. 26 kills though. 29-58 was the score in that Search and Destroy. Yeah. I mean, you can say it loud, you say it proud. Sam Potts is an absolute demon.
Yeah. Oh man, I definitely agree with you. Is you know, like a apex. A great gameplay coming from this specific player alone, and I'm more interested, you know, at how Callie's going to be breaking down what just happened, you know, from team deathmatch and of course the search and rescue.
Let's break him on in. Is he ready to go? Let's go ahead and hop in the kitchen. Let's see what he can cook up. Is he head chef? Got it. All right, we're going to be bringing on Callie here in a moment, but before we do, we're going to take a look at where we are at in our venture as we still do have a little bit of a bug on our screen for the upper bracket semifinals too. That second matchup is not going to be Sentinels and EA XCEED. It's going to be Radical Requiem and EA XCEED. That'll be our second matchup of the night. The winner of that one will move on to the upper bracket finals, which we will also see tonight as well. It will be against TeamBa, as we just saw, as Callie will be joining us on the drawing board. He's going to bake us up something nice here for the breakdown.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Analyst segment. It's your boy, Cali Gaming, down here to bring you guys all of the action. I brought in my great friends here, Verdict and Red Queen, to see how is their reaction looking like once we break down all of this matchup, right? We start the game up between Team TeamBa versus Target Practice in this Team Deathmatch Seaside, which is our first one that we had in the tournament that we are having in this weekend, right? Then we can talk about first how this one was a stalemate on the first for the first 8 minutes of this battle, right? We got two areas on the map that this team loved to hold on to, and that will be from the restaurant, where we see Target Practice is holding at the moment. Then you also got the red wine cellar, which was being held by TeamBa after the following Target Practice matchup that they were going up against each other on this battle, right? And then, yeah, it has been like 8 minutes since this game's passed by, and you can see the score here. It is 17-17 with only a minute and 39 on this battle. The crucial gameplay that kicked in here first and foremost for the side of TeamBa is this play right here from Dance as we try to open things up. Let's play this clip right here. Dance was playing Lurk. He was able to spot down this one guy, Taurus, who was playing that sniper. Now, obviously, this play right here gave him that one kill, but if you are the player from Target Practice, you should have positioned yourself a bit more linear towards this area on the map, right? This cover right here for you not to be able to get spot down so much. And that's just an easy kill for Dance, right? Easy as Target Practice for him. When he got this kill right here, let's play this clip right here and see what happens. The team got 18 points, which is 1 point higher than the squad of Target Practice. And with only a minute 28, they decided to rotate over to the red wine cellar, which kicked in that bait there for them, right? Obviously, with a minute and 24, you're going to have to feel desperate. You need to be able to get that trade, make this a tie game if you are Target Practice. And they did eventually push out. But look at the defense that we got here for TeamBa. They got this player number 5 guarding the aisle. They all got number 2 holding down the gardens, and this is a pretty close range combat area, right? So it's easier for these SMGs and the snipers to hold down those doors and get all of these eliminations. Let's play this next clip right here. Still the same Team Deathmatch Seaside. We open it up 26-20. It's desperation mode for the team of Target Practice because they are trailing behind by 6 points with 39 seconds left. Let's play this clip right here and watch what happens. You see 3 members from Target Practice pushing down south. And look at where we see Sampot is positioned. That's 3 players at his angle, and he's holding down the doorways. So when we play this clip right here, it was easy shots for him because he had that angle that really caved in and just kept this area on the map, able to stop those members, force them to that reset, and by the time they get those 3 kills, stop this here right here. Look at the points that they got. That's already a 10-point margin, and with only 24 seconds left, it made it hard for Target Practice to come back and get this win. Now, it definitely was a big brain play moment for Dan to be able to get that last kill on that 17-17 stalemate and then move it to that red wine cellar. Now, heading into our search and destroy, we only picked the best clip right here. We started at round number 8. This is how we saw a big brain play for Target Practice. This is on the attack side. Remember, they started at the defensive spawn. They managed to push up all the way to that mid-map. And once you got that mid-map control, you basically control everything. This time, they focused their attention at the B-bomb site. And see number 1 and number 4, they decided to push that B site while 3 of the members at the bar is able to get that mid-map control. And when we play this clip right here, there's 2 members inside for TeamBa basically had no chance at surviving because of how much, angles were being taken over here by the members of target practice, and this is one of those good clips from them, right? You can see that they are going to be able to overwhelm these players as they got number 1 in Nexabyte, able to push down Vanilla, then 4 members at the cellar, just trying to push that other player inside of that B bomb site. So when we play this clip right here, it was over for the players inside. Sampots and Crew and Hart, they definitely did get taken down here, and Dance was able to get that flank play, but he also got eliminated here. So see what happens. It's a 1v4 situation, and Messer, he was the catalyst of success here. You think that this round number 8 is over in this 1v5 situation? Well, guess not, because we saw Messer on this next clip that we are going to show you revive back Sam Potts. Now, looking at the defense here so far, for target practice, they got number 1 guarding this entryway. They got number 2 holding down at least. There was 2 players guarding Sam Potts' rotation in this game, right? So when we open it up, let's play this clip right here and pause it a little bit. You can see that there were 3 members now eyeing out for him. That will be Dream, that will be Nexabyte, and this guy over here at the cellar. And Sam Potts was just him at this clip because every angle was being held pretty greatly by target practice on this segment right here. So when we play this clip, Sam Potts is able to spot down that sniper in Yeshu. He's able to take down JJP. So pause it right there. Those 3 angles that he did, he was watching, and he was able to predict, even though there were 3 members aiming at his side, and then he was able to pick up that LCAR-9, which is at his disposal. He brought it out, get his elimination from Taurus TC. He was holding that bomb, and all it took was for his teammate to rotate inside, play this 1v2, but they didn't act exactly what happened there, right? So when we play this clip right here, Sam Potts was able to take down Taurus TZ, but his teammate Messer was able to get taken down by Dream. But that sound info was key for him to spot where this player is trying to rotate at, and that 1v5 clutch ace from Sam Potts with that switcheroo, with that sniper and that LCAR-9, plus the defusal gave this team that match point and eventually secured their spot at the next stage. So that definitely was something to iron out for their verdict and Red Queen, and hopefully that answers everything up in here, right? So what do you think about that 1v5 verdict?
Look, I took notes, and the only thing I got out of that was Sam Potts is him. He is a weapon of mass destruction. All right, I'm just sitting here with my pad. I'm just like, man, Callie's cooking it up. I need to sit here and take some notes. And that last round, Messer didn't even get a single kill. All he had to do was res his homie. That was an ace.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I'm still baffled.
Yeah, it definitely
the
was, right?
monstrosity of Sampus was amazing. You know, you have to say that. You have to get out of the way if in case his team is going up against yours. And one thing I can say more, target practice was one of the teams to beat yesterday. So I'm a little surprised still how fast it was for them to get eliminated, you know, out of the matches.
Yeah, Dance at that team deathmatch was key. On this search and rescue, we saw Sam Potts just pull out 26 kills in order to finish this game out. And they will be advancing to the upper semis, and they will be bringing target practice to that lower bracket. We got more action coming up ahead, guys. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we got the next matchup up ahead. That's Radical Requiem going up against that next team that you don't want to miss out. That is going to be Kuramachi's teammate. So we're going to be back after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX, but slowly turning the tide.
Looking breaking, they take the win.
Look at that, Rain getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rain!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for match number 2 of the night. It is Radical Requiem and EA XCEED KURZO. We've already seen one matchup, and well, let's just say target practice is down, but they're certainly not out. They're going to be heading to the lower bracket matchups. That is going to be happening later on. I'm Verdict. Joining me, of course, on this night in very, very sweaty gameplay. It's going to be Red Queen. Red Queen, so far, so good. TeamBa made it through. I know we're all happy, right?
Yeah, of course. But I mean, from what happened a while ago, I guess TeamBa was just better at getting and breaking down information. I mean, they're also quick at coming up with a plan on how the charge and counter approach and execution were flawless, hence winning all fights. But then again, you said it, for the opposition, for the losing team, it is not over just yet. They still have a chance to redeem themselves, so just stay tuned, okay?
Okay, just stay tuned. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see where we are at on our journey for the night. Is our second matchup about to be coming through. EA XCEED KURZO taking on Radical Requiem, and it should be a very, very solid affair. TeamBa already going to be able to make it through. They will be facing off against the victors of this one. Lower bracket should be filled in here momentarily. Target practice, there it is going to be going up against Chaosz. We'll figure out where we will be able to see them later on. So upper bracket's looking pretty solid so far. We're about to figure out who is the strongest of the strongest. And so far, it's Philippines already getting on the board with a win for themselves. Can Malaysia, Singapore bounce back?
Well, Malaysia, Singapore already proved that, you know, this is not going to be a lobby for the Philippines. I guess all they need to do is just play their cards right and just make sure that they bring their A game so as to dominate this whole tournament. But for the second round, or like the upcoming matches between Radical and XCEED, again, it's all going to be about the gunfights and all about the skills. So we'll just have to wait and see which of these two teams are gonna turn into into a super saiyan and actually just release this power ball onto their opponent. Someone's
gonna reach Ultra Instinct at some point. Don't know if it's gonna be today, don't know if it's going to be later on, as we are only in day 2. We're gonna have the grand finale tomorrow. It is gonna be a blast. I've got to say, this one though, you know, it's not about the journey. What was that? It's the climb. It's all about what happens in between. This right now is the meat of our sandwich, and let me tell you, chat, we are enjoying it indeed as we are getting geared up. Second matchup coming up, Radical Requiem and the players over at EAXE KURZO. Question of yesterday was, EXC just plowed through their competition in Big Boys, but then we also saw Big Boys get manhandled in their finale yesterday as they had the exit stage left. So is EAXC as strong as we think they are, or was it a fluke? I'm not gonna say it was a fluke, or are we gauging them too high based off the competition they had in the ring yesterday?
Well, you know what they say, fortune favors the bold. So let's see what's going to happen between Radical and XCEED. But man, 26 points for just one player. I think that would be the record to break, right? Will there be any player that would go ballistic inside the arena that could match up with the number of set up by Samputs here?
Well, let's take a look at him. Let's meet the players himself, representing Malaysia, Singapore. That's right, it's Radical Requiem, Dragon Z, Daniel, Donk111, Akmal, and Emmy. This one should be a very sweaty affair. They held their opponents to a 0 win across the board. Someone's about to be heartbroken. Someone's about to be triumphant. Is it going to be them, Red Queen?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, they're pretty consistent as well yesterday, so I think the face mask says it all. This one right here, I think, contributes to the, how to say this, their tenacity perhaps inside the arena. I don't know, but well, they're looking pretty dangerous at this point, so let's see what's going to happen.
All right, we'll figure it out now. We'll say goodbye to Requiem. Let's say hello to EAXE KURZO, representing the Philippines. It's WPM Prim, Tails, Robbie, Faker, a fan favorite, and ADR. This one going to be another one. Look at that. Prim's got the no-no face. He's like, hey, I'm gonna tell everybody to hush, shh. Is he gonna be able to quiet the competition today?
That's not even the interesting part, Verdict. I mean, I'm looking at Tails and Faker. Okay, what kind of hand gesture is that one? Let's see what's going to happen if that kind of energy can actually match up with their gameplay for today's set of matches. And I mean, just look at Faker right here. Okay, I do understand how hot he can be when it comes to his skills playing CODM, but that is a true flex right there.
I'm gonna need to pull like the sleeves back a little bit. I'm gonna need to see some definition before we say those are guns. We saw Tails pointing his fingers in the gun gesture, but if you point your gun sideways, you won't be able to shoot straight, partner. Go ahead and aim the cock and hammer up top. All right, we're going to take a look at the map vetoes as well as this one's about to unfold. We got a team deathmatch on the horizon. Where will it be played at, ladies and gentlemen? Ooh, here we go. It's takeoff. Tunisia for the search and rescue. In the decider, will we get a game 3 today, Red Queen? Summit Hardpoint looks very, very appetizing.
Yes, sir. For the side of EXC, the band operator would be the Tempest, band map would be Arsenal, and for the side of Radical Requiem, band operator will be Equalizer, and then for the map, it's gonna be Seaside. Whew.
Interesting. This one should be playing out a little differently. I noticed yesterday when we were taking a look at the takeoff map, much similar to the other other team deathmatch maps that we saw. You've got like a home base, you got an away base, right? You're gonna take stadium or you're gonna take bottom red. That's the big question, as we're about to find out now. Is I hope you got your astronaut suit on, because we're about to plow as we're about to take off. Stage has been set. It's the upper bracket semifinals. It's our second matchup of the night. Who is going to be facing off against TeamBa? Is it going to be EAXE, or will it be Radical Requiem? Red Queen, we're about to find out.
That is the big question mark right there. I'm pretty sure everyone is also gearing up, preparing themselves, got their snacks ready. They will be binging off their favorite sodas and chips right there, waiting for this fight to happen. Radical versus XCEED for team deathmatch. Who, or like which team, is going to fall first?
All right. If you fall here, dust yourself up, pick yourself up, move on to the next. You will have an opportunity to redeem yourself in the lower bracket. We'll see who makes a God tier run as Takeoff is about to go ham. And we've got Radical Requiem going to be facing off on the red side of the map. They're going to be on the attacking side. Emmy's going to be able to open up the first blood with an 8, and Donk going to come through with a follow-up. Daniel going to be able to piece again, and Radical Requiem absolutely getting pieced at the moment, but XCEED actually finally going to get on board with 2 for themselves.
One shot is all it takes coming from Faker right there, but unfortunately, he gets tagged this time by Donk 111. ADR goes down as well at the hands of Daniel. Donk 111 got shot down by Prim. Faker is on a roll once again. He's pretty hot right now. I can already imagine him flexing his muscle right there and banging it on his chest like Donkey Kong.
Ooh. Okay, Donkey Kong, Donk 111. Don't forget the other one. Oh, doesn't quite get the shots to land right there, and that's a tough one. I can't tell. Was that a growl? The headshot's immaculate. Played the heady to perfection. And we've got a close ball game. 10-11. Trades are in. The KRM is out in abundance, and so is Akmal, as he's going to be able to finish another player off in XCEED. Starting off in the hole, they're not going to be able to redeem themselves so far.
Yes, beautiful trades here between this two teams. We've got Faker right here leading the charge with 5 points under his belt. It's 15-12, ladies and gents, in favor of Radical, but Radical still continues to rack up some more points right here. Moving over to Prim, they've got the Glock, which is actually one of the meta guns, but unfortunately a little slow to trigger there. He gets shut down by Akmal, and we are hearing a lot of shots actually, but Robbie right here seems to be missing his targets.
Yeah, right outside of medical is very unfortunate. It does hop the ticket shop. And there's Donk. Here he goes. He's got the L car. No LC. Oh, what? Hello? There's no way. No mommies. Ain't no way you're still alive, Donk. What happened, Robbie? He got 2-piece. He got absolutely handled. And the Joe Wool-like movement is going to continue to fear the enemies. Donk going to slide right through. Slips. He is safe from another death. And certainly putting his team up in the advantage now. 24-20. Pressure still going to be up top. And finally, Donk going to be taken down, but damage has been done. Prim going to be able to find a 3-piece. A nasty little feed for him.
Well, for the side of XCEED, seems to have found the rhythm right now. Prim! Oh, man. Goes down at the hands of Dragon. Faker as well. But they are now on their way once again to get back on the trades. But not Robbie, unfortunately. Oh man, he was caught sleeping right there. Faker with the charge. He gets 1 point, 29-28. The competition is a little tight. I don't see any gaps happening just yet. I mean, these guys are pretty much on a roll. 2-piece kill. Wonderfully done.
Lead swap right back in the hands of the opponents. Oh, the XCEED. Oh, ADR, ADSing, gets the irons, gets the fitting shot, but he is going to be avenged. 34-33, slight lead, still favoring the side of XCEED. And the quick shots there from Robbie not going to hit. Nonetheless, the tails are going to come through for XCEED themselves, and they're going to be able to build that lead. Big gunfight on the backside. Emmy walks right into it. The hip fire going to be immaculate. Akmal there for the trading case, but here comes the operators.
Emmy killing you right there. Here we go. Daniel goes down. Robbie with the kill. Tails as well. Oh man, this is now a great back and forth situation coming from both of this team. It's 40-39. We've got XCEED leading the fight over here. 4-point lead with 6 minutes on the clock. Now moving over to ADR with a pre-fire game. Able to shut down 1. Looking for 2. Okay, he is still on a hunt. Now Faker is being careful right now. Not being reckless at this point. ADR again, slow on a trigger. Akmal gets the point.
Oh, that's a tough one. COD timing. Oh, they're not COD timing about that. Just missed his shots. Donk 111, making him look like a donkey himself, and we'll pin the tail on him as well. Prem gonna be able to take a back shot right there. Only 2 needed now as we slow things down. Big kills up top. Prim is gonna be going for the aggression, and Akmal there gonna be able to shut it down. Lead now tie as it's coming down to the last 2 kills. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Anything can happen.
Here we go. A little bit of truce We can see that everyone is just really taking their time. We've got ADR on the screen. Emmy goes down at the hands of Robbie. ADR trying to hold off this angle. Good thing Robbie's just right beside him. But oh man, time has expired. Oh no, we've reached 50, ladies and gents, and that would be XCEED. Man, Radical just dropped the ball.
Hey, XCEED said, you had me in the first half. Let me tell you, Radical Requiem started off strong, kind of plateaued, and then they completely fell off the tracks. EA, XCEED, KURZO, absolutely here to play and dominate. They are them. We had questions about it yesterday because of the level of competition. Well, the level of competition today, quite level, quite even. It led to a 50-49 nail biter, and we got a photo finish in favor of the boys from the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, going the bags, going the way of EA, XCEED, KURZO.
Yeah, but still, that was too close for comfort. Radical, agree with you. Very strong start at the beginning of this match, but that was a great catch-up for the side of XCEED. I mean, they exerted huge amount of effort here just to make sure that they win the fight, and that they succeeded.
I've got to say, this was the best match of Team Deathmatch we've seen all weekend long. I know there's still plenty to play, but the bar has been set here. This was the perfectly executed, the comeback, the trials and tribulations going through the beginning all the way to the end, the lead swaps. It was neck and neck for a very long time. EA, XCEED just played it better towards the end. And again, it's not the first who does it. It's always about the best to do it, and the best to do it this time around was them. So as we take a look at the after action report, ADR absolutely cooking with 11-9 stat line. Prim with 12-11. Robbie on the flip side, 10-9. A slow start for Faker. He's a fan favorite. Kind of faked this out there in that team deathmatch. We'll see if he can bounce back in the search and rescue. But on the flip side of things, yeah, Donk, man, he absolutely handled business early on, but business got a little slow towards the end. And well, let me just tell you, he didn't do a great job of maneuvering the map and guiding the team to victory.
I guess for the side of Radical, they lost to this match, not because they weren't consistent, not because they weren't good, but somehow along the way, something went wrong, probably a miscommunication or something. But it just makes, you know, the second round for search and rescue all the more exciting because it was close. It was a tight competition between those two teams, and 50-49, we're talking about just 1 point verdict. Just 1 point.
Oh, just 1 point. Like I said, nail biter, photo finish, picture perfect for the side of KURZO. Now, Radical Requiem, are you going to be able to bounce back here? Search and rescue right around the corner. Chat, if you're not already in your comfy pants, go ahead and put them on. Kick your feet back. Relax. Get the popcorn. Enjoy. There's about to be a show. This one has the potential to go the distance. We might actually see that Hardpoint. I know, chat, I'm lying to you. It's not going to go to Hardpoint. I've already got the blueprints from the backlines. We've already written the story. It's going to be a 2-0. I'm kidding. Obviously, dramatic. We've always sold the Hardpoint map. We've yet to see it. We don't even know if it exists or not. So we're going to have to find out here as Search and Rescue is coming up on board. And I mean, if it's anything like that TDM, I might have a little bit of, you know, a tight hypertension in the chest because my blood started to boil. I was getting pumped in that team deathmatch.
I agree with you. I mean, the ending was too theatrical. It was so dramatic. I will have to agree with you on that one. I mean, everyone must be at the edge of their seats. The way that they kept us excited, you know, with all the trades, with everything that is happening inside the arena. Man, I lost my breath for a while there, honestly. I mean, I didn't even see how it ended, technically, but I was so surprised that it was XCEED that actually won the fight. I was so sure. You know, I was a bit 80% sure that Radical will win the fight, but man, they did drop the ball.
Yeah, Callie's going to have to let us take a look at what really happened. I saw that player inside the stadium site. I want to say that was Daniel. He might have been out of position as the whole squad of EXE was there. Nonetheless, over to the search and rescue we go. It's Tunisia, ladies and gentlemen. We see another 2-0 across the board. Again, clean sweep so far throughout our journey here and the Community Gladiators event, Garena Edition, or as we like to call it, Who's Got Talent? Or Garena, who's the next up and coming talent, okay? We just want to find out. We found one diamond in the rough so far. You already know who that was, and I dropped 26. Who is going to be the diamond in the rough in this Indonesia? Who's going to be the standout player? Or is it going to be a collective effort on the fact of XCEED?
Man, these guys probably have played a lot of COD matches, and again, we're looking for the next big stars for Call of Duty Mobile, and I think we're gonna be getting our answers, you know, soon enough. It was mentioned to us that some of the teams here are actually invited to a much bigger tournament in the future to come. I'm not sure if we're allowed to say it, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
We'll have to announce that tomorrow when we get a little bit more intel on it, give you a little bit of suspense. Let me just tell you, it's going to be huge. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for some of these players. You get a direct invite to compete at the highest stage, possibly. We'll have to find out now. Is this one is just not... It's just not for COD points. It's just not for bragging rights. It's for an opportunity to represent Garena as a whole. And the opportunity is vast. We'll see who's got the best talent moving in as we're getting geared up for our second game of this series. XCEED already put a tally on the board for themselves. Requiem, we're going to need you to step up. We're going to need you to dig deep. We're going to need you to find out when and where and how you can pull this one out. It was close. You had the lead early in that team deathmatch, and then things just, I guess you lost focus, you lost sight, you were out of position. Minuscule mistakes on a platform on a good team is going to be a drastic change. Okay, you ever heard the expression, give them an inch, they'll take a mile? That is exactly that opportunity right there that XCEED took advantage of. They saw an inch, they took well more than a mile and put them on board for the first point of this one. So Search and Rescue still waiting for that gameplay will be the deciding factor if we get to see that game through or not.
There's really no space for errors. I mean, we're talking about just 1 point. You know how it ended, guys. You also what happened. So, I mean, one mistake can actually be catastrophic for the team. It can cost you the game. So you need to polish out, you know, everything, every plan that you have actually come up and execute them properly. But coming into Search and Rescue for the side of Radical, you guys need to shake it up and just prepare yourselves because every game is a gamble. So you must be able to get inside the game with a fresh mind. It's a reset. You do not let that bad game affect you or else it's literally gonna show up, you know, on your gameplay. So get ready, lock and load. Let's do it again.
Let's get it. Gloves on tight. We want to see clean shots above the waist. We're about to be entering a sparring session. Best to 7. First one there wins. Ladies and gentlemen, this one about to go down. 1-0 lead in favor of the boys and gals over at XCEED. KURZO representing the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia. Where you at? We're going to need you to step up and put your team on the map, or you will be heading down to the lower bracket. Let's find out who's the better of the two teams now as we hop on into it. We were taking a look at the scouting report, and Doc 111, we're going to need those snipes to come through heavily as we see a 2-2-1 split. One over towards the A side, which is a little, or one over towards the middle of the map, which is a little unorthodox, but it does look like we're going to see a little bit of a backtrack as an aid does come through. Akmel striking really quick for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I did say this yesterday that sometimes it's not all about the kills. You know, you have to admire your opponent. You have to have that big brain gameplay when you're going up as a very good team, you know, as your opponents. But here comes Robbie again with a shot, completely miss it. Although he inflict a little bit of damage right there, but I'm pretty sure that player can recuperate in this situation. We've got 2 casualties on the side of XCEED, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, XCEED. It's still a complete set of players for the side of Radical Requiem right here. Oof, man.
Okay. XCEED Tail's going to be collecting himself, and looks like the connection's going to finally come through. XCEED starting themselves off in a little bit of a blender. 2v5 here for the clutch. Bomb's going to be down right in the middle of the map. Up top, you got Prim. Looking for the cross, looking for the cover. Here comes the hit over towards the site. Emmy, he is in a position of power, and up top you got cross angles covered. Shot's not going to be there for one player. Make it two. Prim, Tails, hop down, drop dead. Not a gorgeous one for them. It's Radical Requiem starting off the defending side very stoutly.
Oh man, Prim was actually looking to pop some heads there, and he was able to shoot not just one, but two players right there, closing game one or match number one. So let's see what's going to happen as now Radical Requiem was able to put a score under their belt. Okay, early exchange coming from both of the teams. 3 down for the side of XCEED. Daniel on your screen. Let's see what's going to happen. Moving over to Emmy with Fennec. Oh, again, slow on the trigger right
No
there.
way.
Faker with the kill. Man, 2-piece, not to mention.
2-piece. Here comes the hit through the connector. Redemption tour here for Faker. He didn't have a good team deathmatch, but his team had his back. Right now, he is paying it in full. Nate's going to be chucked on out. Robbie, you're going to be trying to get some intel. They got the bomb. They've got the intel. Maybe we make this rotation, but the ego is going to come through nonetheless. Oh, the turn and burn, the flick. He's going to be able to get him one shot, and necessarily the collection. Faker wrapping the rear. It was a devastating play and a huge clutch as the 2v5 comes through for the boys over at EXCEED.
Man, I told you, he's flexing right now. He's flexing. I can see the picture. I mean, how to unsee, ladies and gents. But anyway, I think he needs that. Okay, again, on your screen, we got Faker. He's cooking up that nade real good, throwing it up against that smoke, hoping to get at least a 1 or 2 players, but unfortunately, it did not hit any player at all. Now moving over to Prim and then heading back to Faker. Boom! There you go with a KRM shot. It was able to put a name under his belt right there, and he goes down.
Another notch under the belt. Hit over to the 8th site. Clean transition. No casualties as of yet. 3v5 retake is going to have to come through. 45 seconds, that bomb goes boom. Akmal going to be able to start the retake, and we've got even numbers across the board. As rescues looking like it might be coming through. Robbie suspects something is not right, and he is absolutely correct. However, Akmal there for the collection, and surely enough, you push in, you get the 2-piece, left down to 1 in Tails. Well, he's done as well. 20 seconds, plenty of time to get that defuse. A massive 3v5 clutch here for the boys over at Radical Requiem.
Yeah, it was an essential kill coming from Akmal a while ago. That's a 2v1, so it was an obvious outcome. Let's see what's going to happen next as soon as we jump into the next round. And again, it's a 1-point deficit onto the side of XCEED. We need a better plan. They need to show up this time. I feel like Radical is headed towards... Okay, it's a 3-2 split. Pretty much scattered on the floor. We can hear a lot of nades being popped off. It's actually... Prim, that's Robbie that's actually holding the bomb right here. He is right there in the middle. We can see Prim doing some free fire, not hitting any target, although Emmy finds ADR. He goes down on the floor on his knees, not coming back live. Akmal again on your screen. Man, this is a trade back and forth. Dragon, I think, was able to shut down Tails from that angle.
Leads us to a 2v3. Make it a 3 or 2v2. Robbie shuts down 1. Trade's going to come through. Prim going to be able to shut him down. Donk 1-1 plays life. And the bomb carrier going to get dropped in the midst of the action. Leads us to a 1v1. Prim looking to get the rescue of 1 player. They're looking to revitalize the crew. They are going to get the res off for 2. Bomb's going to be collected along with it. And what will they do with the intel? 52 seconds left. Still plenty of time here, so you don't need to rush it. And certainly, they know players are very much so in the vicinity. And wrapping the backside, he's going to catch him doing the deed. Catches 1, but the second still rezzing. And just like that, you were 1 shot anyways. A good collection as RR take 2 in a row.
Good timing coming from Donk there. I mean, it's all clutch. It's all adrenaline. Yeah, I mean, he caught him just sitting on the spot right there trying to revive his teammates. So it's a 3-1 still in favor of Radical. Let's see what's going to happen as Radical knows how important it is to actually win this search and rescue. Now we can see trades happening once again, ladies and gents. We've got Daniel on the screen, tries to do a massive scrape. Unfortunately, he completely missed it, but not this time around. He was able to shut down Robbie, followed by Tails. Oh, Emmy and Akmal on fire.
That was a great job of getting your res off on your player, but it was a poor decision making after that. Just because you get the res doesn't mean you necessarily have to push up aggressively. You need to fall back. Get your teammates one shot whenever they get rescued, so they have to have time to heal. But nonetheless, your life that is at 100% is way more valuable, and lessons learned. Now, as we go, last round on the attack here for the ladies and gentlemen of EA XCEED. They have been flat here on the attack. So hoping for something. We're looking for at least 2 points before they get the flip. At ADR, looking to flirt with disaster here as Daniel's right on the outskirts of the box. Did he see him? I don't think he did.
Ooh.
Nope, absolutely not. Daniel's sneaky snake right on the outskirts of the box. Played the heady to a T.
Radical pretty strong with their gameplay right now. But we've seen this happen. We don't want to call it out just yet. XCEED might catch up. It's still 4-1. We got Dragon going up against Tails. Okay, man. He was able to inflict play, but not able to shut him down. Dragon Z, on the other hand, was shut down by Faker. And we can see that Robbie now trying to plant the bomb. Okay. We got Akmal reviving his teammate right here. They need all the firepower. Okay, it's a 4v3 situation. But, again, Faker with a shutdown. Emmy goes out. Moving over to Daniel with a Holger on his hands. They've got Donk. One with a kill!
Wow. No mames. Is this what's going to happen right here? Don't do it to him, Donk. Through the smoke. Bomb's going to be defused. Player still not been found. Faker will play his life to a T. Is he going to be able to take down the bomb carrier? He is not. Indeed, around another one. Going to go right through the hands of the players over at XCEED. And lucky enough for them, they're going to get a little bit of a breather now as they're going to be on the defending side, and they're just going to have to wait for the approach from Radical Requiem. What are we going to see out of them? Is it going to be a bolt of aggression towards that A side? It appears as so. And there's going to be nobody but two to reciprocate. Let's see what happens here as the first encounter comes through. It's Prim. He's dusted. And already a great start here for the 7th round of this Search and Destroy.
Pretty consistent. Established communication coming from the side of Radical here. 11 points for Donk 111. Wow, that is by far a great play right there. A lot of their players already going down. ADR Robbie coming from EA XCEED has been shut down. 2 players for the side of Radical playing. And again, we know who won this fight. It's Radical once again, ladies and gents. We're talking about just one more win before they take this home.
One more win before they take this home. They take us to a Game 3 to be the first one of our Community Gladiators event so far. Interesting. Redemption here leads us to that Game 3, but only 1 round it takes. No mistakes need to be made here, and already they've given up the back line, and look at this, the floodgates. Absolutely let down. They're going to go ahead and get the bomb plant along with it. Radical Requiem. Not necessarily getting the kills, but ADR and Squad R. No, ADR is going to get wiped. Robbie is going to be able to find that first blood. But Akmal finds it back in blood for 2.
Okay, here we go. And tries to shut down not just 1, but 2 opponents. Unfortunately, man, he was able to shut down just 1, I think. Akmal goes down. And that ends the fight now, verdict. It is Radical for Search and Rescue. Yay, we are headed to a hardpoint match, I guess. Yes, sir, we are.
All right. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're drawn up. I asked Malaysia, Singapore to step up and put their country and region on the map, okay? And they did it. And here we go. It is going to be a Game 3 of Hardpoint right around the corner, but first we must get a little bit of a taste of the highlights from that last map. It was an absolute blender of an affair. We thought it was going to be close. Well, guess what, Chad? It wasn't. 7-1 victories coming through, and the aggression started out early. We saw 1 round go in favor as it went back and forth, but it was anything but close after it. As we see all the shots coming through, Robbie was an absolute monster as that round does clutch up for them. That was literally the only one that they took.
Exactly. And again, I did say this a while ago that when it comes to playing CODM, it's not always about the kill, it's about the teamwork. And I guess Radical, they knew what was on the line. They knew that they needed to win this search and rescue, and that's exactly what they did. They've actually executed all of the objectives that they need on this map. They showed up when it comes to their cohesiveness as a team. I think they pretty much did a very good job for search and rescue.
Yeah, search and rescue. The highlight reel was full with Radical Requiem absolutely desecrating their opponents. We are going to see what is going to come up here for our game number 3, as we'll just assume everybody went positive on the flip side of things for RR. XCEED, how are you going to bounce back? That was, how do I say it? It wasn't competitive at all. Do you bounce back with a good hardpoint victory here to bring it back in for Singapore or for the Philippines, or are you going to allow the reverse sweep to come through? Either way, Brooms still might be out. The verdict is in. I lied to you earlier and said I had the script. I don't have the script. I was just trying to promote the sanctity of maybe we will get a game 3 without telling y'all directly, because every time we say we're going to get a game 3, we never get a game 3. So I lied to you for your own good. I hope you enjoyed it, chat. Red Queen's taking this news very well. She is just distraught the fact that I disgustingly lied to your face. That's okay. All right, it's for the betterment of our own good. We can see the Hardpoint map as she is going to be reconnecting here in a moment. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to be heading over to the icy glaciers of Summit. So if you haven't had a chance to put your coat on, get some hot cocoa along with it too to do so. Not going to need anything to, you know, keep you warm, because the gameplay is going to be hot enough to do so. We'll figure it out now as we do have her connect back on in. Let's take a look at the best of 3 map, as it is just about our screen. We'll see where we're heading and how we got there as we are in our second matchup of the night, in our first game 3 right around the corner. Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of the second. We're going to get Red Queen back and locked and loaded. We're also going to pull up the best 3 here momentarily. So take a look at it. Team Deathmatch. It was a close affair. 50-49. XCEED took off on takeoff and absolutely landed a victory. Fell flat there in that search and rescue. Tunisia was not their best map. I expect them to ban that one before they come in to their competition tomorrow. I know that they had already banned Apocalypse, but let's be real. If you can find a way to close it out in a search and destroy, or maybe you just know that you're not that great at search and destroy. Maybe they know they don't want to play Apocalypse, and maybe they know they want to play for the long game. What do I know? They look like they collectively have an idea of where their strong points are. The search or destroy just might have slipped through the gaps, but nonetheless, Summit is going to be our deciding map. Who will be moving on to face off against TeamBa? Will it be Radical Requiem or XCEED KURZO? Stay tuned to find out as we are getting geared up for our first hardpoint of the tournament. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last game before we find out who is moving on to the upper bracket finals. Will it be, again, Radical Requiem or XCEED KURZO? It's only right we do get out here in the map, the snowy hills of Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to melt ice with this performance. Let's see who's got ice in their veins, though. Is this one. Race to 250. You got to pace yourself. Money Hills on this map, we already know. P3 and P4. You lock down the back warehouse, you are golden. P4, a little more tricky to do so, but focus here on this one is going to be right here in the middle of the map. It's all the way into the control point. We go. P1. It is a big kill coming through. 2-piece make it for Akmo as he's going to extend out Gives up a little bit of the hill, but as long as you get the kills around it, you are absolutely locked in. Computers now being hacked. Daniel right around the corner. He's going to be finding 3 in the feed. Donk still opting to snipe, which is interesting. This is an up and close and personal map. You're looking at a little bit more of close quarter combat action. And for Faker, we see, yeah, I mean, there's nothing closer and nothing more personal than a shotgun to the face. But guess what? Emmy is an absolute disgusting SMG man. The Finnick going absolutely bonkers as Robbie is going to be able to find one in trades. Breaks look like it's going to come through, and finally a little bit of time going to be collected for the boys and gals over at XCEED.
Oh man, 24-10, man, I feel like I missed a lot. But here it comes, ladies and gents. I feel like it is XCEED stepping on the hill right now. We've got all players coming from Radical headed towards the hill. Okay, it's a little bit of contention. I can see Donk 1-1 on your screen. Oh, gets shut down by ADR, or Tails rather. A lot of them getting picked off one by one. Definitely XCEED catching up with the numbers on the screen.
Numbers on the screen looking solid. It's a back and forth affair. It's a close one. Lead transfer. Just a brief one there for XCEED. They're going to have to taste victory a little later on. Takes down Dragons. The backside collapse is going to come through. The hill's going to be occupied, and it looks like a solid affair. Here comes... Woo! Faker. You almost got put on a t-shirt, buddy. Nonetheless, the follow-up shot is crispy. And out the hill, going to be blue across the feed. Finally, a little bit of resilience coming through for the boys and gals over at Radical. But unfortunately, XCEED, they've got the spawns renew, and they've also got the time in their possession.
Yeah, good early rotation there coming from the side of XCEED, but they get picked off one by one. Good defense, though, or good offense coming from the side of Radical. But Akmal gets shut down by Faker. An exchange between Emmy and Robbie. Emmy goes down. Oh, man. A lot of exchange. Once again, ladies and gents, so we can see that Team Radical, they're headed towards the next hill right there. So I guess it's another fight. It's 59-33.
Yeah, just a side little quick note. Of course, you got a lot of time off of P2, but you sold these spawns heavily. 20 seconds left to go. You got to start focusing new. Nonetheless, they are going to get the break through the front, but here comes the operators. This is what we're talking about. You need to have them at the right moments, and this is perfect time. Redemption tour here for the boys and gals over at Radical Requiem. They're going to go ahead and pull out the house, make it 2 just to be exact. The claw not going to do as much damage as needed. Here comes Tails, though, with the Predator. It's not going to find anything, and the trophies are going to save. And Dragon Z is going to hold through the front line, and through the middle sight, you're going to see Faker on a little bit of a backstab. He's good for 1, but 2, and then he's done. Nothing on those spawns. So a lockdown here for Radical, but they needed every second of that.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if Radical can actually retake the hill. They were doing so good a while ago defending that hill. But let's see what's going to happen as they are now settling for the scrap time right here. We've got an early rotation coming once again from XCEED. We've got 4 players stepping on the hill. Okay, we can see also that Radical is actually rotating, coming from the west side of the map. Ooh, 1 gets shut down. Emmy goes down. Courtesy of Tails.
Here comes some more operators. Faker, though, holding the front line. Back is being held. Spawn's now going to be compromised. They've got 3 in the hill. And once they get picked, it's going to be free open game, surely enough. Emmy's going to get him help from Donk, and it's looking like the shoe is on the other foot. Radical Requiem going to be able to get the break. They're going to be able to get the hold. And nobody on the time for the time being. Now, as we see player number 2, ADR, looking to clear the back lines out. He's going to get shut down as Donk pulls out the Annihilator. Second shot's going to miss. Third shot's going to miss. Up close. He's going to have to pull the secondary. Does find 1. Gets to 50% on the cell. The contest, though, still very much so present, as this one is a big, big hill and a very scrappy one indeed, as the last 10 still fall for.
97-82, ladies and gents. I mean, we've got Radical right here doing a perfect job defending the hill. They are shutting down whoever comes their way, and that was again a wonderful shot coming from...
Wonderful shot there again. Now as we rotate over toward one side, this one looking to be a bit spicy, heavily contested still, though. RR looking to make the comeback. Are they the bad guys, or are they good? Right now, the good guys are on the objective. We'll figure out who is going to take the advantage off of this one. It looks like we got 40 seconds still left to play, and Radical Requiem not going to be able to step foot on the hill without getting absolutely eradicated. Tails at a distance, going to be able to take some shots on Ed. Donk only good for one and is done. Now the back and forth affair leads as we see a lead now going to be compromised and a lot of free time going to be granted. RR need to step back onto the objective, and as I say that, Akmel putting in God's work. Team finally going to come to his aid. Unfortunately, though, the respawns there for the boys and gals over at XCEED going to be favoring the top side. They are hopping right onto this objective. Rotations over to new. Just a hop, skip, and a leap right across the map. It is on towards that catwalk. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've got top control, chances are you're going to have players in the hill with some positions. Donk going to be able to get the clean scope, the no scope, the quick shots. An absolutely devastating affair. And it looks like elite transfers abound. We've got XCEED capitalizing on some time here from P1 to the P2 connection. Unfortunately, though, Radical Requiem have got that spawn flip, and sure enough, they got the top control to go along with it as the Purifier coming out barbecue chicken style as he does find a two-piece, but finally is shut down. And XCEED locking in some much-needed time as they've got the lead. Can they continue to run away with it? The answer is no for the time being, and it doesn't look like they're going to learn from their mistakes from last either. Look at the focus at the top side of this mini-map. You see 3 players on the outskirts of the hill. They don't care about this time. It's only 15 seconds. You can give it away. The focus needs to be for these P3 spawns, and they have mastered the craft the first time around, and now the second. Big habits that are great for making great gameplays, and right now it is looking solid here for Radical Requiem. Bad news, no gunfights being won on the front line. XCEED gonna be able to capitalize on the first entry. They might have gotten a little bit of a split spawn, and they've been granted somewhat of an entry into the hill. And surely an early setup doesn't mean you get the exact amount of points. Even if you have the spawn, you gotta make it to the point. Predator missile's gonna come down. Double kill. It's raining kills left and right in the lead. Even if you don't rotate it early, you can rely on the gunny because Radical Requiem has not won one to remain on the hill long enough to capitalize on. They were at 130 whenever this hill started. They're at 131, and the side of XCEED have been just dominantly running through them. And we've got a game 3. We've asked for it, and here we are delivering. Is absolutely XCEED. Rotations being made towards new. It looks like Radical Requiem are going to win a big 2 gunfights. Those are essential kills, one would say. As Daniel's got the long line of sight there on the back. Akmo going to get caught chucking a nade. The hipfire spray gonna come through. Prem and team, they're gonna pull out some operators and some score streaks. Prem's good for 1. The claw not necessarily gonna cause any damage. Looking to find some action there on the outskirts of the objective, and Radical Requiem have flipped the map on its head. Spawn's gonna be a little unpredictable for the boys in blue as they are gonna be out in Narnia. And look at Radical. They're finally gonna be able to step it up, win a few of the gunfights, and the trades coming through absolutely perfectly. With 30 seconds left to go, we do see an operator come through for Daniel, and he's gonna have to make the most of it now as he does expire. And certainly gonna get some helps from the teammate up top. Is the team in blue now finally going to be able to make the entry back on into the objective? The win condition now. Only 40 seconds needed here in this hardpoint. Everything picture perfect for blue. That's right, XCEED. Even the 2 headshots there from Robbie coming through in an absolute massive last few seconds now as we can play for trickle time on any of these hills. There's not a chance we see a comeback from the side of Radical. But here we go. We got to buckle up for it. They've got to be flawless. 153 to 226. Can't afford to be wiped off the hill. And surely enough, the burn effects there from the Purifier is going to be enough for it. Prem's going to be occupying the objective. 27 kills to his name. 18 points needed for the side of XCEED. Radical Requiem trying to hold him off. The contest finally going to come through, and ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a ball game. This one going to certainly come down to the wire. Plenty of time to be collected here onto this P1 objective. Can they get the job done? It looks like the answer might be yes. One last hit. Immy, there you go. It's all out on the line, homies. You got to make sure you hit your shots. It is going to be a little bit of a contest. And finally, a kill comes through where they can collect some time. 5 seconds left to go. Can't win off this. Got to rotate to new. On your mind, if you are Radical Requiem, is you got to win gunfights and you've got to play your position. And you've got to hit this hill. Denied, denied, denied. Donk 111. Going to be denied right there. Prim going to be able to shut him down. And the Hunter Killer, the paper plane, might be the dagger in the back. On the flip side of things, we got a paper plane up in the air for the team in yellow. It is going to be Radical Requiem. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown down onto the objective, and nobody has been able to collapse onto this catwalk. It is a any-man affair, but Prim does the work. The two-piece, 249, 250 to 180. Victory in the form of EA XCEED, KURZO. As they take charge, sloppy rotations, I would say. A better team would have exposed you, but today, you were the better team because you won the gunfights where it mattered the most. You are going to be moving on to face off against the squad of TeamBa. And that is going to be a Philippines on a Philippines violence, as that one will surely deliver.
Yeah, man. XCEED, KURZO. You talk about the gunfights. Let's also talk about the operator skills. Every investment that they pulled up with that Annihilator, that Claw, that War Machine came out pretty well. They were always able to take down Radical Requiem when it comes to breaking that hard point on rotation and just holding their position inside of those hills. And mainly was, you know, the big play there for XCEED to take it over and win that map number 3 to advance to the upper semis.
I gotta catch my breath, buddy. I'm out of breath out of that one. That one was a nail biter through and through. You saw the rotations made perfectly. I mean, on P3 exact for Radical Requiem. The bad thing is they weren't able to hold the objective that second time around. So even though you get a late hit, you find yourself out of position if you're Radical, and you exposed it when XCEED hit through the front, and surely enough, all they had to do was win 1 or 2 gunfights, and even if you got the spawn, if you got a few streaks in your pocket, you can just let it rain Predators for days. That's the moment right there. In that clip, we saw XCEED hit through the front. They take one player off the boxes who had no business being there if they were going to win the fight, and then the Predator to absolutely secure the spot. Now, as we take a look at the post-action report, a very solid affair there going through for EXC, Callie. And while Red Queen's, reconnected back in, and she's having a bit of a technical issue, give us a breakdown on what this stat line looks like.
Yeah, Faker was playing fast all throughout that map with that shotgun and with those SMGs that's available in his hand, right? 46-36 on that KD, a 195 impact for him, and was always the one serving as the entry fragger for the team when it comes to breaking those hard points. And he did it pretty well when it's holding down that P3 back in that second hardpoint rotation where Radical Requiem was getting all of these eliminations at the first set. And obviously for XCEED, it is such a total team effort for them. Almost everyone at least averaged 40 seconds inside of that hardpoint. But for Radical Requiem, right, they had that rotation. It's just the gunfights that really was the struggle for them, especially at the second half of the battle that we had here. 250 to 180, it was definitely close, but Radical Requiem dropping their gunfights, not able to get good value off of their operator skills, was the detriment for them and the reason why they lost this battle at the upper bracket.
Oh, we called it earlier. Red Queen said he loves the flex, and why would you not flex if you're Faker? He was doing everything to win that 46-36 with the KRM. I know Garena goes crazy for it. I know whenever I play ranked and I get absolutely dogged on by a KRM, I go crazy too. So I know the feelings of it as well. I gotta say, just overall, you mentioned the gunfights, pivotal moments. Big time players make big time plays and big time games. That big time game play moment came through in an absolute need in that P3 rotation. Kudos to the players over at XCEED, KURZO, and now we only have 2 teams left in the upper bracket, and it just so happens that both of them are from the Philippines, Callie.
Yeah, this Philippine region are always competitive, right? The passion that they have inside the game, it is just 100 times super sweaty when it comes to Philippine lobbies. I don't know, it might just be the culture that, you know, these Filipinos definitely have. And it's just all about the structure and the mental fortitude that they got, right? But Radical Requiem did show out pretty great here. It's just that the micro decisions and that late game moments that they were not just able to really get through in order for them to get that victory. But yeah, they showed great promise in this eliminations. I feel like Donkey from Radical Requiem did pretty great, especially as a sniper when it comes to playing the search and rescue. But yeah, we're going to be hopping into our analyst segment, which happens to be under my territory. So take a step back there, Verdict. We're going to be bringing you guys all of this analyst segment here. I picked out only the micro decisions because I felt like those were the most important moments in this battle, right? Because we saw so many great plays for these squads, but it all came down to that gameplay at the end. Now, starting with our first clip here is going to be Daniel up against Tails in this takeoff team deathmatch. 48-46, XCEED leading by 2 points. They're feeling confident that they can end this here, but look at what Daniel does in this moment. Right here, right? They decided to go in for that spray down. And if we play this clip right here, Tails is able to spot that guy down. See what he does next. He hops in. He flies through this stadium without any backup whatsoever. And yeah, trying to take this, you know, high risk, high reward gameplays. Yes, it might give you an opportunity to take this win, but sometimes you don't. And if you see this clip right here, it is going to be Daniel that won this gunfight. And it turned out to be 48-48. It all had to came down to Robbie from XCEED to turn things around here. Player number 3 in blue, he is equipping that sniper to bring all of these eliminations for this final gameplay. And yeah, XCEED decided to just really stack their moments at the southern portion of the stadium side, and Robbie was able to have that heroic gameplay to get this job done on a 50-49 gameplay. Heading into our next segment, on our next clip on our search and rescue gameplay. Now, this is, again, another micro decision that you need to take into consideration if you're trying to play competition. You can see here that Robbie, he's got that bomb on the map. He's caught it, and see what he does next. He is at the open, he's at that mid-map, and see what happens next. He decides to take the challenge up against Donkey and see where that bomb is dropped. Exactly. Exposed in the direction of the players from Radical Requiem. And looking at that next clip, you see it will make things hard for XCEED to get that bomb plant because they have to pick up that bomb first. Prim and Tails, they got 45 seconds left. They have to pick up that bomb. They don't have much time left, and they're very desperate. And see what Donk does on this clip right here. He knows where this bomb is shot because he took down Robbie. He got that timing onto Tails, get that second clip onto Prim to get that 2-piece, and get that elimination to bring Radical Requiem that second round victory. And now we go into our next clip here as well. It is going to be, again, a micro decision. Look at where XCEED is at the moment. They got that bomb down at the A site with only 33 seconds left. Now you got number 5 in Tails holding down the A side, second floor through the scaffoldings. But look at where his other 2 teammates are. Prim and Robbie, they're holding down the Z alley, the connectors, in a very crucial spot. Now Akmal, he is with his teammates. It's a 2v2 situation inside here. Look at this clip right here. Akmal, he's able to get that push. He spots down Robbie and Prim. Prim is the one that got eliminated. Now this could have been played a lot better for XCEED. They could have just hold it down inside of the A square, just take over the position within the shadows, the corners, and just wait for the rotation to happen for Radical Requiem. But that was not the case. They decided to just go in aggressive because they think that they got the best chance at winning this, and it turned out to be a bad play because Akmal on this coming clips, he was able to light them up and get that 3-piece, not with an AR, but an SMG from the close and that long-range action. And it's just all about these micro decisions that could have given XCEED a chance to win it, and yeah, try to pull it through. Now, another one in this search and rescue we'll be going from XCEED, right, on this next clip that we're going to be showing you guys. This time, it is a 1v3 situation. Now, this is one of the highlights that I wanted to show to you guys because Faker played this 1v3 perfectly. With only 26 seconds left at the A site, you just have to defend it for a couple of more seconds. He is going to be met by 3 players coming in from the Z alley and all the way from the base. So what he does next here is going to be something that you want to add up into your arsenal if you are trying to clutch up a 1v3. Now play this clip right here and see what Faker does. He knows that there's 2 members there. He pops the smoke to increase his odds of survivability. Now he is waiting for Donk to make that bomb plant defusal, right? And he decides to see him. But the problem here is that he doesn't have, you know, the chance to finish everything up, maybe because of the proper attack here. And yeah, Faker played this clip. He was not able to clutch it. He fumbled the bag, but having that smoke gameplay on your arsenal definitely will help you increase your survivability there. So yeah, that's right there. How do you feel about this, Verdict?
I gotta say, I thought this was a masterpiece of a attempt, but this is one of those, like, in your mind, you're like, this is what I'm gonna do. And then you go to do it, and it's like, oh my god, I just got way too nervous, but this moment's too big. There's 3 players still alive. Big Donk over here is defusing the bomb. I'm just gonna whiff my shots and just absolutely, you know, excrement down my leg, bro. It's literally one of those moments that could have been great. The only bad thing about it is, though, there's still 15 seconds left to go, and there's still 2 players still alive. The odds still favoring. The fact that Faker was still alive here was crazy. The clutch, though, even if you do get this kill, the odds are still very much so stacked against you.
Me, I'm just all about the gunfights and how accurate they are when it comes to you know, eliminating each other. You know what? I've been waiting since yesterday for a hardpoint match to happen, only to be let down by my signal connection, man. I mean, why am I being punished here? So I guess it was a close competition between the 2 teams. I mean, both teams want to advance to the grand finals, so it's expected. But unfortunately, only one will be declared as the winner, even if it's just 1 point. That point can be the deciding factor, pretty much like what happened during the team deathmatch. So again, Callie with a very nice breakdown. Man, I'm learning a lot, you know, just by listening to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Red Queen. And I hope you guys like that on the on the chat. Let me know if you guys want more of this breakdown, because we got more coming right up next down at the lower bracket. We'll be right back after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX What? Slowly turning the tide.
Broken breaking, they take the win!
Look at that rage, getting 1, getting 2, getting 3, and
What a
right!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what has been very, very, very eventful night. We've already seen one map 3 tonight. Will we see more go the distance? Only time will tell. Two victors have stepped up to the ring, and they will be facing off later on tonight. But now it's time for the sad parts. We're gonna say goodbye to 2 more teams. And in our next matchup, we've got Chaosz and TP, the target practice, of course. And of course, I'm Verdict. That's Red Queen. Red Queen. We got a hard point. We didn't get to see it, but you know what? We enjoyed it still nonetheless. The bracket, though, about to tell us a little bit more of a different story.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great exchange coming from both Radical and XCEED, but at the end of it all, Verdict, it was XCEED who got the big W, securing their spot in this tournament. And, well, this is the bracket, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's, you explain it better, Verdict.
Oh, this one's been a crazy hectic one. Sweeps across the board with the exception of that last one. Right now, we are heading down towards the Gulag series. That's right, the last chance. Your homies will not be able to buy you back after this one. You're out if you do lose. Chaosz and target practice take the stage here momentarily, and then after that we'll have Sentinels and Radical Requiem. Winners of both of those matchups will face off against each other in the lower bracket final, and if I'm not mistaken, that should be our final matchup of the night. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure if we'll do the upper bracket finals tonight. Are we gonna do the upper bracket finals tonight? Upper bracket finals will be on the grand finals night. So it'll be lower bracket finals tonight, upper bracket final, grand finals, and lower bracket all for grand finals Sunday. So championship Sunday is tomorrow. Today, we got a carpe diem. We got to seize the moment. We got to see who is the best with this region. Obviously, this is going to be some Malaysia and Singapore on Malaysia-Singapore violence. Am I right?
I think this is a civil war that's about to happen. But if we're going to be basing off of what happened yesterday with Chaosz, with their kind of performance and target practice for tonight, who do you think has the better chance of actually winning the Gulag here?
Oh, that's a good call. I haven't seen too much of Chaosz. Well, so I've seen target practice. They look solid in some capacity. The team deathmatch was a little shaky, but let's just be real. TeamBa might be the favorite to, you know, win this tournament altogether. Them or XCEED, in my opinion. And with that being said, I do have to say that the side of target practice didn't look bad against TeamBa. They just didn't look great. So with that being said, if you're playing against an opponent that great and you're able to hold your weight, I think I got to roll with you in that instance.
All right. That's a fair assumption right there. But again, I'm excited to see what kind of power and tenacity Chaosz can actually bring it back to day number 2. It's going to be a different format because since this is the Gulag part of the series, lower bracket series. So I'm not sure what's going to happen between these two teams, but when it comes to like warm up and momentum, target practice was able to play just a while ago. So this would be the first time that Chaosz will be stepping into the arena.
There we go. In the arena you go. This is the last series for themselves if they don't come out victorious. We all know how gulags work. It's a 1v1, right? And your objective is to either capture the I'm just kidding. It's not that game, but you get the point. You've got to take your opponent down. You've got to do it victoriously, and you've got to do it in combat, hand to hand. Everyone's going to be in a 5v5. We're going to have knife fights and all. No, we're going to have guns too. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a pleasure. TDM, search and rescue, and if we get to see more Hardpoint tonight, should be a very epic adventure. Now, as I'm getting words, we will be watching the lower bracket semifinals for both lower brackets. We'll get the upper bracket final as well as the lower bracket finals. So in total, we've got our work cut out for us. That is a total of 6 matches all tonight, and my goodness, right now, a very, very spicy one.
All right, it's gonna be an exciting again day number 2. Everyone is just looking forward at which of the teams right here will be stepping into the grand finals. Who will take home that lion's share of the prize pool, 50,000 COD and bucks right there. What you need to actually style up your character and just make sure you all flash it like that before you step into any classic games or perhaps in a tournament. I mean, that could be
very, very epic one indeed. As we take a look, let's meet the team from Malaysia, Singapore in the corner. Raiding in from KURZO, we've got Mech4, Noob, Kisov, Killbot, and Salt. This one is about to be an epic series, and I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of the sweater vest. I actually love the tiles underneath it too. A devastating look here from Noob. And the boys and gals over here at KURZO is going to be an absolute bloodbath here in game number 1.
And again, we will be seeing this wonderful lady right here perform the only rose amongst thorns. And they will be going up against team here. Let's see how they're gonna be performing with all of the pressure that is happening. I'm pretty sure they've talked about this one. They talked about how to best approach every situation here. But again, you know how crucial this. They know what they need to do. They know what kind of aggression they need to put up for this tournament, because if they won't be able to win this fight, then I guess we have to say our goodbyes.
I have to say our goodbyes. It's not too late, but never say never. Anything is possible here in the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Community Gladiators event. We're in the gulags. We've got knives abound. We've got gunshots coming up in a brewing here as we see where all the action is going to be taking place. We're heading back to the lovely, lovely seasides of that seaside map number 1 for the team Deathmatch. Tunisia, going to be our game number 2 for the search and rescue. And if it does make it to a game 3, it's a fan favorite. It's Hackney Yard. I say fan favorite. I am very much so embellishing it. I don't know how this one made it through.
Okay, I got a little confused there. I thought it was going to be a 1v1 situation coming from both of the teams. So again, we'll be playing Team Deathmatch, Search and Rescue, and a deciding game, which is Hardpoint. So to talk about the band operator, it's going to be War Machine for the side of Chaos and Arsenal for the map. And for target practice, it is still Equalizer. I think it's the same band operator. Okay, a while ago. But yeah, take off for the map this time for target practice. So again, I mean, this will be a pretty epic battle between these two teams. I mean, target practice, once again, they need to redeem themselves. So let's see if we will be seeing some sort of like a wrecking ball energy coming from target practice, because again, they're one of the consistent team from yesterday, from day number 1, but it's a different target practice for day number 2. So can they defend themselves? Now they're going to be taking on Chaos this time.
That's a great question. They've tasted once. Tonight, they've only tasted sore defeat. We'll see if they're sore losers or if they are redemption bound as we're heading into it. It's the lower bracket semifinals. It's now or never. KURZO. Will your story be told as a little bit of a chaotic comeback, or will target practice handle you like a warm-up? Let's find out now as we get our gunnies hot here in the beautiful seaside Team Deathmatch, a race to 50. As the scenic view here, absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Everything just looks just so elegant, man. This is the winery box that Callie was talking about earlier. I wouldn't say this is a power position. I think the school site, the restaurant, or actually is the call out proper. The restaurant, that sub-level, that below ground surface, you got to go down some stairs and lock it down. Surely you will have a little bit of it.
Right, here we go. Here we go once again. Everybody's getting into position, headed towards the mid-part section of the map here. A lot of nades being popped off. We can see that 3 players coming from the side of Chaos is now headed towards, again, to in the middle to challenge up target practice. JJP with the first shot, right? It was able to kill one. Waiting for the kill fit to actually line up. Next one goes down. Saw Killbot coming from the side of Chaos. Just went down by the hands of JJP. TeamBa still also on a roll with the kills.
TeamBa, man, that was a last-ditch effort to get the nade out of the hand. It may have baked him too much. Killbot looking for the 2-piece. Oh! Phenomenal movement.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating the crowd, and the diamond gloves coming out for your boy. Let's go. KRM out hot and heavy. Noob finally going to be able to shut him down. JJP getting involved. Yeshu out of the equation as he finds one. Mech and Salt getting involved with the equation as well. And so far, so good. 8-6 in the live count. This is not like what we saw earlier tonight.
Aggressiveness, yes, that's what we are seeing right now coming from both teams here. It is now becoming a bloodbath situation. Chaosz versus Target Practice. We can see it. It's 10-6 in favor of Chaosz. We can see a lot of pre-fire gaming coming from Yeshu, but Killball with a jump shot. Oh, nasty, nasty, nasty.
Okay, nasty, nasty plays coming through. Oh my God, we didn't catch that. We didn't see that. It went right over our head just like the nade mech. Twice baked potato right in his face. He almost bites the bullet on it as it bounces off. JJP trying to reel it back in for the home squad. He's going to be able to find a two-piece in the feed, though, just like that. Killbot right there in response. What's the question? What's the answer? Salt going to be able to shut him down.
Ooh.
Line of sight there for Salt and Kisov as they combine for 2 in the feed. And, well, I might have spoke too early. KRC is looking like a dominant team. They have yet to lose a majority of these gunfights.
Dream puts Kesov to sleep. We've got Tarzi falling down as well. Moving over to Dream with a CVR4, but Killbot says hi and goodbye, man. You're going back to the respawn area. Noob as well as Killbot gets shut down by Yeshua next by JJP goes down as well by the Lady Exalt.
The Lady Exalt going absolutely ham, going crazy here on this one. Oh, okay, that's what we're doing, Kisov. He ain't got but 2 on board, but my goodness, that one, point blank, disgusting. Boxing gloves out. You ain't Mike Tyson, buddy. We'll see you back at spawn. Yes, you're going to be able to find a 2-piece before he is traded out. Tarzi getting a little rowdy with it as he does hop out the window seal. Looking for the wrap on the rear. The hit from the back. It's going to be expected. Killbot going to be able to take down JJP in the lead. Still by 11. Going to be favoring the side of KRC.
Here we go. Exalt definitely popping off 28-16 with 6 minutes on the 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Still in favor of Chaosz right there. A lot of exchange happening. Moving over to Saul. Oh, another beautiful shot coming from this lady right here. Pulls up his Deathmatch. Unfortunately, throwing a trigger right there. He goes down. Been thrown down by Dream. Nice counter. Dream again, still alive. About to go up against Mech 4. Can he make it? Nope, I don't think he was able to shut him down, but from behind. Man, that was brutal.
All is fair in war and games, and right now, this game is war. And the warfare here in Seaside continues on. Killbot is an absolute monster of a performer here as he's got 16. Finally going to be taken down across the map. Killbot, well, not Killbot, but is Kisov, who's going to be able to get the revenge. Here comes the sword fights. Oh, hello, there's someone there? No.
Oh.
Yep, I can't shoot my gunny, but I could dang sure take you down with the melee action. He's going to be able to take down 1. Tarzi there to get a trade on through. Make it 2. Can he get the 3rd? Absolutely not. The Finnick there from Salt. Just too grainy. Just too good. Shots too crispy. And certainly now a lead. Still very much so in the favor of KRC. We're finally starting to see a little bit of action coming through from target practices. They're starting to heat up as the 2-piece comes through from the operators.
Here we go, 30-29. We've got JJP right here with a pre-fire. Unfortunately, he did not shoot on anything but the wall. Kesov, his dancing a little bit there. Chaosz just waiting. Oh, man! He kind of... Okay, that was bad timing. I mean, he showed his back right there the moment that his opponent actually took a peek. But 36-29, Noob throwing in some nades. Grounding Vortex gun, waiting for the right shot. There you go.
Big brain. He doesn't have but 3 kills, but that was such a big brain play. You got a trophy in front of you. It takes 2 throwables to defeat it, or else the gravity vortex is going to be sucked into oblivion and completely useless. He throws both tacticals, or tactical and nade, and surely is going to be able to find 1. Would have liked to found more, but does meet his demise. Lead only by 4. We're starting to see target practice heat up, and the comeback is real.
Ooh.
There goes another, as he does find the last few shots of the claw. Dream making a little bit more of a nightmare for his opponent. Mech 4 trying to reel it back in with the operators too, as well as a Purifier about to burn out into oblivion, and he's not going to have anything to show for it. 4:20 on the clock, 41-36. Still a favor by 5. Make it 6. No, make it 5. Assault is quick to retaliate.
Oh man, Dream turning out to be Freddy Krueger here. 40-37. JJP on your screen. Killbot, absolute monster right there. Double-digit score for this specific player. We can see now Salt goes down. Yeshu with a win. Killbot on the screen once again, ladies and gentlemen, with a claw, waiting for the right opportunity to shut down any opponent that comes his way. Oh man, he completely missed that one.
Yikes.
I think that was a great dodge from the opposition.
Oh, he heard that claw go rolling, and surely he hit the hills. Get out of the window. Get out of everything. Your life matters here in this instance. And right now, what was an 11-point lead at one point, now dwindling. It's only one that Yeshu and squad need to reel it back in. Killbot, the only one putting up a big number besides Salt as well. So the team needs a little bit of help. Salt going to be able to pick up their 13th. The lead's going to be transferred back in blue, and everything starts to slow down here in Seaside now as Salt is in enemy territories, and the advantage still very much so just in Chaosz's hands, but one kill could sway that decision.
Chaosz taking their sweet time, move from the back, gets it done, 47-45. We're talking about just 3 points before we close this match. A little bit of slowdown coming from both of the teams, being careful, not being reckless this time. Yeshu now with Nexabite headed towards the north side of the map. We've got Salt right there just holding off that position. Really, but okay. A little bit of truce.
Yo, she's
been
been on a little bit of a tear. She's on an island right now,
yeah,
and she's been there for the past 2 minutes. And I am so shocked that we don't see anybody go and try and take that position out. Obviously, it's a power position because she's looking down that staircase, waiting for somebody to come up. And she's on the opposite side of the pool table now, so she's got a little bit of a headway room. If she is sniffed out here, this could make it closer, and there's nobody within proximity of getting a trade. So if I'm the side of target practice, I send 2 up there. You sacrifice 1, but you get them out of enemy territory. And look at her. She's up top, and she's just wreaking havoc, and nobody has dealt with her.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, you said it. That was a power position right there. They know how powerful Excellent can be with that angle. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Chaosz winning the team death match. Oh, man. Target practice must be in a slumber right now.
Oh, they've got to be. You basically lost a 2v5. I'm not dissing the members of KURZO. I am simply stating facts. When you look at it on the map, it was only 2 players, Killbot and Salt. And Salt, at the end, was untradeable. Nobody wanted to contest her, but it did start off early. KURZO gained a little bit of traction off the rip. Killbot going absolutely bonkers. Near got a 5-piece. In that little first feed, but I say little, it was massive. It was a giant one. Lead started to get drastic. I said it was by 11, I meant 12. And it did dwindle from there. Nonetheless, it was a very, very fighting affair for the side of target practice. It was just executed perfectly by KURZO.
Yeah, I mean, Killbot went berserk, racking up a lot of points for his team right there. Look at those stats. I mean, most valuable player. Coming from the other side from target practice, it's a Yeshu that was able to put up, you know, like a good performance for the team.
Hey, I called it earlier. I said KURZO is going to take this matchup, and I'm just going to be honest with you. It's going to be on the backs of Killbot and Salt. They fried, they fried early on. And, I mean, look at it. Look at this. If this doesn't tell you a story, then I don't know what to say. On the right-hand side of your screen, nobody in, you know, a pit or negativity. It's by 2 for Torzi, and Dream goes -4. But the impact of the map is distributed, whereas there is a massive drop-off from Killbot and Salt all the way down to Kisov, Mech, and Noob. So overall, a collectively better attempt on the right-hand side. But you just can't deny Killbot and Salt. They absolutely cooked. And, you know, I don't want to be tooting my own horn, but like I said, I called it earlier tonight. You know, they are definitely the better opponent.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know what target practice is going to do with the situation. I mean, definitely been having a very bad day number 2. I mean, it's a lose streak from the get-go. So, again, this is not something that I expected, you know, coming from target practice. I'm pretty sure I called it earlier that they're one of the heavy hitters, teams that you should be watching out for. But I don't know what happened for this day. Somebody must have a bad breakup or something, or ate a bad breakfast, lunch. I don't know, but this is not, again, what we looked forward to, when it comes to target practice.
Yeah, you know what? You just got to do a better job on your scouting reports, Red Queen. Come on now. I mean, I called, like I said, I called it. I'm obviously capping chat. I said I was with her on this from the very beginning. I can't do it anymore. I can't sell you out. I can't throw you under the bus. I was wrong as well. Target practice had every opportunity to reel it back in. I still think collectively they're a better team. That's undeniable. The stats prove thin. Now, just you're a better team doesn't mean you're going to be a better team and win. You could be a better team and still lose. Collectively, you did your parts. It just wasn't enough to win. On the flip side of things, what is that? 2 in the hand is better than 1. No, it's 1 in the hand's better. Those 2 that are on the top frag side, Salt, she cooked. Killbot, an absolute demon. I think I saw some people in chat going, "Go Killbot, go Killbot." I see why, man. That guy can absolutely disintegrate opponents.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, target practice, again, better luck next time. With the side of Chaos, I mean, they came in prepared. Pretty sure they went back to the drawing board. They know what is at stake. They know that they had to win this thing. And so they bring in their A game. They definitely performed. Speaking of the side of target practice, it was only Dream that I can say really popped off and tried to do something, tried to match up the energy coming from the opposition, but it wasn't really enough. Firepower wise, I mean, couldn't really match up the energy that the opposition had been given out.
Yeah, especially when you got on the flip side, Killbot going Ultra Instinct, Super Saiyan, I mean, was an absolute final form there in that team deathmatch. I'm just so glad we didn't see junior high prom kind of vibes early on, camping in one room, waiting for someone to... I'm just glad we got to see this one escalate quickly. Now, as this one started to get out of hand, target practice, you're on the chopping block. Will you be erased out of the distance here in this tournament? Will your name go down in history, or will it go down in history as a loser, or will you be able to redeem yourself? It's going to have to come through on the Tunisia search and rescue. If it does come through for you, you do have another opportunity there in that hard point. We will be heading over for that action, but you first must win this next map.
Oh, absolutely. And again, they must be feeling the feeling pressure now. I mean, everything's really not going their way. They're really having a bad night. They're not looking too good, looking too hot. So search and rescue, I mean, this game mode right here, you need to be able to show an established communication, a more polished gameplay, and just looking at what they did earlier during the team deathmatch. Right now, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to expect coming from target practice. If they make it out alive of search and rescue, then I guess it's all good for everyone. We're going to be seeing a hardpoint match, but if not, then adios. Hasta la vista, baby.
Hasta la vista, not adios and vaya con Dios. Pressure, it's one thing to feel. It breaks some, it molds others. And we'll see if the diamonds come out of the rough here for the side of target practice, or will you crumble? This is the moment of truth. We're about to find out. Search and rescue here on the board. 3-lane map. It's beautiful. It's Tunisia. It's a COD mobile exclusive. And it looks absolutely delicate. We'll see if we'll treat it like a beautiful flower itself, or we're just going to ram right through the middle and see what happens. Here is the attacking first 6 rounds going to be on the board for Chaosz. Nade's going to be out in abundance. They are going to establish themselves toward the site. Well, at least the bomb carrier is. Still 3 lacking in the spawn there, trying to wait for the pivotal moments to make a move.
Information gameplay. Early onset, we've got Mech 4. Heading over to Salt right here with the Bison. Just waiting if anyone will get into the line of sight right there. But yeah, everyone's making a move. Everyone's just really trying to collect knowledge here. Knowledge is power, as you all know. Salt with a pre-fire game. Okay, but I don't think she was able to hit anyone. What happened? What? Killbot?
Kill's just so damn unkillable. The only way they can take him down is if he kills himself. Oh, he's just going to get rescued. I don't know what the heck was happening there. Rez does come through. He wastes his one life. It is not necessarily YOLO. Well, for him it is. As if he dies, he's absolutely not going to be coming back into the next round. So we'll see if redemption pays off now. Strategy is sound. In the bushes we go. It is player number 5, and he is waiting for the whole kit and caboodle. Here comes the hit. Bomb's going to go down. No, he's going to be smoked out. No, JJP still stays alive as he does take down the bomb carrier, but he's going to be outnumbered, and surely enough, no one there to collect the trades.
Okay, Dream, Yeshu. Where are you guys? Killbot now planting the bomb right there. 3v2 situation. We've got Mech 4. Will try his best, of course, to defend his teammate here, just to make sure that they plant the bomb successfully. We've got Mech 4 right there with a massive fire spray. Yeshu goes down. Dream, on the other hand, did a massive counter. Now it's a 3v1. Dream, let's see. Okay, he's going to be picking up his teammate here. Xbox on the charge. Dream caught slipping. It's a 2-piece kill for this lady right here. Wow.
Ooh, I thought salt for a second. That was not a snowman. That was a salt in the form of a snowman. Jesus Christ. Salt bringing the heat. A little bit of chef's kiss right there on that one. Sprinkle a little salt on him as well. Now as the first round goes in favor, KURZO with the advantage. A little slow and steady wins the race kind of ordeal. On the flip side of things, target practice striking out early to see if they can redeem themselves.
You know what? At this point of the match, I'm going to call her Salt Bae. It's a 1-0 Chaos. Chaos with that advantage right there. We got Nexabite on prone, just freaking like a snake there. Okay, here we go. Ooh, Killbot. That was, again, a brutal shot coming from that player.
JJP.
Goes down as well by JJP.
No,
Killbot gets shut down by Yesha. It's a back-and-forth situation, ladies and gentlemen. Dream gets sent back to the Dreamland. Noob goes down as well. A 3v2, ladies and gents. Salt Bae is still alive together with Kesav. But what are they gonna do at this situation?
Bison out. Salt Bae trying to take some shots on through. Salty about the boxing gloves coming out. Yeshu says, I will not have that kind of violence here in this one. Shot's going to come through for JJP. Not going to be able to get the credit for the kill. Nonetheless, it's a team effort. It's a team squad. Target practice. Going to be able to get the defuse with 4 left standing. The second round on the search and rescue seems to be a bit better for them, as that A hit did not pan out perfectly for KURZO.
Yeah, but can they follow through, though? Can they be consistent this time? Okay, that was a good play coming from the side of target practice. Now, let's see what's going to happen again as we are back to the reset. Noob on your screen. Popping up a lot of smoke there. Hitting right there in the middle. Oh, man! 2 down for the side of Chaos in an instant. Good opening match for target practice. We've got Mech 4 with a shot down. G goes down once more. Let's see who will be next. Exo gets shut down by Nexabite. Using that bingo right there. And another kill. Another one bites the dust.
Oh, is this Dingo like the new meta and I just didn't get the scouting report on this? Because bro is cooking. He's left a few one-shot, and that's a little bit of question of concern. But right now he's in a very, very powerful position. Killbot gonna be able to take down JJP on the retaliation. Bison at range, smacking one as well as Nexabite gonna get dropped. Killbot finally gonna be dealt with. Think he's gonna be able to get a chance to be res. Kisov not gonna hit the shots. Yeshu is gonna be able to find 2 in return. And Mech now, the last hope in yellow. KURZO looking to clutch it up. Yeshu on the reciprocate again. He's up top winery as things start to slow down.
Yeshua, I think, wants to actually revive a teammate right there. Oh, okay, he decided, okay, I'm going to clutch this one. I'm going to clutch this one and, get the point. So that is now a 2-2-1. And again, we asked about consistency coming from target practice. I know pressure is high, but can they, as you said, can they be diamonds?
Oh, they got to shine bright here. Right now, they're starting to shine through these first 3 rounds. They've got 2 of them so far. But they are far from perfect. Let's see the hit over towards the B side. I was waiting for the rotation for this one. They are looking for the player that lacks over here, or lurks over here rather, and well, should be on an island. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to stop this bomb plant down. Killbot going to be able to get active and get it down. JJP going to leave 1 in a little bit of a bait and switch affair. Nexabite, Dingo in hand. Can he make a little bit of a crispic whisper? No, Nexabite's dropped. Salt Bay absolutely letting them have it.
Yeah, Salt Bay again with another kill. JJP. Oh man, Yashu got shut down by Kesov. Now, moving on. Let's see if Kesov can actually find his second target right here. Salt Bay is just right behind this big concrete right here, just holding off this corner. Okay, here we go. That massive spray gets the job done. Tarazi, on the other hand, looking to looking out for blood right here. Tarazi very low in HP though, but we can hear that. We can hear the clock. There's a knockout, a haymaker, and that evens the fight.
Hey, not only is she good with the gunny, but can she throw? Can she throw those gloves? Let me tell you. Haymaker coming out with a 1-2 punch, solid one. And I'm starting to question it here. If it's not broke, why break it? We're going to hit the A site yet again. 2 rounds that you did lose were to this site alone. Now, what I will say is there's a little bit more of a different approach for the defense as they send 2 over towards the B side. Hail of storms coming through as the bomb site's already been compromised over at A. Maybe they're smarter than their look. The gunfight's absolutely immaculate. Salt opens up with the first, and the bomb's been planted, and JJP is spraying and praying for his life.
Yeah, Salt just sprinkled salt up against Dream right there, sent back to the Dreamland. Charzy goes down by the hands of Meg. Poor Meg, tried to do a spray, but it was him that gets took down. JJP, on the other hand, met Killbot, and you know how good Killbot is when it comes to getting those elimination points. Now moving over to next to fight, dance with the devil there, and was able to get the job done.
Okay, 2 more players left standing. Of course they're going to win. Of course they got plenty of time to defuse. Killbot, forced hand, had to make a move. Bomb not planted for that side, buddy. You've got to rotate a little bit there. Wow, and the clutch not going to come through. It is going to be a score 1 for the defending team. So, we'll just go ahead and stack the statistics against it. You have 0% chance of winning on the A side so far. What is going to be your last round decision? Are you going to buckle up for that B hit, which it looks like it is going to be the case? The bad thing is the defense knows it, and Yeshu with a God nade going to be able to open up with the first blood. JJP might be finding enough for the second. Teammates actually going to be able to collect the wound, and, well, you're right back where you started, but down by 2 players.
At least you know what, Target Practice decided to show up this time. Let's see how long they can last. We can see a back 4 trade. Kessup goes down next to Buzz with a wonderful shutdown. They've got Mech 4 once again with another kill. A name under his belt. A Mech 4 unfortunately gets dropped by Dream. Salt Bay.
Oh my God! No way!
Rocking it. Wow, that was good.
Wow. For a second, I thought Saul was like, hey, you're trolling, right? You're just throwing gloves, right? Where's the gunny at? We haven't seen it in a while. And we land a 1-2 combo, a 2-piece right in your face. Not necessarily going to get the job done, though. Statistically speaking, you're better odds onto the B side, but it was a little bit predictable. Right now, we're going to flip sides, flip the scripts. As we see the attempts coming through. Yeshu, hello. You got to throw a trophy down if you're going to save yourself here on the B site. Gonna hop the bomb prematurely. Yes, Mech right here to reciprocate. Into the cubby he goes, the connector. Looking solid. Well, they're gonna go ahead and push it on up. We got 1-for-1 trades coming through, Requiem. Now the bomb's about to go down, and well, that clock's about to disappear. 1:30 on the clock, gonna be reduced to 45. A 2v4 retake ensue.
By now, you should be able to know which position to take and maintain. Here comes an attack again coming from Noob right here. Okay, damn the devil once again, but unfortunately, JJP is a much stronger team, and it was a 2-piece kill right there. And 4-2. Exalt once again right here. Tries to go up against Exabyte, but, whew, man, 5-2. Target Practice. Pretty consistent now with the gameplay.
Okay. Hey, they can do it on the defense. They also doing it here on the attack. Right now, a curveball is being tossed to the ladies and gentlemen over at KURZO. You look better in the team ditch, but right now, you are absolutely singing off beat here in this one. Can't find a rhythm, can't find a groove, can't find anything to go in your favor right now. How about a gunfight? Noob, you're right in a position to go ham. Wow. Killbot, though, is going to take your shot. He finds the 2-piece. And finally, a little bit of a glimmer coming back through is the spark of a comeback.
Oh, here we go.
Is a brewing. 1 player left to deal with it next to bite. And, well, he's going to go ahead and get a res on 1, but 2v5 here for the clutch? What's the odds?
Yep, here we go. I mean, one of the best tactics right here is always outnumber your opponent. Right now, we've got Chaosz with the numbers. It's a 5v1 situation, and there you go, a massive spray. and they take this round 5-3, ladies and gents. I mean, Chaos definitely will not go down swinging. Not swinging.
Okay.
Rather.
Oh, they're swinging. Salt has brought everything, including the boxing gloves, and she is swaying on many times. All right, we're gonna swing ourselves over towards that A site, though. Before you do make that compromise, you got to get past a few. Ooh. It's Nexabyte trying to make the entrance, but Killbot's in a perfect position to go big, and KURZO striking early for 2 off the board.
Okay, it's 2-point lead coming from the side of target. Practice 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. KURZO just aiming and maintaining his position right there, holding off that angle. Noob, same thing. Move it a little bit forward. He saw Dream and puts him down. Okay, here we go. Salt Bay again, man, with a brutal shutdown. And it is now a 5-4, man. Chaos is catching up. Do you think that they were able to predict now all of the movements coming from target practice?
I think it's not so much that KURZO is predicting it well. I think it's just so much of the fact that target practice is being too predictable. Nade shot's gonna come through. Yeshu, he's chucked a few of those for first blood. His res gonna come through as well. Nexabyte's gonna be able to stick it. And well, first blood is going to lead to some information, and surely this B stack is lined up perfectly. 3 on the objective, 1 in the middle of the map in Killbot. And surely if you cross his path, he's gonna make you pay. 1 lone survivor there on towards the A side too, and the intel tells you to go back to the spawn, and well, that's exactly what KURZO is doing, or not KURZO, but target practice is doing.
Here we go. A little bit passive at the moment. Everyone's trying to feel the vibe, feeling the situation. Information gameplay, but here comes out an exchange between Kazov and JJP. Who will win the fight? It was, of course, JJP. Man, this guy has been winning gunfights, on a streak right there. Killbot again. I mean, is it a surprise? He's been amazing lately. JJP again on your screen. We've got Mac 4. Oh, Dream,
Yikes.
nasty shot right there.
Yeah, it's tough. You gotta wait in a moment like this. It's a 2v4. The only way you're clutching this is when you play with your duo. They had a collapse come through. Noob was hitting the backside, and well, unfortunately, it didn't come through in time. Noob gonna be able to take down 1 with the melee. Can't spray the gunnies. Well, JJP, he'll spray you down in cold blood, and we are on map point here. Will this be the last round?
Okay, target practice definitely showing up, showing us that, hey, we can still make this one. We can make it to game number 3 here. Now, Chaos, man, they're feeling the pressure right at this moment. They're so close to winning the fight, but I think we're going to be forcing a game number 3 here, looking at the situation. Okay, we got Kesov on your screen now with the Elcar 9, moving over to Mech 4. A little bit passive once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're killing nothing but time.
All right, time being killed. Minute 30 on the clock. We've got to make something happen. Got to make something shake. Got to make something move. If you're KURZO, one wrong move could be your last here in this search and rescue. Let's see if you can rescue your attempts here into this game of number 2. Will you be able to end it here? Yes, you. Gonna be able to find 1. Looking for the second in collection. JJP is gonna be on the trail. It has not gone cold, but his shots have. And well, the stun's gonna provide a little bit of excellent hold for the transition, but it's still JJP who prevails, and Mech gonna be shooting air as they've disappeared. Rounds down to 40 seconds. Retake. It's 1v5 style, as Killbot is absolutely the last player alive to make it happen. Feels bad. That is a mega lol. 1 shot there as the hit marker comes in for the KRM, and ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a second Hardpoint coming through as target practice able to square us even 1-for-1, taking down KURZO. All right, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties on the end for Red Queen, so while we are waiting for her to reconnect, we're just going to take a look at some of the highlights as we do per normal. Salt Bay coming through massive in the early of this one. JJP, I know he was just whiffing a few shots, but not necessarily going to get the kill. Target Practice leaning on their heavy carries to make something happen. It was a collective effort, though. So the defense was strong. The attack was just as brutal. And surely, KURZO dropping the Search and Destroy, leading us to a Game 3 Hardpoint that's right around the corner. Big round right there that we just saw. Team Target Practice coming through, tying us up, making it all equal in this. And surely enough, we'll be able to see some stats to come along with it. There is KURZO held on by a thread for a while. Nonetheless, they fall shy of victory and closing us out in a good 2-0 fashion. Let's see what we can bring to the table here is Yeshu, an absolute unit, as well as JJP. 13 kills on board for Yeshu, 12 for JJP, Callie.
Yeah, obviously for Target Practice, right, you're gonna love to have these two members just to be on your side because they can really get those kills for you. And yeah, only combining one death for Yeshu and JJP here, so they really took care of their lives there more significantly. And the only problem that I got here for Chaosz, right, and the only reason why I think they lost this game is they brought in too much gloves and melees in a gunfight, right? So definitely did play a lot of factor in there since most of them, especially Salt, Mech, and Killbot, were able to average double-digit kills here. It's just that they lacked that sniper presence on a very long-range map in KSAV, who only got 2 kills here. So they still got a chance to really bounce back, play their hearts out, and avoid getting eliminated at the Gulag bracket. They're gonna have to be playing that Hardpoint later on, and they're gonna have to play with all their might in order for them to outlast Target Practice, who was eyeing out for that 2.
Okay. Figured out along the way now is we figured out that we have got ourselves a competition on our hands, Callie. This one leading us to a hard point yet tonight is we've got several matches left to go here. We are only at the midway point. Once we cross this one, we're in for the long haul. Got to get through it first. The hard point now leads us to a very exciting series. They're fighting for their life. Obviously, you've got to put it all on the line there, and you got to commend Target Practice coming back after a little bit of a brutal beating in that team deathmatch. They'll be able to put up another encore performance here in the hardpoint. That's a good question that I have to ask for you.
They definitely played that team that much very close, and I feel like they have a greater chance of just trying to chain this win over after winning that search and rescue in a very convincing manner, winning it through a dominant pacing from Yeshu and JJP. Now, it's just that they need to be better collectively off the start, which was lacking when they were playing that team deathmatch respawn that we got earlier. So just finding that right position, getting that anchor, especially when we play this coming hardpoint, there's always going to be money hills, so just trying to prioritize that early rotation and win those next wave of gunfights that will help them chain over, get some more time, and be able to dominate everything up here. Verdict.
No, absolutely. Gonna figure out what map we're gonna be playing on. Is I've got the memory of a goldfish, so as soon as we are able to see it up on board, we will also be able to take a look and see what kind of odds we have stacked against us. You said the sniper presence wasn't felt there in that search and destroy. The melee came out. If we get a close quarter in combat encounter, we'll see Killbot definitely shine, as well as Salt, as they have been absolutely crushing the competition with the KRM and the combo, the PP Bison and the gloves, man. The 1-2 punches have been rolling to it now as we see where we have gotten to this point. Oh, that's right. It's Acne Yard. How can I forget the fan favorite?
I love this Acne Yard, right? The money hills here, the docks, the tire shop, those are the hard points you want to focus your eyes on and just get that early rotation. That P1 always going to be scrappy, but you want to set up for next every time you spawn in at the bad side. So Chaosz, I feel like they're going to have a better edge here, especially when they got Killbot with that shotgun running loose every time there's going to be some engagements on these close range battles. And yeah, it's up to JJP to neglect that and negate that attack to come through in this decider. Winner advances to the semis. Loser will have to end their journey tonight.
Pack the bags. I got to head home. We'll say they'll go home empty-handed, but there's enough VOD out there for them to see where things went wrong and improve on and move forward as the next competition comes up for them. Unfortunately, the line of sight for a championship here in the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators event will end here abruptly for one of these teams. And, you know, it's always sad, but, you know, new beginnings here for one of the teams that do continue to move on. Should be very, very much so intense now as Game 3 is on the horizon, Callie. You're thinking that this one should be interesting, especially with the combination of the two gameplays and game styles that we've seen so far. I still have to favor the side of KURZO. They look solid in the team deathmatch. They didn't look bad in the Search and Destroy, but they definitely didn't look their best.
Yeah, I mean, some teams are just a lot better when it comes to playing respawns. Maybe Chaosz is just like that, right? They were kind of just all over the place when playing that search and rescue. They did play better once the switch of sides happened, but gotta have to be consistent all throughout, right? But here we go. You're at a decider match. KURZO, close range combat king, that skill bot that you have to iron out for if you're target practice on this battle. Here we go. It is going to be JJP and crew target practice having the better side and the spawn for now. So if you're Chaosz, need to win this next wave of gunfights first, take over the first hardpoint, and just flip this spawn right after.
Yep, heads up. Don't worry about what happened to the last one. Put it aside. Get the flip here for new. Get some time if you can. And right now, KURZO, they're doing the best of both worlds. They managed to possibly get a flip as the spawn's now going to be a little split dream. You know, you're dreaming if you're hitting those shots, but yeah, what happened? Bruin's going to come out there from the side of Nexabot. He's good for one, but it's a three-piece in the feed for Killbot. And KURZO flawless through the first 30 seconds here of the hard point. The bad thing is, though, they're starting to lose a little bit of map control, and these spawns are not very forgiving.
Yeah, great job though by Nexabot here, just taking that top floor control, finds those two players, but as soon as Killbot enters that B1, able to get that 3 Ps once again. Chaosz able to get a great margin in the first hardpoint where it's supposed to be scrappy. You can really talk about that gunfight just being overwhelming for the side of Chaosz as target practice just trying to figure out what kind of pacing they do want to do in order for them to score some points. They lose that early rotation on the next as well. Gonna have to fight through it, but Killbot is just all over the place right now.
Yeah, Killbot's all over the place. That's the least of your worries. Your early rotation to be dead set on making sure you get to this backside, as this hill is one of the biggest money hills of the map. You funnel in, you're dead, especially when Noob's got the melee. Not going to be able to hit from that range. Aim assist. Couldn't save you there, buddy. You got a little bit of range to go through, but up top of the tire shop, you've got plenty of action coming through from Saw Bay and crew. Killbot continuing to kill bots, ladies and gentlemen. This one is a massacre. KURZO absolutely exposing the side of target practice. Fundamentally sound. They have not been. It just looks like a one-by-one push in, and of course when you do that, when you got a conglomerate team up top and a very strong one indeed, you're just going to continue to fall and be farmed like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, Killbot is just on a nightmare spree here. I mean, even KSAP just brought in the weapon of choice. That is going to be a sniper, so interesting gun choice there for him. But loving the play here that we're seeing for Chaosz, right? They baited out target practice to get those scrap time in order for them to set up for next. That's why you see number 2 in blue and KSAP able to anchor in the dock section and where they get that early rotation, and they will be getting the first few moments inside of that hill until we see some contest for target practice, but only for a brief few moments. They do win this next set of gunfights, putting themselves inside of that point, just scoring the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to need all this time, and let me tell you, P3, it's out in the open. You got very little cover. You got to win those gunfights big time. Break finally going to come through. It was inevitable. You're literally out in the open. Smokes can save you for a bit, but they'll dissipate. As we see, even through it, the operator's now going to continue to hemorrhage this roster. KURZO taking complete control of this. As Mech 4 is going to be able to find a 2-piece, make it 3. He is extra sizzling them here in this one. And let me tell you, when this operator's in the objective, it has plenty of time to expire, and surely enough, Salt now trying to get some map control with the death machine. I'm not saying it's over just now, Callie, but this one not looking like it's going to get any closer. Good rotation here could pay off, but you're still going to be down by about 70, even if you got the full 60.
Yeah, you got a great early rotation, but the team that they're going up against just pulled out 2 operators and just immediately getting that break, right? Still gonna be 2 players coming in from the containers for target practice. They do win some gunfights there, but Killbot will be just letting them build that presence and get those eliminations. But finally, he's still gonna be back and forth scrappy. Taurus brings out the Annihilator, needs to find a good value off of it, but he's gonna get taken down, and Chaosz just continues to win every bit of gunfight here.
KURZO, it's in their name, ladies and gentlemen. They are causing it. Mayhem and chaos across the board, shaking up the hopes and the dreams of the players over at target practice who are finally going to be able to get the last 20 seconds, but I'm starting to question these calls. You're playing for new, but you're pulling out operators on old for what? A little bit of scrap time? I know that you're hemorrhaging, but you got to see the picture for bigger and what it is. 3 seconds left to go. We are still all hills down on old, and there's already 3 making the rotation towards new. And as a matter of fact, backside of the spawns looking much better as the office is going to be occupied. It's in blue. It's KURZO with the opening advantage.
Yeah, this is just, you know, untimely for target practice. They brought out that spiral from Nexabyte and immediately got taken down. And they did not get any kill off of that, right? They also gave Chaosz an immediate rotation onto Nex, but finally they do win the next set of gunfights here. Nexabyte able to break free, heading down the parking lot, get his eliminations with that chopper and just find all of his eliminations. And then they do have, you know, finally a great signs of rotation and just holding down the angles in every entryway that Chaosz decides to put themselves into.
Noob's in a position. Oh, hello, he whiffs. Oh, the back end hits you. With a good Lord split you right on the backside. He's going to be able to find a 2-piece. He's going on an electric here with a tank knife. And surely not going to be able to get the third, so the break's going to come back through. KURZO, silver lining at the end of the tunnel. The light's bright. You still set the stage for a little bit of a comeback here, but you got to be flawless moving forward. 165 to 76 is our score line through the first set of hills. As we rotate over to new, we've already got a little bit of traction and control on the backside. The spawn's being locked down. This is elegant gameplay. This is KURZO taking control and not looking back. And as well, this is going to be a devastating blow to target practice if they can't get this break and the flip early on.
Yeah, cannot let Killbot get away and just get some sort of just like close range engage advantage here up against everybody. Nice shot for JJP inside of that point. For now, they're going to be able to win the gunfights and stay inside the point, but Chaosz about to just flood through, coming in from the phone booth. 3 players heading their way inside. Smokes are there to cover their entrance, and they're about to break free with Killbot inside of this hardpoint.
Killbot in the hardpoint. He's a problem. He's a menace to society. We got to deal with him. Nexabyte finally going to be able to do so. But don't get too comfortable, buddy. There's only 10 seconds left to go in this hill. You're not even going to be able to get that. You got to get this flip. Some motion on the backside. JJP going in for the clutch through the smoke. He's going to be able to stay alive in what looks like could be an early advantage. Oh. No! Salpe throwing salt on the wounds of target practice, but the wound is still fresh. And guess what? She is still alive. She is still alive. Nexabyte gonna hop in to the window. Gonna be able to shut her down. That's the Sparrow comes in. Killbot yet again wreaking havoc on the lobby. He's got 36 and he's got the win conditions right. They can shut it down here in P2.
Yeah, it obviously saw 36 seconds left here. We need to see some contest inside for target practice, but no one really able to be close. But Nexabyte able to get that kill, able to line up inside of that window, but KSAP with the shutdown. Get that spiral right inside of that Kai's face and just force target practice to play that reset.
They got to contest. They got to contest. Nobody's in sight. This is it. This is your last chance. Here comes the last hit. Mech 4 on the back line. He's got it down. Tarzi shut down. One player snuck through. It don't matter. Yeshu shut down. Game number 3 coming down to the wire. A contest is going to come through. It's going to extend it, but Cali, buddy, 249 to 98. You haven't been flawless all game. It's all about the rotation anew. And guess what? You've got one there. All you need is one to put this one away.
Yeah, the nice way for target practice to be there, but Mech brings out the Purifier, gets that final elimination, and Chaosz survives at the Gulag bracket, advances to the lower bracket finals later on. That's a nice way for them to go in. get that momentum going on. Still got a matchup to play later. Chaosz, obviously, the respawn gameplay, a lot better compared to the other teams that are left surviving in this tournament.
Left surviving. This is a Survivor Series. This one is a gauntlet. It's a challenge. They say the good things in life, they don't come easy. Well, let me tell you, that's about as easy as it's going to get there for KURZO. Obviously, they got the butts handed to them in the search and rescue, but the Hardpoint, that Hardpoint, though, looks solid. Hackney Yard looks solid for them. The Money Hills, well, hell, they were all Money Hills. Cali, let's be real. When you got gunnies like Killbot and Mech opening up with some operator kills, of course, you're going to have a feed that is just tremendous and a lead that goes along with it. And say it's not team deathmatch, it's hardpoint. It's a collection of points on the hardpoint objective. Well, if you're getting 10 times as many kills as your opponent as well as getting those rotations early on, of course you're gonna win.
Yeah, and it's very important to note that target practice did not get any points up until P3. So the total map manipulation for Chaosz and their gunfights was really the highlight in there. Killbot had one hell of a matchup, especially when he was out there slaying with that shotgun, that P1 control that he had on the red house at the first hardpoint. He was able to light up multiple sprees. Then you add in the factor of Mech with that purifier. Every time he brings it out, always finding a good value off of it. Able to read off target practice at the rotation that they're doing inside or on rotation. And yeah, just could have been played better here for target practice. Is their rotation game their verdict? Because we saw their P2, their P4, they always came in late, and those are the money hills that requires those early rotations, which they did not have at the start, and it was just the punisher for them.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at it, and Nexabyte had what, he went almost 3 times positive, 33 and 13. But what did that mean on the map? Even though he had a high impact, you're only putting up 10 seconds. You're not getting those early rotational kills. You're literally just putting yourself in a position as stat pad. And I'm not calling them out. I'm not saying, hey, you're a bad player. All I'm saying is there's got to be a little bit of tweaking in the gameplay. You got to get a little bit more of those interactions on the hill or around them and have a positive impact on the objective. You model yourself after a player like Killbot, who had an absolute just disgusting display of both slaying and hill time. He did first he got the hill, and then he did the slaying. You saw him push out of that P2 early into that rotation after they locked it down. Of course, you can slay the perimeter, but you've got to do a good job of slaying inside first. And the objective's always got to be your primary objective.
Yeah, and Chaosz always finding that gameplay through the plays from Killbot, right? This guy is a menace. He was not just eliminating players on this hardpoint, right? He was present at all of the game modes. Now let's take a look at this analyst segment that we prepared for you guys and just analyze what just happened on the 3 map course that we got. Of course, you're going to be in Cali's territory. We started all off at that first game where it was a 50-45 end game, right? But I mean, looking at what happens here, this matchup, especially in this team deathmatch, your boy Killbot was just breaking every angle that target practice was using here. Playing this clip here, there's no way for this team to actually line it up because Killbot was just getting all of these eliminations with that shotgun, right? Looking at our play here, let's set it up, let's play it and see what happens. Killbot with that shotgun at the red wine cellar, always finding so much of these eliminations, right? And it's useless to challenge him on the 1v1 situation just because of his ability to slay again with the KRM. And Chaosz obviously playing through him. He got 16 kills on the first half of this team deathmatch, and looking at every kills that he has here, right, on this clip number 2 that we got, it's obviously the same play as well. He always breaks through the defense off target practice in the seaside defense. You can see him take down Nexabyte to maintain that control over towards the southern portions of the seaside map. And on the next clip that we got, same exact thing. This time, he was fighting for that red wine cellar, holding it down, finding these players one at a time, and his timing reminds me so much of Elevate PJ with that KRM 262, so we might just see ourselves our next shot god for MYSG. Now, looking at this play right here, right, on our setup, obviously you can see The counter that we saw for target practice is just by stacking their resources at the red wine cellar. Why? Because they cannot contain Killbot. They have to play for trades. And that's what got them that opportunity to even up the score 45-45 in this segment. Unfortunately, though, Killbot was just insane. He was able to lead the team and end this 50-45 with this team deathmatch favoring Chaosz. Now, on the other side of our battle, on our search and rescue, it was completely different, right? I mean, look at this smoke play from Chaosz. You really love the thought that really counted here for them. They smoked down the Z alley, the scaffolding, and the A square, allowing them to get into the arches and finding this elimination to Dream, getting that first blood. It's just that at this clip, they were not able to convert because of the following segment. On this next clip, they always love to bring the fist fights to the battle. You can see everybody just trying to get all of these eliminations with the fighting gloves. Yes, of course it works in this close range, but those players at that longer distance will be able to take you down. There were so many instances of this with Salt, with Killbot, and I think that costed them so many of these rounds. And yeah, definitely needs to be worked on here by Chaosz, right? They need to bring more guns on a gunfight, not the fists, not the knives in this search and rescue segment. And on the hard point, man, I want to say that this was the Killbot game. Just 1 minute of onslaught from Killbot on this one. He was lighting things up in every hard point. Playing this clip here, you can really feel his presence, especially at that first hard point. They were holding it down for so long, and he was just on a rampage, just taking every player he sees, sliding them down, and I can see that the reaction verdict. What do you say about this performance?
I look, bro, what he just did there was so illegal. There's no way you get away with a three-piece like that. Somebody's got to find a way to take the nerf of this shotgun out of his hands, because you got big shoes to fill when you make references like comparing him to a player like PJ, but he has such a high impact on the map. I could definitely see the resemblance, but what he did in that first point was just objectively difficult to watch.
Yeah, most definitely. And the rampage, the onslaught just continued for him. If not with that shotgun, it is the claw that he has as his own operator. So yeah, 250 win for them. Such a dominant win. They're going to be surviving into our next game, right? And before we enter our next break, right, let's hop into our MVP. You already know who it is on the stream map course. And yeah, it's a unanimous decision, everybody. I know for sure it's a unanimous decision. It is going to be Killbot here, Red Queen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. I mean, we're talking about, you know, the 26 kills record just a while ago. So I guess Killbot was able to actually break that one. Now, getting back to what I just witnessed a while ago, because I completely missed to cast Hardpoint again. Target practice, with the amount of numbers that they put up, I feel like they really try to hold on to what they can. And, you know, as the game progresses, I guess frustration and pressure starts to creep in and slowly breaks their game. And that was it. I mean, we're going to see them down there in the Gulag. For the side of Chaosz, though, they didn't want to prolong anything anymore. So they wanted to get this over and done with. They have to, you know, they have kept their composition, marched on, and finished strong. And so, again, with the kind of stats that we're seeing on the screen, I can say that both of the teams did really try their best, but again, we can only declare one winner for this one.
Yeah. And I want to see Red Queen and Verdict cast this hardpoint matchup, man. They've been rough for so long. Coming right up next is going to be another lower bracket matchup. You don't want to miss this one. Another best of 3 awaits you right after this break. We'll be right back.
win! You're champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX What? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that Rain getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rain!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our fourth. We're halfway through. Oh my goodness, time gone. It is certainly of the essence. It's 11:34 local time at night, ladies and gentlemen, and we are cruising as we head back to the upper bracket as we're going to see TeamBa taking off against XCEED KURZO. I'm Verdict. Joining me again, Red Queen. Talk to me. This one has been eventful so far here for the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators event. We're gonna crown a champion here at some point, but we gotta get to that. We gotta get there first.
Yeah, happy for you and Callie. You were able to actually cast that hardpoint match once again. Get a little frustrated here with the signal. Honestly, I mean, it seems like it's not only the teams that are going insane here, but my signal as well. But let's talk about the playoffs. As you mentioned, it's going to be TeamBa versus XCEED for the upper bracket final. We will be seeing some lower bracket fight in just a while, right?
Nope, you're absolutely right. It's going to be the upper bracket finals coming up. TeamBa taking on XCEED KURZO, and then our final matchup of the night is going to be lower bracket final in Chaosz taking on the loser of this past matchup. No, actually, we still got one lower bracket run. It's Radical Requiem. I'm so sorry. I saw the page earlier on screen, so the graphics was wrong. That's my bad on my bad. We still got that lower bracket run. It's Sentinels taking on Radical Requiem.
Yeah.
Where am I at?
Upper bracket final. Okay, that's the match.
The lower bracket final.
Yeah, about to come up next. So,
Got it.
Okay, so getting confirmation coming from Mission Control. I guess it would be the lower bracket this time for our next match.
Okay, so we're just going to hold off on the TeamBa taking on the likes of XCEED KURZO. Still plenty of action to be played out here, though, as we took a look at the graphics. That's right, we're still in the lower bracket. I feel like I'm in the gulag right now. Someone just put me out of my misery. Just 1-2 punch. I need Salt Bay to come through and just like, bam, 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 right in the kisser. No, I'm kidding. I don't think I can handle those punches after a long night like this one myself. As we get geared up for our best of 3 to come, one team will be moving on or will suffer a sad fate, just as we saw one team already exit tonight. We still got 2 more to eliminate. One is on the chopping block. Who will it be? What we're about to find out now is everyone is starting to pile into the lobby. We're going to get geared up for our first TDM of this lower bracket semifinals. Should be an interesting one. Radical Requiem and Sentinels. I know we had our questions about Sentinels. Radical Requiem, they look like a pretty solid team, just not so much in the team deathmatch and the hardpoint. Search and rescue look very, very solid.
Yeah, we're gonna see just that later, if they can still give up some of that strong energy just to power through all of the matches today. I mean, we did say that a while ago, that they need to build a strong mental fortitude just to be able to get through a lot of matches in in a day. And now, again, we're gonna go back to a team deathmatch, which will happen in Arsenal and then Search and Rescue in Tunisia. This is, I mean, I guess tonight is all about forcing game number 3 and just really deciding which team is the best to proceed to the grand final. So that's exactly what's gonna happen between Radical Requiem versus Sentinels.
Here we go. This is going to be another one of those Malaysia, Singapore taking on the likes of the Philippines, though. So some bad blood in the water here in this one. As Arsenal again was mentioned, Tunisia and Apocalypse on the map bans, Operator bans, War Machine and Equalizer takeoff. Going to be well too. So we should be good to go here in a moment. If we had some early predictions, I am going to cast my vote for the winning team, which is going to be decided in this best of 3. So I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit of a drum roll. I've got to favor Radical Requiem. I've seen more of them, and I've liked their gameplay. They just cannot allow it to get to a game 3 because they did not look fluid at all in the hard points.
Yeah, I do hope they shake things up, you know. There's still plenty of chances to actually make everything right. But then again, this is the first time that I will be seeing Sentinel play. So when it comes to, like, energy, I do feel Sentinel has a lot more to give compared to Radical. But when it comes to momentum, I think pretty much Radical have already warmed up, so it's going to be an interesting fight between these two teams. But I do agree with you. Radical, I feel like they have a better chance at winning the fights here. But just to spice things up, you know, I'm going to contradict that one and go with Sentinel this time.
Ooh, I like it. This one, somebody is going to be eliminated. We'll set the stage here. The scales are absolutely high. We got one corner represented by the Philippines, the other Malaysia, Singapore. You're rolling with the Filipino team. That is going to be the Sentinels. I'd say the underdog in this story. Radical Requiem trying to make the under bracket or the lower bracket run of a lifetime. It's got to start here. Cannot afford another loss. You got to be flawless moving on out. If you do, you'll proceed on to another opportunity to stay alive. But first, it's got to start here. Team Deathmatch on Arsenal. Huge map, as you see right in the middle of it. There is a bit of a conference room. Let me tell you, they are not talking. They are all shooting.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't love a good underdog story. Now, again, getting back to the trades that have been happening between these two teams, we can see that Daniel took off with a great massive fire, spray of fire right there, but unfortunately he wasn't able to shut down any of the players, completely missed his target right there. He wasn't able to inflict pain, but not enough to actually kill one player. But okay, it's a different story right now. Daniel was the one that got shut down by Lemao himself.
Lemao, that's a name right there that we remember. He is an impact player. We're going to be watching him make impact plays. He's the only one that's got on board so far on his team. Selling a boat, selling a dream. Ken, to hell with this little vent duct. He's not going to go ahead and continue to peek on down. Is Nikushimi going to be able to find one in Dragon Sea? So the trades are going to come through. This one's still very tight in the beginnings of it. But we'll see this one unfold as Imi's going to be able to gun one down in cold blood outside of the P5 objective, rather. He's certainly going to be able to find a second, a 2-piece for her.
I feel like it's a deja vu with that vent gaming. Okay, I'm pretty sure someone's gonna be staying at the end of that one and just like hold off that position. 11-5, the score that you guys are looking at in favor of Radical. We can see Ken on the screen with a CBR4. Okay, he's not gonna do anything right there, but Akmal with a haymaker. But fortunately, oh man, he got shut down by Carl. Perry goes down as well by Donk111. Fight continues to go on. A beautiful shot by Carl there with a Locust.
Beautiful shot indeed. Beautiful shot indeed. Bad thing about these vents is you can't taxer it when you're crouch walking. Surely you don't make a lot of noise, but Metal is going to be bound to be making some kind of footage, and surely enough, big gunfight's going to be one on the outskirts of it. So map possession now going to be contained, very much so. Radical Requiem starting to take the lead and run away with it. Akmal leading the pack with 4 right there. Actually scratched at it. Stonk111 as Akmal is going to be taken down, and suddenly the feed is going to be sparked in yellow as Imi finally going to be able to end the trend.
Radical seems to be winning a lot of gunfights up against Sentinels. Akmal on your screen. Daniel now. Nobody seems to be finding each other, but from that side, beautiful shot again coming from Lemao right there, putting down Dragon. Lemao goes down right from behind. It's two-piece kill coming from Akmal. Emmy goes down by Car-Rated Dragon. Z still trying to catch up right there, cracking up the numbers.
Tracking up the numbers right now. It is a solid affair here for the team. RR. Hardy har, mateys. No, they're not pirates. This is Radical Requiem. And let me tell you, they are radically winning these gunfights, radically erasing everyone in their path. And surely Akmal, the tip of the spear for most of the fights, as he has gotten very aggressive. Daniel, hello! Lemao, gonna be able to shut him down. Akmal just in a pivotal position at a very, very key moment. What could have been a spree, going to be kept down to a minimum. Still, Lemao putting a lot of damage in as they've got 7.
Gap continues to grow. Perry with an amazing shot right over to Hades. Donk 111 gets to respawn back again. Carl on your screen again. Tried to shut down player with a Locust. Here comes Emmy with a Sparrow. One good shot, and that could mean a great thing for the team here, but he is looking for the right opportunity, looking for the right moment to actually fire this baby. Yup. Oh, there you go. Wonderful shot right there. Emmy was able to shut down Perry from that angle.
Oh, lovely little shot. Timing here for Donk. You don't care. No fears in the world. You got 3 shots. You hit them all. The 4th for the final up is absolutely beautiful as well. Get out of his way. Man's looking for one more. That's what the 3 1s are for, because he's gonna go on a spree for more. He wants it all. Lemao finally gonna be able to shut him down. He's gonna be able to find a 3-piece in retaliation. But what is that? It is like a rock hitting a lake, ladies and gentlemen. The divot, the actual deficit, not looking good. It's by 20 deficit now, and only 5 points is needed. Lemao might be frying, but it's a day late and a dollar short, ladies and gentlemen. This one might as well be done.
Okay, kill streak got shut down by Donk 111. Lemao gets put down on the ground. 390 car shut down by Emmy at a 2-piece kill right there, coming from this side of Radical. 49 to 26, and you're right, the gap is already growing, and if they can continue on playing at this kind of pace, it is sure win for this in 15 to 27. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Just as soon as I said that Radical's going to win this one, it is exactly what happened. So 1 point for Radical Requiem.
1 point for them. 1 more needed to shut this one out. Sentinels holding on by a little bit. That one started slow for them, and it never really picked up. We were looking for the impact players and making impact plays, and in big time moments right there, they just didn't produce. And surely enough, it's Radical Requiem who do, and surely enough, they win this majority of the gunfights. And you can all think Akmal, you can think Donk 111. When they're doing their thing, they're absolutely frying. Lemao, we're gonna need you to clutch up. I know you got ice in your veins there for the search and the rescue. Do not worry about what happened here in the team deathmatch. It's a race to 50. It's a quick one. It looked like it was over from the beginning.
Yep, here we go. Let's see if Sentinels can actually do a major comeback on this one. And again, they are on the side where they need to prove themselves, especially that we are so close to getting to the grand finals here. But Radical, they have a mission to actually dominate the game, and so far their performance have been top-notch, hence winning this fight. It's 50 to 27. That is a huge deficit right there. Talk about the most valuable player. Emmy with 12 kill points and 63 for Lemao. I mean, he's living up to his reputation. We did say he is Halima, so that translates into monster. And with this kind of energy, man, it's so unfortunate that Sentinels actually lost to this fight.
Yeah, it's just tough when you're top frag and you're breaking net neutral, and on the flip side you got someone who's going 12 times positive. I don't know how much of a better performance she needed. Emmy was unkillable, untradeable, nobody able to get any kind of shots on into it. Akmal, of course, was always the one to initiate the scraps, and then Donk towards the end just, wreaked havoc. We saw that nasty 3, 4, 5 piece. It was disgusting. Man's always wants more and was hardly denied. So even when he did miss shots, he had plenty of time to redeem himself, and well, it was a stretch to say that this one was close. 50 to 27 tells us a story, and well, if it's anything like this in the search and rescue, which sometimes it can be, we might be seeing a 2-0 sweep. I don't, want to forecast that kind of energy. I want it to be positive. I want us to be able to cast a Hardpoint tonight, but that was an undeniable performance to start off with Radical.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I do wish Sentinel gets back on their feet just to make sure that we force a game number 3 here. I did miss a couple of Hardpoint match now. I don't want to miss a third one if in case that happens, but still a wonderful performance, coming from that. Shutting them down. So, I don't know what's going to happen for search and rescue, but all I know is that it is very important for the side of Sentinels to pick up their gameplay and just dictate the tempo on this one.
Okay, you got to set the pace early. You got to make sure you lead your squad to victory, because if not, you won't have a second opportunity. You only get 1 L here. If you take that second, you're out the window. It's done, dusted. You won't go home empty-handed. You'll go home with plenty of memories of this tournament, and then also some lovely castings from Requiem and myself playing over your gameplay. So you'll be able to spectate and see what went wrong. But before you do, make sure you try to correct it before, adapt in real time. Make sure you bring it all to the table here in this search and rescue.
Yes. Now that we are actually nearing to the grand finals, we'd also love for you guys to join into the conversation and just make sure you put everything down in the comment section. And now let's check out the maps. As you all know, it's Radical, the team that actually took the team deathmatch, and now we are headed over to Tunisia to settle the score for search and rescue. Are we going to be seeing a third match to happen? Well, that would be still a big question mark, depending on how decided Radical Requiem is at winning this competition. If they fall short, well, I guess we're going to see Hardpoint once again.
100%. You love to see the apocalypse come through, but it has to happen here in the search and rescue. Tunisia has to be a breaking point. And, well, for my recollections proper, I do believe we saw Radical play earlier, and let me tell you, they pub stomped the team that they played 7-1, if I'm not mistaken, and it was on Tunisia as well. So if your side is Sentinels, you got to be shaking in your boots, because if we saw a spectacle of a performance out of Radical Requiem earlier tonight, I just can't wait to see what they're going to do here in their second chance of redemption. Surely they've got something up their sleeves.
Well, all I wish for this match is that it goes smoothly, no problems whatsoever, because I'm getting a little frustrated here, I keep missing a lot of stuff that's happening. I do hope you guys are enjoying, though. I mean, these teams are not disappointing us. They're still bringing their A game. I know some of the teams are actually on the losing side, but it doesn't mean that they're not as good as the other teams that have been participating here in the tournament. I mean, you win some, you lose some. We've pretty much established that one since day number 1. This is the playoffs, and everyone really wants to step into the grand finals to get that 50,000 COD points. But of course, it all gonna depend on how good they will be performing in each of the maps right here.
Okay, cue the dramatic music now as we get geared up for it. Come on now, Verdict, spit it out. Don't get a little too hasty now. This is it. Sentinels, what you got left in the tank? Radical Requiem, let's go. Can you shut it down in a 2-0 fashion and move on to the lower bracket finals? We're about to find out what you're made of. Is it guts and glory over fear? Well, Sentinels, this is your chance to strike back too. We'll see if you got a lot of guts to go along with it as well. So, on the chopping block you are, what are you made of? Again, pressure being felt here from the team from the Philippines. Sentinels, they've got their work cut off for them.
Here we go. We have to bring in the energy. Man, I mean, this is now time to show up. No space for errors or mistakes. Man, you have got to give it your everything, because we are so close again to stepping to the final stage of this whole competition. It's Radical versus Sentinel. Radical obviously has the advantage of this one, but they still need to do great because they are not out of the woods just yet.
Out of the woods and just yet. Nikishimi actually almost out of the woods here for this dead. Ken, hello. Gonna be able to open up shots there. Akmal and Dragon Z kind of bring it back twofold. Bomb's gonna be quickly pushed over to the A site, planted. Get that revive off as well, possibly, as Imi has dropped. The MVP from last game only died once, already died once this game. And now here comes the retake. It's 3v5 style. And on the back line, you got player number 3 in Lamau. He's wrapping the rear. The 2 in the front looking to make sure they get the break on in. And Akmal gonna sniff out the rotation. And just like that, the retake is gonna be dead in the water.
Yeah, good defense on the side of Radical. There is no way those fallen comrades coming from the side of Sentinels will get picked up. I mean, their carcasses is down there in the A side, and just Radical making sure that, hey, you're not coming up alive in here. We're definitely getting this first match.
This one's to stay alive. Of course, they got to shut it out here. You can't hope you get to a game 3 to make it an opportunity. We talked about the Hardpoint earlier. It wasn't pretty. Obviously, it's on a different map, but and mechanics are fundamentally sound on all fronts. It doesn't matter what map you play it on. If you don't have them locked down, you try to avoid them at all costs. Right now, shots being avoided at all costs here for Emmy. He's just going to sniff on right through. Akmo going to be able to find one in return. Donk 1-1-1 traded out. Emmy going to be able to spark some flares on in, and all of a sudden, Perry's down to a 1v3. Rez is going to come through. We might get a bomb plant along with it. This one went from bad to ugly real quick.
Yep. I mean, Sentinels couldn't match up the gunfight being set up by Radical here. It's a 1v4. Perry is the last hope for the team, but unfortunately, man, Dragon spotted him, and from behind, he gets that score, puts him down, and now it's 2-2-0.
Yeah, man, this is like the deer at headlights look right now. Fish out of water, if one might say. Sentinels just collectively don't look like they have a sound strategy. Not necessarily locked in. They might be checked. Carl said, to hell with this. I want out of the equation. He's going to take his life. We'll see a Rez possibly come through, though. Nonetheless, Akmal not going to allow one to live. Make it 2 almost there, but Daniel going to be able to shut it down. And just like that, bomb. A brute force push over towards the A site. Yet again, leaves us down to 1. It's Nikishimi all on his lonesome.
Oh man, here we go. And he stands no
Yikes.
chance. I mean, he was caught off guard right there. He came in from the side, and he a little slow on the trigger there, so nothing that he can do. It's 3-0 still in favor of Radical here. Again, we've always said this one, that you don't want to be too predictable inside the game, and so far we've got Radical right here. They know exactly what they're going to do. They know also what Sentinel is going to do in this situation. It's a 3-2 split. We've got 2 players in A side, but altogether, Radical is all together, so it's a strong force right there. Nikishimi goes down, courtesy of Dragon C. Dragon C now getting ready to plant that bomb. Bomb planted already.
Here comes the retake. 1 player left.
Oh.
Scratch that. We'll put it under the books. That one was a clean sweep. Not a single casualty on the right-hand side of our screen. And I called it earlier, the search and rescue play that we've seen out of Radical Requiem, it's being unparalleled right now. You just can't contest. It doesn't matter what site they push. It doesn't matter how they push. All that matters is the end result, and it has been a ugly one and a flat 0 across the board on the left-hand side of our screen. Only 2 more rounds on the attack, though, as they do push the site right in the middle. And in the threshold of the cubby is, or corridor rather, is Daniel. Bomb's about to go down at B. He's about to be stampeded by all 4 players over at A at some point, but we'll see how many he can take before he does get dropped. If he gets dropped.
We got, man, Radical, they don't have any plans of getting pushed down further on the ranks here. It's 4-0. Akmal on the screen tries to do a massive spray, gets the job done. Nikishimi goes down. We've got Akmal rescuing his teammate over here. So they've got all the firepower that they need, probably to eliminate the remaining players coming from the side of Sentinels. We got Akmal on your screen once again with the switchblade, and now heading over to Can. Here comes the exchange, Andy with a kill. So far, so good for the side of Radical. I mean, this is a sure win. Donk, man, this guy's like a ninja.
This, chat, is a blowout. And I'm not talking about one of those ones where, you know, you fire the car up and, ladies and gentlemen, you look down, your tire's flat. I'm talking about on the highway going 70 miles an hour. We're crash dummying this one. It's disgusting. It's It's a beatdown. It's brutal. It's been a tough one to watch if you're the side of Sentinels. You got to strike back. You got to make something happen here. Only 2 more rounds and you are eliminated. Bomb's going to be made over towards the A site. No one there to contest at all. And look at the perimeter set. Post-plant action looking solid. 4 directly on the site. You got player number 4 in Akmal looking for the wrap. No one's at home right now. The first interaction going to be Nikashimi, who wins the first, and Donk going to be taken down.
Yeah, Nikashimi was able to serve his revenge right there up against their opposition, but defense-wise, it's looking pretty solid for the side of Radical. Sentinels struggling a lot to try and shatter the defense here, but Limao goes down, unfortunately, courtesy of Dragon Z. Let's see what's going to happen next, as Carl now is the only player remaining left to deal with the rest of the team, but unfortunately, he gets shut down. In an instant right there. He didn't even stand a chance. It's 6-2. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. It's still a donut for the side of Sentinels.
And we're on match point. This is it. This is for all the marbles. This is for everything. You live if you win this round, but you fight just to see another one again. You've got to be flawless afterwards. You're begging for a hard point at this matter, but, well, Daniel right here to reciprocate and finds the first blood. Inside of red, 2 players go. Daniel gatekeeping the res right as the bomb side here over the B. And look at the collapse on the backside. You got player number 3 and Dragon Z about to hit a lick of a lifetime. Can he get one before he gets dropped?
Oh!
That corner, buddy. Dragon Z is going to get dropped. And here comes the collapse from the remainder of the players over at Radical.
Oh my gosh. Sentinels trying to catch up.
Yikes.
Unfortunately, it's really difficult to shatter or destroy Radical at this point in the match. Pretty much have the momentum going down for them. Juggernauts, Emmy with a shutdown. And, well, it's an easy, convincing win for the side of Radical Requiem. Sentinels gets booted out.
Eliminated. Sentinels didn't put up much of a fight there in the Search or Destroy. We're about to take a look at a lot of real kills, but none really going their way. None of the rounds either as well. Radical coming through with an absolute perfection of a search and rescue game. I highlighted it earlier. I said they dominated a team in the upper brackets. That was, not an understatement. That was literally what happened. It was a 7-1 then. This team knows how to play search, and the rescue is just, along the way with it. It is just an overwhelming effect when you step into the ring with an opponent who has a sound game plan and plays and knows how to play collectively as a unit.
Yeah, Radical, pretty obvious that, there's really no stopping this team right now. They would want to advance to the next stage, and that means really shutting down hard, Sentinels. They just got murdered right at 6-2. Didn't really, wasn't able to do anything. I mean, they tried to, match up the kind of energy that Radical has been putting out, but unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. And Radical now, there's just 1-2 fights. We're not be seeing game 3, but Sentinels, man, are we going to be seeing them in the Gulag section or lower brackets? Probably so. Okay, well, one can only hope that one was not close by any measures. The Team Deathmatch, blowout. Search and Destroy, even worse. It was one that, if you're not 18 and higher, you got to close your eyes because, ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed some pretty gruesome stuff there. Nonetheless, it's going to be Radical keeping their dreams alive here in the lower bracket run, and surely enough, they're going to be facing off against the team that just played and won. And my mind is slipping. I'm not 100% sure, remember, but can you refresh me? Who was it that took that victory in the last game before it escapes my mind, before we escape to the analyst desk? Gosh, come on, Verdict, get your mind together. You're just in your 30s. You're not that old, are you? I guess I am, because I'm gonna be honest with you. It is slipped. It is long gone. But nonetheless, they are gonna keep their dreams alive. We'll see them not next series, but the series after that. Up top, we'll head to the upper bracket finals that are still around the corner. And just around the corner, we're gonna have Callie be introducing some of the analyst segment breakdowns as we've got that coming up and more. So keep your eyes peeled. So far, Red Queen today, it has been a mystery of what could happen. So far, we've discovered and unveiled 4 matches. What was your most surprising one so far? Oh, still target practice, man. I cannot even get over
Very good.
that fact. I was really decided this team's gonna be like, like one of the teams that formidable teams, pretty hard to beat. But again, it was a surprise, really. So target practice, that's not the kind of gameplay I was expecting to, to see for this set of matches we had for this evening. So I guess that's the only thing that kind of caught me off guard.
Chaosz, that's who they played. Chaosz, that's who they played. And surely enough, they will be moving on to face off against Radical Requiem. So target practice fell. It is Chaosz who is going to be moving on to face off against the likes of Chaosz. So we are going to go ahead and bring up Callie. You're on deck, buddy. Let's go ahead and knock this one right out of the park. That was me swinging, by the way. Bam. Hey, we were in sync, bro. I'm Justin Timberlake. I'm Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, I
it.
must say you hit a home run right over there, man. I only scored a double, but yeah, this one, Radical Requiem reminds me so much of the earlier days of Divinity back in 2020, by the way. So they're pretty structured when it comes to playing their game modes, right? Especially here in this Team Deathmatch Arsenal. And if we try to break it down, right, we're gonna go fast here. Their main anchor position is through the jet decks. And why? It's because they want to take control of the vents, of the start, and just push this team to spawn over towards the right side of that minimap. Now, they do want to take control over that mid-map at the lab section more entirely so that they get to anticipate all the players coming in from the right side of the map and only leave one spot open for a team like Sentinels to play around, which is through the artilleries. Now, this was a play that they replicated time and time again. So if we play this clip right here and see where Royal Requiem was able to get these eliminations, they pretty much spawn all of these players over towards the right side of the map, making it a lot easier for them to predict where these players are going to be at. So spawns-wise and this manipulation that they just did allowed them to propel out to a very dominant victory here, right? Moving on to our next clip, you see the confidence and they know where these players are located at, right? This was kind of more of a broken play for Radical Requiem, but still you can see the intent here. They may have lost the jet decks, but they still got that lab. This time they're trying to take that hit over at the artillery side. And number one in blue, that's going to be Dragons right there on your screen, playing this one up, feeling confident that he can end all of these battles, right? He was just dunking here, dunking on everybody, finding these eliminations, and just scoring a lot of these kills for them to propel into a very dominant victory up against the Sentinels. Now, this is definitely what the MYSG team needs, right? This structured defense and spawn manipulation in this Team Deathmatch. And that was also able to transition over towards their search and destroy. Going into our next clip, this time it is not through manipulation, right? Since we're playing a turn-based game, you only have limited lives. This time they play it super efficient. Now they are on the attack side here this time, right? And they have planted that bomb at the A site. This is just the first round, but you can see the intent and the post-plant mappings that they just did. That will be Daniel holding down the Z alley. You got number 4 holding down the boxes. Number 1 just a support just in case the A long is ambushed, and just providing that safe space for Daniel to have that covering fire as a sniper, which is Donk, to guard over that Z alley. Now number 3 in Dragons, she will just really provide that secondary defense in towards that boxes section. And yeah, definitely is a very structured post-plant setup that they have. They did not have any overextensions over Chaosz. They just played by the book and let that rotation happen for the side of Sentinels, which is something that is lacking in the other teams that are still alive in this Community Gladiators, right? The discipline to stay within the bomb site and just let the rotations to come through. Now, same thing happened at the next that we got. More on the mappings here. Not much of a gameplay because they got this team on the chains. Now we got a expected attack to go through for Sentinels here. They were expecting that A side hit for the side of Requiem. But it was such a great read for the side of Requiem, because this time they tried to take that B-side hit and they immediately got that bomb plant, right? So when we play this clip right here, they managed to get that clock from 1 minute to 42 to just 45 seconds. And having a late rotation and having a great setup here is Requiem. They just had it easy and just trying to anticipate these attacks. Daniel is there to guard the Z alley and maybe find a couple of more shots. Dragons is holding down the double doors. One is guarding the flank. And number 4 is guarding the defensive spawns. And yeah, Royal Requiem, definitely something to iron out for, especially in this S&D. This is not just the first time we saw them dominate this Tunisia map. Remember, at the upper bracket earlier, they managed to take down XCEED KURZO, a strong opponent at the upper bracket there, Verdict.
No, you're absolutely right. I called that right before the match started, and surely enough, Sentinels didn't perform perfectly in the team deathmatch. I knew their fate was going to be, you know, I don't want to say it was over in the search and destroy or search and rescue, but I mean, chat, we saw what happened. It was a freaking nightmare, wasn't it?
Yeah, all I know, when everything has been said and done, Radical came in with one thing in their mind, and that is to win the fight. I mean, with the kind of determination, Sentinel did not even have the chance to counter nor to inflict even a little bit of pain on the side of Radical. It was a solid tactical gameplay from the get-go that was really hard to break. I mean, their communication was so great, so the rotations went smoothly. They knew which positions to take, so I guess it was an easy, yes, convincing win from the side of Radical. I just really feel bad though for Lemao, because you know we all know how much work has been given out, you know, for this tournament.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, it's just, yeah, 100%, right? Lemao did all what it takes to bring this team to the top, but it's just the teamwork that we got from Radical Requiem that came up on top to pull this one through to advance to the lower bracket semifinals. Up next, it's a P2P showdown up at the upper bracket. It's XCEED KURZO going up against TeamBa. They will be fighting for that best of 3 right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX. What? Slowly turning the tide.
Looking breaking, they take the win!
Look at that, Rain getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rain!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Welcome back, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our winners upper bracket finals. It's about to go down. Red Queen joining me on this journey, and I've got to say, it's been a long one so far, but we still got plenty of more to go.
Yeah, here we go, XCEED. And TeamBa stepping back into the arena. We got Titans over here, Verdict. I mean, ready to duke it out. TeamBa was pretty hot during their previous matches. Can they manage to pull off a win taking on XCEED this time? I mean, lots of things can happen, so we don't want to call on anything just yet. We are waiting on a brutal action, though, coming from these two teams. It's a civil war yet again, Verdict, for the Community Gladiators.
That's absolutely right. And one of these teams are going to be moving on to the grand finals unscathed, and an opportunity at a bracket reset if it is deemed possible. The power, the pride, the powerfulness here of this Philippines rosters. TeamBa, EA, XCEED, they have been running through the competition. Now they're going to have to run through each other. And of course, loser will have an opportunity to redeem themselves in the lower bracket finals. That will be displayed on for us later tomorrow in our championship. That'll be aired for Championship Sunday. Lower bracket finals looking like we will be seeing that after this matchup. It will be against Chaosz and Radical Requiem. We started with 8, we're down to 4. 2 from the Philippines, 2 from Malaysia, Singapore. It has been just a powerful one so far. A bit of poetry, if I have to say. The Philippines rising up to the occasion in almost every instance. But still, hanging on by a thread, you got Malaysia and Singapore down to the low.
Oh, yes, definitely. So we will be seeing 2 more matches happening for this evening. Did I get that right? It's
That is
TeamBa
right,
versus
100%.
XCEED and then Chaosz versus Radical before we end things tonight. Okay, so again, there's nothing more that we can say but to encourage you guys to make a lot of noise down there in the comment section. I mean, your players, your favorite teams have played a lot of games already in a day, so they will be needing your energy, ladies and gents. So make sure that you guys make them feel exactly that. We've already talked about this a while ago. It can be really exhausting, you know, physically, mentally, everything else in between. So just make sure again that you support them in this endeavor.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see, you got some tails wagging in the background. That's Herschel. He's here to say hello. Just came back from outside. Nonetheless, here we go. This is it. TeamBa unscathed so far. They have yet to drop a map. Will that continue to be the journey tonight, or will we see a little bit of upset in paradise? We'll head over to Arsenal for map number 1, the team deathmatch, followed by a fan favorite. This is an actual favorite. Standoff, search and rescue. The decider, going to go back to the Hollywood Hills of California. The Hardpoint on raid is going to be a lovely one, but if you're EA XCEED, you got to get there first.
Oh God, I'm already excited to start our match this time. TeamBa and XCEED, man, this too, again, Goliaths in this competition, and I feel like I'm about to witness some sort of like Attack on Titans kind of thing. So, man, who will get banished this time between, between TeamBa and XCEED?
Well, if they do get banished, just know that you still have an opportunity to redeem yourself here. The Gladiators event will have the lower bracket run where, again, we'll see one more matchup of the night. It is that Chaosz versus Radical Requiem. Loser of this one will be facing off against them first thing on Sunday, but nonetheless, we're about to get geared up for it. It's game number 1 of our upper bracket finals. It is TeamBa taking on the likes of XCEED, KURZO. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we've got here so far some very, very sweaty matches, and 2 of the sweatiest teams, well, they're about to duke it out themselves.
Yes, here we go. I just know, I feel the vibe coming from TeamBa. I can see fire in their eyes. They're ready to get down. They're ready to get down and dirty on this one. Team Deathmatch, man, I feel like it's going to be a walk in the park for them because they're pretty motivated since, since the beginning of day number 2. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be unleashing their wrath up against XCEED. Now, the big question is if XCEED will come in prepared for Team Deathmatch. Can they take the blow coming from TeamBa.
I don't know. We already know that team is a bucket full of talents. And all of them very much so equally skilled. We'll see some standout players here and there, but as a unit, they look solid. Nonetheless, let's get it on. Fight's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. All shots must be kept above the waist. We'll allow toesies, but you'll have to pay for those extra. Here it is, the middle of the map. Slap dead is where we were going to see all the action, and it is a full-on sprint towards that P1 objective. The team in blue, that is going to be TeamBa looking to get some shots on in, is Robbie from the outskirts, but no shot so far, but it is going to be a hit marker. Nonetheless, clean up there from Faker is going to allow for the 1-for-1 trades.
Oh, man. I think it was a missed opportunity. Good for Robbie there. I mean, it was a good anticipation holding off that angle. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to shoot anyone with that gun. XCEED ADR goes down, courtesy of Dance, followed by, Tails coming right at him. Some pots gets dropped by Cream from that exchange. Vanilla, oh, man, beautifully. He danced a little there, but still was able to put down Faker on the ground.
TeamBa a little bit of a despair, down by 3. Vanilla gonna be shut down on the entrance. And it looks like XCEED want to press for more. They're gonna go ahead and get some shots on top. ADR absolutely looking crisp with the ADS there from the irons. And surely enough, he's gonna be able to find another. Feed the man, he's hungry. Vanilla, will you be the next victim? Nonetheless, ADR is gonna be looking to press through the spawn and right into the hands of another kill. Surely enough, his spree will end some point, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon as we see Prim wrap the rear there on the player who was holding the top side of the window. And he's going to find a nice little triple piece there with a growl.
XCEED looking strong, looking solid, very good in offense right there. Taking in those shots. We got Prim once again. Did the reload, takes the shot, gets a 2-piece kill. Man, that was brutal. Nasty performance coming from Prim right there. No, did I say 2?
Oh,
Make
no.
that 3. Going for 4. Oh, 4 in a row.
Prim, you dirty dog. You filthy animal. You naughty, naughty boy. You're going to be a little premature there on the Predator missile. Not sure if you got anybody. But hey, the gunny hits there. Oh, he's got a 9-piece. Hey, we're not talking about pool, baby. We're talking about headies. Guy is cooking. He needs more ammo. Somebody feast the man. Die. Just salvage yourself. He's on a spree. Finally going to get shut down. And what is looking like a very, very solid affair out of XCEED here early on. Our fan favorite and TeamBa not really rising up to the occasion just yet.
I mean, TeamBa looks like they don't know what hit them. I mean, this is a solid gameplay coming from XCEED right here. Faker has no plans on stopping. Oh my goodness, that was again a very good kill coming from this player. Dabs on your screen. But Elcar 9 just switched back to Sun right there. ADR with a shutdown. Samposs goes down. ADR gets back from behind. It's Dance all the way. Dancing with those bullets right there. Ooh, man. Wasted Sparrow.
A big kills. There we go. Waiting for the J358 to come out. The revolver. It's hot. It's heavy. So is the Tundra. Super sweaty loadout here from Robbie. He's putting on a clinic. They're going to get shut down? I don't think so. Can't nerf the man. You got to take the sniper out of his hand first. Sandpot's finally going to be able to get on board for the team in blue, but here we are, 6 kills away from claiming our first victory. It's XCEED who has absolutely ran through the competition so far. TeamBa not really rising up to the occasion as the count's down to 3. Operators are out in abundance. Prim gonna be able to shut down 1. Is this the end of the road here for TeamBa? It's looking like the case. As we see the main room being shut down. Kill is all it takes. Not gonna fall in love with that one, as Sandpots is finally gonna be able to shut it down, but there it goes. Tails gonna be able to end this one abruptly in a not so close 50-29 affair, ladies and gentlemen. A beatdown as the drums were raining heavy in favor of XCEED.
Oh man, XCEED just wreaked havoc right there. They were a total rampage. TeamBa, man, they don't know what hit them. I mean, I bet it became a little bit overwhelming on their side with the kind of energy that XCEED was able to bring into the table. I mean, they were strong from the get-go, and from there, it was like a domino effect. You know, they were able to keep up with the pace. They were the ones that dictated the tempo of the game, so it was like a convincing win once again for the side of XCEED. Not the kind of performance we are expecting, though, for the side of TeamBa, but can they do a major comeback for search and rescue? That would always be the question, because we know that TeamBa is a formidable team. They know what they're doing. They know how to adjust their gameplay. So it's going to be an exciting game number 2.
Yeah, and this is the first time they face adversity in the Community Gladiators event so far. This is their first loss of the entire tournament. We've been here for 2 days. They played 3 matches. This right here being the true testament. And surely we start to see a little bit of weakness in the armor. Surely enough, can they bounce back is the question. It's all about the resilience, and search and rescue can, you know, expose you, or it can show exactly what kind of team you are. And surely enough, if you are the side of TeamBa, you're going to have to pull yourself together and make sure it is your best foot forward, because XCEED, I mean, look like a different breed. Roll it into that team deathmatch.
Right? I mean, they totally evolved into another monster there. I mean, we can feel the frantic energy coming from TeamBa. I mean, they were a little bit scattered all over the map. I mean, it felt like they didn't know what's going to come up next. So it was, again, a solid offense and defense coming from the side of the XCEED. 50-29 only goes to show just how much power they still have left in the tank.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. A slow start isn't necessarily going to be the best case there for the boys and gals over at TeamBa, but again, we still have the opportunity for a comeback. Will it be a reverse sweep, or will it be a complete sweep? We'll only know here momentarily as we are getting geared up for game number 2. A very, very devastating blow to the boys over from the Philippines, and TeamBa is now they're facing their first little bit of adversity, I would say. How well will they handle it in the bounce back?
Oh, well, that is what we're going to be watching out for. But this is a conflict that needs to be settled, because, well, TeamBa, oh man, I bet they're now talking right now intensely, you know, just trying to rectify what went wrong, trying to identify what they can do to remedy the situation. Because it's going to be, you know, whatever that they decide to do in the game, they just know it's going to be detrimental for the whole team. And right now, the team that has the advantage, the team that has the momentum is, of course, the opposition, which is XCEED.
Okay, we'll have to find out. True testament, are their warriors, or are they going to get folded? We're about to find out now as we are diving into game number 2 here momentarily. If you're a fan of either of these teams, please let us know in chat. What do you think? Who do you think? Who's going to be the standout player? Who's going to be the team that prevails? Who's going to be the underdog? Are we going to see that story unfold here? I love a good underdog story. Even though I favored TeamBa coming into this one, XCEED might be the underdog story that we need, as they've already been blemished once today. They are not being blemished in the semifinals, though. Certainly going to be trial true as champions if they do win it. Obviously, they still got to go to the grand finals, but this one is the best of the best. So far, they put their best foot forward, as well as stopping the opposition.
Yeah, the important thing here, Verdict, I feel, is that they don't crack under pressure. We've been saying this, you know, since the beginning of the matches here. And I do know there's a little bit of pressure. Okay, my light just fell down, but it's okay. I'm going to take care of you later on. But, oh man, I feel like my whole desk is falling apart, right? But yeah, we're just waiting to see if TeamBa can actually adjust to what just happened, because we know that this team is versatile, right? I mean, they know how to play the game. They have been playing this game with their friends. They have been trying to get into the pro league, and they have the chance to do so just as soon as they make it out alive on this one.
Okay, they got to come out alive on top on this one, or they will be put on life support there in the lower brackets, where, I mean, one wrong step and you're absolutely out. We'll see what kind of heartbeat they got. We'll see what kind of heart they got. Is it Lion's Pride, or will it be that not so courageous lion from the Wizard of Oz? We know what you're talking about. Are you gonna chicken out, or are you gonna buckle up and strap up for the success? Yeah, it's only time's gonna tell. Standoff, search and rescue, right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. It is about to be a vibe. XCEED gonna continue to take the precedent, or is TeamBa gonna shake things up?
I think both of the teams are feeling pressured right now. I mean, now that XCEED finally has that, let's say, one hand grabbing onto the spot there, they still need another hand just to make sure that they won't fall off, right? But TeamBa, okay, the pressure is on. I think they're up for the challenge. Most of the people down there in the audience section must be feeling shocked as well, but they're here to support their favorite team. I mean, ever since day one, I've seen how much, fans, how much followers TeamBa has. So I'm pretty sure they're still there, win or lose. They're going to be supporting TeamBa in this tournament.
Okay. Bucket of possibilities up around the corner. Will it be the chopping block? They head down to the lower bracket. Or is this their chance to shine? It is about to go down. Is surely TeamBa needs to sound off on all horns. On the opposite side, XCEED doing a very great job so far. Can they get the job done? We're about to go ahead and get into it now, ladies and gentlemen. Set the stage. Get your popcorn ready. Make sure it's hot. We're about to see some very fiery gameplay as we jump right into the gauntlet of game number 2. It's search and rescue on standoff, chat. Enjoy.
Yeah, at this point in the competition, they just have to exceed all expectations. TeamBa, they have something to prove right now. The moment that they step into the arena, they must be feeling all recharged, ready to get into the game, ready to actually smack it down up against XCEED here. And this map is all too familiar for the rest of the COD players. This is one of the favorite maps. They know this map inside and out, but how much do they know this by heart? That would be the big question right here. Who will win the fight? Who will be at the top of the game? We'll just have to wait and see until these guys meet each other right in the middle to exchange bullets.
We're gonna
see
find
who's
out
going down.
Yeah, we're gonna find out who the real AG is. This is one of those real classic maps. If you have played it from day one, and if you played it even before day one, you know all the spots, just sneaky little wall bangs that you can hit, and surely enough, get away with a lick and then get gone just as quick. So this one about to be a gauntlet, as we mentioned. Should be some shots, should be some cover fire, should be a very interesting one. We don't want to blow out. We want a close one, ladies and gentlemen. We want this one to be going down to the nitty-gritty.
Here we go. We are just waiting for the players to actually do a little reset, just to recalibrate everything from their end, just giving them a little room to breathe while we prepare as well to cast probably one of the best games that we're about to have.
All right, we're getting back into the studio as we are getting word from crew and team. It is looking like we're going to get a little bit of a reset, so we're going to head back to the lobby and yap a little bit more about this search and rescue that has come. Don't worry, we're just building the anticipation, building the hype. These are the moments that define champions, right? This is the time for one team to shine and the other, well, to get nullified, sent down to the lower bracket. So still an opportunity to bounce back, but we gotta wait a little bit of time because we're having a little bit of connectivity issues. We want a level playing field across the board.
I think this is also one of the challenges we need to overcome. It's not just about, like the games and how smooth they're going to be running, coming from the side of the teams and coming from the side of the players, but it is also about, having the right connection, having the right signal, make sure that we're not going to be lagging. But unfortunately, though, this kind of situation is beyond our control. So we'll just have to wait and see if everything can be fixed. And so we can get back to the show.
Okay, we'll figure it out. There is everybody starting to pop back into the lobby. Notice we'll get everybody green check marked across the top. And we'll know it's about to go down. Certainly should be any moment though. No worries. If you're still tuning in, if you've been here the whole time, let us know in chat what has been your favorite moment so far along this journey. We've had 2 eventful days almost under our belts, but it has been a journey across many games that we've seen so far. Only a few hard points, and we've already seen, what, 4 teams eliminated, if I'm not mistaken? 2 from each region. So we got 2 teams left from the Philippines. That'd be TeamBa and KURZO, who are absolutely duking it out right now. And then representing the Malaysia and Singapore region, Radical, Requiem, and Chaosz. Their journeys quite different, but they have left us to this moment where 4 teams still stand. By the end of the day, we'll only have 3 left, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if I were to ask you, Ferdy, coming, we've played a lot of TDM since day number 1, and we're gonna keep playing, or we're gonna keep doing this up until we reach the grand finals. But can you tell me, as someone who plays a lot of CODM, team deathmatch, I mean, what guns do you need to have in order to pull off like a huge number of points there and just make sure that you're gonna win the fight?
I think it's all about diversity. It's not necessarily about what guns you use. It's about what gun types you have. We noticed in that last TDM, we had 1 sniper, we had a few ARs, and we had a few SMGs. Each player serves a role. That sniper on the map is going to hold close proximity lanes, long lanes of sight. They're also going to be your point man for callouts. And then you've got your ARs who are going to be also doing the same thing, but a little bit more mobility. The SMGs are the ones that are going to be making or breaking the bank. Or your KRMs, whatever you want to play as an aggressive player. So it's all about diversity and how well you accommodate and adapt to what the other team is doing.
I feel like I'm going to be conducting an interview here. So, okay, when it comes to the ARs, right? Because I would prefer to use like AKMs or like M14s. I don't know if it exists here, but what gun for you would be the best AR?
The meta's changed from time to time, but what has stuck around that I've seen so far is the Growl. The Growl 100% still very much so in the proximity. It's a little bit more of a versatile AR. And then what I'm starting to notice as well as the AK-47. Now, the clear-cut decision for ARs is going to be your DRHs. Your DRHs are very, very quickly time to kills, and the mobility is absolute too. So you got a variety. The dominant would have to be the DRH, but the AK-47 is still a fun gun to use, as well as what we just talked about with the Growl.
What can you say about the Finnick? Because I keep seeing a lot of players use that Finnick gun.
Oh, yeah.
In a lot of confrontational, like CQCs kind of thing, up close and personal. So what can you say about Finnick?
Oh, Finnick is up. It's going to rip you up close. It's just like the KRM, but it has multiple bullets. A little less forgiving whenever it's talking about the kills. You actually got to hit your shots. You got to make them count. So we're going to see who's going to make their shots count here into this one. Is we're going to give it a second do-si-do. 3rd time's a charm. Well, we hope we can get this one done in 2. In my expertise, a couple is just fine. Anything past 3 is just ridiculous. Come on.
All right. I think everyone is already excited, anticipating this fight between XCEED and TeamBa. So here we go. We're not going to be making you wait any longer. You're seeing again. Oh, we just saw first blood happen right there. Robbie goes down by XCEED of ADR. So, oh man, this is a quick fight right here. Early onset.
Faker gonna try and go ahead and get the rescue. The smoke's gonna go ahead and cover him up, and through the brush, we've got one in the cubby. Rez gonna come through. First shot's not gonna land. Second though, and third. Gonna collect the souls of players from the side of TeamBa, but lo and behold, EXC is going to get dropped down to 2. Prem, one of the last hopes, is alive and well. They're gonna go ahead and try to push the front line as the bomb is dropped. And time is not going to have to worry about expiring. They're going to go ahead and collect the bounties on the heads of the players there from XCEED. And TeamBa starting off on the right foot. Very aggressive push towards that A site.
Your soul is mine. I know someone who says that whenever they kill someone. So yeah, I mean, convincing win. First round for TeamBa. Let's see if XCEED can actually catch up to this one. But okay, we've got Vanilla on the screen with a switchblade, just holding off this corner right here. But Prim, as well as ADR, goes down. I think it was courtesy of Samprots. 2 casualties on the side of XCEED here. A 5-man strong still for the side of TeamBa. We've got Hard Easy R. Oh man.
Boy.
Great shot right there.
Good wrap. I love a good push over towards the deli side to that B bomb site. 1 casualty on the side of TeamBa. They can do the unthinkable. Faker, the last one alive. He's going to get a hip fire spread. That is going to take down 1. But in return, he's going to eat a doof right to the face. And nonetheless, 2 rounds in a row. It's been a solid attacking affair. And TeamBa not going down without a fight, ladies and gentlemen. XCEED might have stole game number 1 on the backs of some great gunfight victories. So far, the strategies for the boys and gals over at TeamBa have just proven to be too strong here on the attack.
TeamBa trying to flip the script here. Okay, gaining their momentum. Robbie goes down. Good shot coming from Hard ECR light there. But, oh man, Prim again with a 2-piece kill. Very special attack, but Vanilla puts an end to that streak. But you know what? Sandpunch is going to be reviving his teammate here. It's a 3v2 situation with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Faker still alive with a KRM. It is now 2 against 3.
Make it 4. Oh no,
Ooh.
Footsteps. Oh, good night. Shut the door. Get out of Granny's. Get out of Dodge. ADR, not going to be fast enough on the gunny. And unfortunately, now it is Faker who is all on his lonesome. He's been able to take down 2 through the back door. And surely, you let that AC out of Granny's, she is going to absolutely have her way with you. Just make you pay in the form of Faker this time. Of course, you leave that back door open. He is there. Look at him. I don't think he spotted. Oh, he did. It was right there in the line of sight. Sandpots might have choked this one. Don't get too close. It might burn, baby. Faker gonna be able to find the 5th and a 3-piece to shut this one out. Granny's house, not safe for this summer.
Almost had a mini heart attack there. He was opting to go for that revive. I mean, Samples was just right there in front of him. I think I was almost about to say that was a missed opportunity, but it's a good thing Faker was able to spot him out and just really gets the job done. But Prim now goes down, courtesy of Vanilla. Okay, 1 casualty on the side of XCEED. Now make that 2 because Dan's also fired up and gets the job done.
Fired up. Real hot. Let's keep on cooking. Sandpot's going to be able to find 1 as well. And they made the break on in through the A site to the cubby. Slide cancel. Not going to come through enough for the second. Faker's going to be able to find 1 nonetheless. It's a 4v1. Tails. He's going to have to flip a coin. Which way does he want to go? Unfortunately, all signs lead to no life in this instance. I don't think he stands a chance. It's a 1v5 as the res does come through. Bomb's planted. 30 seconds. That bomb will go boom. We're going to see the click trigger pools of someone get the kill first. Yes, there we go. Hart shuts it down.
Yeah. Hart with a slide, peek, and shoot. Okay, it was a pretty obvious outcome. You know, he doesn't really have that firepower. He was all alone, left to deal with the rest of the team there. So it's a 3-1 still. We've got TeamBa advantage right here, picking up their momentum, dictating the pace of the game, which is an absolute banger for their side. They need this win. They need this to happen. And now we've got Hard ECR on your screen, holding off this position right here. Okay, a little bit of truce happening between these 2 teams. No hard push happening just yet. It's all information gameplay at this point.
You gotta love the respect. Look at it. It's a 2-1-2 split. 2 on the A side, 2 in the back alley. Prim, 1 shot in, 1 shot killed. Vanilla on the outskirts there of the gas station. Not in a position to get a trade on in as Prim was weak, but has since recovered. So Trophy's gonna save him. He is just playing this heady to a T. Sandpots now going to try to get in a position to get a res off. Does do so, in fact, as the line of sight's now going to be covered by Vanilla. So, no harm, no foul. Everyone's back up and running in full effect. Sandpot's going to be able to take the advantage right there. And surely enough, might be the opening that the side of TeamBa needs to strike on one of these sites.
Yep. TeamBa already outnumbered XCEED once again. It's 3-1, ladies and gentlemen. That is the current standing as of this moment. 40 seconds on the clock. We've got Tails on your screen with a growl. Just holding off this angle right here, waiting for someone to get into this line of sight. We've got Hard taking in a higher ground advantage here. Okay, just went inside his house. Again, just really waiting for the opposition to make any mistakes here. Some putts down, planting the bomb. Caught sleeping right there. Good shot by Robbie.
Good shots by Robbie. Faker now the last one alive as his compadres have since dropped. 1v3 here for the clutch. Can he make it happen? Does have a DRH in hand to make something happen from a range. And
Oh.
piece one there as the bomb does go down. 40 seconds. He's got to make a play on two. Rez looking like it might come through there for one of those players. No,
Wow.
Vanilla caught out in the open plane, but Hart is going to get the last shot, and at range, it still hits. It's the R9O. You've got a shotty, I do too. And mine just happened to be popping off at that range. 4-1. A very surmountable lead there for the side of TeamBa.
Well, he knew someone's going to be popping off from the left side. He just forgot that he is a little bit out there in the open that could potentially take him out from the right side, and that's exactly what just happened. But again, he doesn't have, the rest of the team, that can support him. So again, it's an obvious outcome. Now we've got Tails, okay, holding off just down there on the grass, waiting for someone to get into the line of sight to shut him down. Still a little bit vanilla at the moment. Nothing is happening, but the score is 4-1. Sam Potts, as well as Messer with a pre-fire. Just probably giving off some warning shots.
Oh, absolutely. It's vanilla plane right now here, but surely if you hit this A site, it is going to be a rocky road for you to take down Faker and ADR. Gotta say, this one about to be very, very onslaught. Here comes the hit. Smoke's going to cover up one. Faker is in every position. ADR does get dropped, and Messer going to be able to find another. They've swept on through, but they didn't clear the bomb site.
Oh!
Faker's going to be able to take down one, but Hart holding down the back line as the trades come through and ensue. Tails now the last one alive, and well, he's off in no man's land at the time being. He's got 4 players now as the reses come through on the right-hand side of our screen. This is devastation. Guns one. Here comes the trade. He's one shot. He's donezo. Tails dropped in a very, very dominant opening 6 rounds for the side of TeamBa.
Yeah, TeamBa, well, they're flexing their muscles right at this moment, banging on their chests. I mean, for the side of XCEED, you might have taken TDM, but it seems like they are no match when it comes to search and rescue. We got 80. Oh, man, from behind? What are you talking about?
This one going from bad to ugly. What are we talking about in this one? Oh, wow. Able to find a 2-piece. Even us up for the time being, but some reses might be on the horizon if he can get in position. Tails. That's what you call a butt-naked gunfight. You do not want to challenge that one. You want to get some cover. Prim going to be able to take advantage of 2 as well, and all of a sudden, Sandpots, last one alive. Shoes on the other foot, and guess what? Okay, guess what? We got a little bit of a Cinderella story here on our hand. That shoe definitely fits on the attack. The aggression definitely paying dividends for the side of XCEED.
Okay. XCEED showing up. Okay. Doing a massive counter up against TeamBa right there. We've got TeamBa setting themselves up very near the B-side area. We've got some bots with a Tundra right there trying to shut down any player that comes along his way. We've got Robbie, trying to dance up against EZR. Was able to actually get that kill. 1 casualty on the side of XCEED, 2 for the side of TeamBa. Oh, massive spray once again coming from ADR. Shuts down the store. Oh, man, it's a back and forth trade. 5-2 still, ladies and gentlemen. We got Vanilla over here. Oh, man, get another kill.
ADR 1v1. Already spotted them out. Vanilla trying to get out. And surely enough, the time's going to dissipate. The recovery's going to come through. The anticipation's right there. The gunfight. Not going to happen. ADR is going to shut him down. And Vanilla not going to have enough ice in his veins to clutch this one, ladies and gentlemen. 2 rounds in a row as we flip sides. XCEED on the comeback.
It ain't over till it's over. 5-3. XCEED definitely catching up now that we've switched sides. Let's see what is going to happen. Are they going to be able to flip the tables on this one? We've got Dance trying to do a massive fry, but he gets shut down by Preem this time. Hard EZR meets Faker inside the arena. Gets dropped. Samputs put a stop on Tails right there. It's a 3 now. 2 casualties on the side of XCEED.
No way.
Because one just got revived, but again, Samputs with a 2-piece kill right there.
Oh my God. He just got away with highway robbery. I don't know if the thumbs were too fat to see. But what happened was Faker walked right past Sandpots. And I'm going to tell you, it wasn't no redeeming yourself after that one. Let's see if Prim can get the res off. Sandpots is not any longer inside of the position to contest it. So we're going to get the top frag and the carry on the left-hand side of our screen back up in full effect. And on the other hand, we've got Sandpots getting a res off on another player. So right now, player advantage going to be swinging towards the right, and Faker, well, he's got to play his life here. And, well, there's nowhere to go here on the backside. And all of a sudden, flipped on its script, Prim's the last one alive.
Wasted chance there. Okay, back to 1v2. Got Prim with a growl. Okay, just trying to sneak his way through. Probably gain a little vantage point here. Oh, very close with someone right now. I think this is a shot now. Sandpots again with the finishing touch.
Perfection. We're map point. We might be buckling up for some hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! It is certainly a possibility. We've seen some pretty solid affairs here to search and rescue. The scales, though, they're tipping in favor of the ladies and gentlemen over at TeamBa. In a battle of the Philippines continues on. The war just starting. The battle here in this search and rescue not over. Vanilla going to be able to find one in the back lines. Heart Easy are going to be able to find another. Is this going to be the dagger in the back? Prem and Robbie, the last hope. It's a 2v4. It's a Hail Mary. What will they be able to do as the res does come through and all of a sudden things starting to look a little bit better? Can they collect themselves and regain?
Man, for the side of XCEED, they're so far away, you know, from one another right there. Okay, one casualty, ADR tried to defend himself, but unfortunately, Sandpots just too strong for him to handle. Sandpots win the fight. We've got Robbie again back on the screen, trying to charge in, you know, trying to actually win the fight, trying to gain that momentum that we all need to see coming from XCEED. It's a 3v3 even fight. See what's going to happen as Robbie trying to make a move, holding up this angle right here, waiting for the opposition to make a mistake, but Sandpots a little bit low in the HP. Okay, he was able to recuperate that fast. Okay, Tails with a massive spray. Oh,
no
man,
way.
Nasty.
That's it. We're heading to game 3. This one not going to be saddled into. XCEED not really showing up to the fight. We thought we had a little bit of a comeback on our hands, but oh, the Prince Charming certainly was incorrect on how that shoe fit. It definitely didn't go proper after that second round. And surely enough, TeamBa showing and flexing what kind of strategies they had in the search and rescue. Looked very dominant from beginning to the end. Faker, though, he put on a little bit of a clinic here left and right, but the counter was Heart Easy R with that shotty as well, the R90. A perfect example of what you can do with a doof action. Of course, it's a collective unit, though. TeamBa coming up and rising up to the occasion, and very much so taking us to that game 3. Well earned and well deserved for them.
Okay, I'm going to give it to TeamBa on this one. I mean, they have been strong for the get-go. They have been pretty consistent when it comes to the search and rescue. But then again, the deciding game would be Hardpoint. Hardpoint, when it comes to fundamentals and like just basically how you play the game, is pretty similar with TDM. And we've all seen how XCEED actually dominated that first match. So is it going to be the same for, I mean, in the case of Hardpoint match?
Well, we'll have to find out now as we're going to get geared up for game number 3. It's right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. You asked and ye shall receive. That's right, Red Queen and I will be casting a Hardpoint. I have foreseen the future. You're not going to disconnect. Forget the ISPs over there or whatever you got going on. Ain't no disconnections here, baby. We're going to have 250 seconds. Well, someone's going to get to 250. And before that clock hits 0, we're both going to be in that lobby. We're both going to be casting, and we're both going to have a great time. One of these teams not going to have a good time, though, because why? They're going to be heading down to the lower bracket run. A sad little symphony of the world's smallest violin playing symphonies for them. May the best team win.
Yeah, you know, I feel like both of teams are actually stretching, you know, just preparing to get into this Hardpoint match. They're trying to shake off whatever bad vibes, bad juju they have, and just make sure they are fully concentrated, focus on what's to come next. Oh man, this is gonna be a one fight that you guys shouldn't be missing at all.
Naughty, naughty, naughty. If you're missing it, we are going to know. We are going to find out. Put in the chat what team you're going to be rooting for as we take a look at what map is going to be ahead of us. I do believe it is the Hollywood Hills of California. Let me tell you, it's beautiful there. Everything looks glorious. Everyone's tan. Everyone has beautiful big mustaches like Mustachio, and everyone's wearing sunglasses because the sun's always shining. Doesn't rain there in Southern California very often. And when it does, well, you're not going to be there anyway, so it don't matter. We're in raid for game number 3. It's going to be lovely, lovely affair. Should be interesting though. Haven't seen a hardpoint out of the side of TeamBa yet. That search and destroy, or search and rescue rather. If it goes anything like that, we would have to say in favor of them.
Yeah, you know what? You did. You actually did mention California. I was thinking about, okay, did I go to California? And I keep forgetting the name of the place, but what's Pebbles Beach or like Pebble Beach? Is it this? Am I talking about California when I say Pebble Beach?
I'm not a local, but I'm sure it sounds like something that would be in California. I'll have to say. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to Google it. I have to use my my good old trusty googly handset. But nonetheless, we're heading over to Burbank. This is Hollywood Hills of California. This is where the celebrities live. You can see the mansion brewing in the background. It's lovely. Beautiful poolside infinity pool, if one must say. The bad thing is, in mobile, you can't jump off the map, which is very unfortunate, but it's still a lovely looking just huge estate there for the raid map. Gonna be a lovely one. That's the ringside right there. Hopefully we'll see some beautiful sights and some great shots from both teams.
And raid also is one of the favorite maps. I guess, you know, whenever I see my friends or like whenever they invite me to come and play COD and like a good match of Hardpoint, there's also search and destroy. Raid is actually one of the maps that always comes along. So yeah, this is again gonna be a great one, since a lot of you know what kind of strategy you need to pull off and like you need to give out when it comes to raid, when it comes to a Hardpoint match. Well, you let us know. I mean, the chat is open. You can guys, I mean, you can type down there anything. You can type anything down there in the comment section. So just let us know.
Just say something, chat. We just want to hear your voice, okay? That's it. We've heard our voices all day long, and we're so dang tired of it. We want to see something different, okay? We want to see something different here in the upper bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. It's come down to this point. One moment for both teams to shine. Are they going to blow it, or are we going to see an absolute perfection of gameplay out of one of these teams? Surely one's going to be moving on up top, the other residing down low. TeamBa, XCEED. Let's go over to the Hardpoint map of raid. We'll see the lovely Lambos, the blue vans, the ring sight, all of the above. Like I said, it's in a state, and let me tell you, the chefs cook in the kitchen. The red room is full of art. Modern is looked never better, and just a penthouse look and affair. What I will say is the spawns, they can be a little bit wonky. We'll see how they play it off here in this one. Okay. It is the last game of the night here for the upper bracket.
Yes, here we go. First game is gonna be all crappy, but just look at that. We've got XCEED holding down the fort on this one, stepping into the hill. We've got TeamBa headed towards the hill to retake him, but can they make it though? It seems like Misor's having a good time with that kind of vantage point right there, shutting down his opponent. 17-0. Defense is hard to break at this point.
Predator's already being tossed out. There goes the Hunter Killers as well. This one is chaos. It's pure. It's form. It's great. It is an absolute masterpiece so far from the boys and gals in yellow. XCEED absolutely owning P1. Ringside has never been better for them. They have locked it down. Now it's transition over to kitchen, a little bit more of a money hill, but when you're able to get 40 plus here on P1, anything is possible, and anything can be a money hill, because that one right there is very hard to lock down.
Oh, Okay, here we go. I mean, ADR tried to actually take hold of that P2. Unfortunately, he gets tagged by none other than Sandbox, and now it's looking a little too good for the side of TeamBa. But can they be consistent at this point? It's 51 to 9. They need to rack up a lot of points to even catch up to what XCEED was able to set up on the score. But it looks like the P2 is already being contested with 40 seconds on the clock here.
Yeah. This is a case of, hey, you know, you got P1, we're gonna lock down P2, and well, they're holding the kitchen hostage. And let me tell you, everybody in their mother is going to be a head chef. Everyone's on the line and ready to cook it along with it. ADR now, the last hope is the back break does come through, and certainly now a little bit of a silver lining here for the last 15 seconds. Bad thing is, you don't want to put too much investment into this one, as the rotation over the P3 is going to be where another money hill resides, and this one has been ranked as one of the top hardest hills to break in the game. Let's see who is going to take advantage first.
Yeah, I can take the heat, get out of the kitchen. That's what you mentioned a while ago. 72 to 27, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen an early rotation coming from the side of TeamBa here, getting into position, setting themselves up at P3. We've got Faker on the screen with a Grow headed towards where the fight is. We're seeing a lot of exchange. Cream goes down the hands of Messer right there. Same thing goes with Dance. 47 seconds on the clock. And it's 72 to 40, still in favor of XCEED.
Ooh, operators perfectly used here. This is a very good start here for XCEED. They're going to get the break early on, and you know, we're looking for retaliation. We need to be a little bit more proactive. 3 now burnt on the right-hand side of the screen, but it's all for good measure. You take a look at that score line. It is getting drastically better for the yellow team in XCEED. War Machine out. Not going to be able to find one, but there goes Faker. He's going to make the heavens rain down solidly and send you grave as the Predators just keep on coming. He's not going to be able to find one off that, Robbie, that is. But the rotation over to New is going to lead us to courtside. Make sure you got your high tops on. We about the ball, baby.
Man, TeamBa not settling on any scrap time. They're getting ready to set up for P5 right now. And can they make a strong defense now that XCEED has already gained their momentum? Getting ready to shut this whole thing down. We can see that TeamBa racking up some numbers right there, but oh man, XCEED continues to dominate. Chaosz again with another massive spray. Ooh, there goes Vanilla out of the game.
Ooh. Good hold so far. Contest though, you're working miracles. Right now you're just denying points, and suddenly, you know, those denied points aren't going to be recoverable. And TeamBa now trying to dig themselves out of a watery grave. And I've got to tell you, you've even got good spawns. You dealt the pressure to go ahead and reclaim that, but you can't put your foot on the hill.
Oh,
God's work being done. It's a miracle so far here for the boys over at XCEED. They have played this one dang near perfected. As we see the conclusion of this P4 rotation leads us over to the middle of the map. And surely doubling the points on the right-hand side of our screen, XCEED not giving away this lead very easily.
I mean, again, early rotation coming from the side of TeamBa. I mean, they're not really, they're not interested in getting any scrap time at all. They went into the middle, just gonna wait for the rest of XCEED to actually get into position and challenge them in this particular area right here. But 134 with against 78, man, momentum-wise, it is still XCEED.
Oh, it's XCEED. It's Faker. He's a damn chat. Oh my God, I don't know how to say that, but I'm sure everyone's allowed one, right? It's just too hard to handle. My guy is putting on a clinic. He can do it with the shotty. He can do it with the switchblade too. Switch up the pace. He's in the middle of the map. He's in your face, and good God, is he delivering punishments left and right. He is putting on a clinic.
Oh,
160 and counting. They are looking to put TeamBa away single-handedly. Prim and Tails getting involved. And ladies and gentlemen, this one has gone from good to bad to ugly to gruesome. It is disgusting. 100-point lead, dang near, favoring the team in the right-hand side of our screen, XCEED.
We're back at P1, ladies and gents, and it looks like it's going to be a struggle for the side of TeamBa to get into a triple-digit score. 175 to 82. Most of the gunfights are still getting won by XCEED. We got Faker doing most of the job. We got Master on that second floor trying to just take advantage of that angle right there. We got Chaosz on the screen just throwing in that killer drone. Like, can he shut down into the players? I think so, yes.
Oh gosh. I mean, at this point, you gotta wave the white flag. Throw the towel in. I know you want to go out on your own, but man, goodness, this is a point pass, no recovery. We're gonna break the 200-point threshold. Will the side of TeamBa be able to break that 100-point club, or they be suppressed? Right now, it's a collective effort to try to get something onto the ring side. 12 seconds left to go. The focus has to be towards Kitchen, which is the next rotation. One player, number 3 in yellow, going to be taken down. And all of a sudden, a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here for the boys in blue. It's TeamBa. They got to hang on by a thread. They have been anything but flawless here in this Hardpoint. Let's see if they can get a redemption tour for themselves.
I think it's all too late now. XCEED has just transformed into like a juggernauts right here. It's pretty unstoppable. Their force is just outstanding. 218 to 84. We can see the TeamBa is still a little bit struggling at this point. We've got XCEED Robbie going down, ADR as well. Vanilla with an awesome shot. W Preem gets dropped by Dance at this time. Tampot on your screen. Again, Vanilla with a 3 blade. Tries to do a massive spray, but doesn't hit any target at all.
Doesn't hit any target at all, and through the smoke, Messer actually going to be able to rack up. All momentum starting to shift, but you put yourself in a position where you're down by 125. You are finally going to be able to break the triple digits club. Chu going to be able to come through. Can't end the game here, and nonetheless, we're still going to try to contest. Faker doing God's work. Finally going to be able to get shut down. Robbie, the last entry on point. Dan says, hello, buddy. I'll meet you at the front door. You aren't ordered here in the kitchen, but we'll send you back in there to the garage as P3 is where it could end. 25 seconds still needed, and a note of fact, not a single point gathered off of P2. So far is so good for the boys and gals over at TeamBa.
I mean, can you look at the stats set up by Faker here? 38 points under his belt, man. This guy is on fire. He is on a killing streak right here. We've got ADR on your screen. Unfortunately, he gets tagged. He is down on the ground. Faker goes down thanks to Hard Easy R. Puts a end on the streak right there. But Mazor Daz, oh man, getting picked off one by one here. 249. We're looking for the last one. 250. There you go. XCEED wins the Hardpoint match. Therefore concluded that TeamBa already out. Man, just got in the boot right there. When it comes to a fast-paced match, it's all XCEED, man.
Oh, it is. Exceeding our expectations. I say that's why I doubled down on them early on and said XCEED's going to take this whole tournament. Let me tell you, an absolute dogfight there towards the end. But when you set yourself up proper for success early on, you get yourself a lead. It's called a cushion for a reason. You know, you can afford to be aggressive like this. Faker was putting moves on players that, I mean, like I said earlier, we should arrest the man. He is absolutely downright disgusting. Put him in jail, put him away, lock away the key. He is a true force to be reckoned with. And he put on another clinic here in this one, absolutely piling on the kills with that KRM, with a little bit of that movement to go along with it. It is a recipe for disaster. And, well, he was really elusive to be taken down as well in the streaks. Certainly raid on through. Very dominant performance out of XCEED. TeamBa still not out of the race just yet. They're going to be heading down to the lower bracket, though, but a little less confident after that beating.
Oh, man, yeah. Right you are. I mean, again, I did say this, when it comes to a fast-paced game, I think it's XCEED's strength. Right, but when it comes to search and rescue, just a while ago, TeamBa obviously dominated that game. Unfortunately, though, Hardpoint was the deciding factor. But yeah, XCEED winning the fight is absolutely fascinating to watch right there. But again, for those TeamBa fans out there, it's not over just yet. Your favorite team still has a chance to defend themselves to actually stay into the tournament. But let's see what's going to happen, and if they can actually pull off a another trick up their sleeves, then that could be possible.
Let's see what tricks they got up their sleeves rolling into it. They still got to duke it out in the lower bracket, but We saw some flexing coming through from Faker. My guy is absolutely on point. 39 and 21 on the objective too. He got a minute and 25. A well-rounded player and a well-rounded scoreline for himself, and a very, very, very great victory to take it for the Philippines. Obviously, one of them had to move on through to the grand finals. Had to be the best team that won. XCEED flexing their muscles all together. Robbie right there below him on a 27 and 6 stat line, or 27 and 17 stat line. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. My guy had a mortgage on the objective, and certainly the bank lent him plenty of money. He covered all the ground.
Man, Faker. He has been dominating the matches since yesterday. And this guy's not really disappointing. I mean, like, he is carrying a big weight on his shoulders. But then again, you know, CODM, if there's anything I learned about Call of Duty Mobile, it's all about, again, teamwork and just like how you guys cook up the chemistry in your team. And it seems like, you know, for the side of Faker and the rest of the guys there, they have it down. They have their rhythm down, and it was all easy for them. Convincing win up against TeamBa.
There we go. Well, we cooked up a little bit right there. Faker cooked up. That's me cooking, by the way. It's a poor example of cooking. We got to whip it up a little bit more. But let's see what Callie whipped up here as we head over to the analyst desk. He's going to give us a breakdown of what happened in this upper bracket semifinals. It was a lockdown for XCEED. Tell me, where did things go wrong for the side of TeamBa?
Well, there's a lot, right? There's a lot to talk about in this game that we had at the upper bracket. And man, this is going to be something that we need to iron out for and really watch out. And it all starts in this Arsenal team deathmatch that we got, where we saw such a dominant win from the side of XCEED, by the way. Let's play this clip right here and see what happens on this battle that we got, right? 8 and 14 to start the game, but you see Prim able to get that nice read on the window and taking over this laboratory. Now, this kill right here from him is able to get that reset for TeamBa over to the right side of the map. You can see them spawn over here at the robotics, and this gives so much space for XCEED to be within that mid-map and take so much of that space. And once Prim was able to get those 3 kills, by the way, he was able to push up over at the laboratory entrance and get a nice read on this coming player. So looking at the next play here,
is that Prim? Is that Prim or is that Dexter? I want to say that this is his laboratory, like an absolute fiasco of a play. Look at them all funnel in right there.
Yeah. And yeah, it would have been better if Didi was here, right? Dexter would have had so much annoyance in this game right here. But if we rewind it back, right? Prim absolutely a monster in this, 7 kills for him. But if you were on the right side of the square, right? This is you. If you're a TeamBa right now, you could have just avoided that distraction all the way from that laboratory entrance, right? Because they could have went around the jet decks and just take over the top side and put themselves at a better chance of just flipping the spawns over to their side and take away that vent's control. But it did not happen. It was the catastrophe for disaster. Now, heading into our next game mode, which is the search and rescue, we did have a couple of more gameplays for the side of XCEED in there, but that's where they kind of lack, right? This is a clip on our Arsenal team deathmatch. Let's proceed to the next clip right over here for us to see more of this action. So yeah, I want to know your thoughts on this. This was a 1v3 for Faker, by the way, and all roads leads to him, Red Queen. Let's play this clip right here.
No, I
so
mean, all I can...
Oh!
No. Absolutely insane, man. I mean, Faker, again, I mentioned this to Verdict just a while ago. I mean, he has been popping off since day 1, and he continued to do so up to day number 2. So the kind of energy that he brings into the table is very important for the rest of the team here.
Yeah, Faker was able to get that 1v3 clutch here, by the way. On our next clip, I want to ask this question, right? The only difference between these two squads in the search and rescue was the presence of the sniper. You know, Sam Potts from TeamBa was owning the competition already in this battle, and Robbie was not having none of it. Now let's pause this one real quick. Take a look at that skin. That is a Red Queen's rebuke. I did not know, Red Queen, that you have your own skin within the game, and in fact, it is the most overpowered
Oh
weapon.
yeah, yes, I know. I saw that yesterday.
Good
the
night. Can
Tinga,
I have
yeah.
your autograph? I get to work with a legend? This is the second time I've worked with someone who's got a cosmetic in the game. Oh, actually, fourth. I've worked 4 times.
Yeah, 4.
So I've worked with all the
Bobby,
creators. Look at that.
Yeah, wow.
Yep, I've got to
Okay.
work with Bobby,
Follow-up
Ferg, and
question.
Hawks.
Yeah, oh yeah, those 3 goats, man. I want to see that. I want to see Agent Mustache show us the next skin. Hopefully next time, right? But I'll follow-up question here, right? Would you want to have a Tundra? Would you want to have the Tundra skin here with a tax code, though? Quick question, Burdick.
Oh man, that feels illegal. But hey, he's got how many kills at this particular point?
5.
Robbie, he's got 5. No, I don't want a tactical scope unless it's a respawn in game mode. I don't feel like it's appropriate.
Okay, answer his question. Now let's take a look at our MVP here. Of course, it is going to be the guy that all roads leads to.
Man.
It's Faker with the muscles flex, Burdick.
Oh man,
Oh, I
who was
can't
that
flex right
player
now,
that
man.
got
I'm old. I
38
might
points
expire.
just a while ago?
Okay.
That's him. It's him right there.
Yeah, hits him. Definitely.
Oh man.
39
Cool,
kills. Bro was using a shotgun in a, very dominated SMG era, or even perhaps an AR, right? So definitely something refreshing that we are seeing here for XCEED. Now you want to see him excel more, as they're going to be waiting at the upper bracket, right? So now that this is going to be exceeded, no pun intended, TeamBa is going down to the lower bracket. And it's either Chaosz or Requiem that they're going to be fighting over there. And yeah, last thoughts on this, on our final clip of this day, which is on this Hardpoint raid. Faker was trying everything up, right? And yeah, just thoughts on Faker maybe mything Killbot, perhaps, Red Queen?
Oh, but all I can say is phenomenal performance again coming from XCEED. I mean, they totally obliterated TeamBa in TDM and Hardpoint match. So I guess when it comes to like high in adrenaline, high in gunfights, high in pressure, XCEED seems to really thrive on that one, because to be honest, Hardpoint went by pretty fast.
Yeah, and all I can say is XCEED just needs to work on their search and rescue to be able to dominate this competition, right? And yeah, more action coming up next on this best of 3. It's down at the lower bracket. It is going to be a delight one. We'll be right back after this break.
win your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX, but slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that, Rain getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rain!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are here on our last leg, literally competition. It's the lower bracket run here, the last matchup of the night. Red Queen and I, Verdict, going to be on our best behavior. Trust me, talk to me, Red Queen. One more team going to be eliminated from this tournament. Should be very, very emotional for one, but again, life for another.
Oh man, this tournament has been nothing but quintessential. Teams put up a good show for all of us. They did not disappoint us one bit with the caliber of gameplay that they were able to perform. And now that we are about to see the final matchup happen this evening, we just know that there will be a lot of slaying, not just for tonight, Verdict, but for tomorrow as well during the grand finals.
Championship Sunday. Someone's going to get crowned victorious. Somebody's going to get an invitation to a special event coming up in the future. Should be very fun. Should be very eventful. We'll take a look at how we got there so far as our mischievous little hands are trying to brew up something special for everybody. As standings are going to be showing up here in a moment, but nonetheless, the two teams stood out, just duked it out, and we got into a hardpoint that decided the fate for one of the teams. The other one sending themselves to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Team TeamBa going to be heading down to the lower bracket, and you guessed it, XCEED, KURZO going to be reigning victorious with the advantage in the grand finals of being in the upper brackets. Now, matchup we're about to see at hand, it's going to be Chaosz and Radical Requiem. One of these teams going to be done for, out of the tournament, no longer in the competition. The other going to have to test their lucks up against the likes of the side of TeamBa, who just fell short of a victory there in that last series.
All right, here we go. Final push for this evening again, guys. Chaosz versus Radical Requiem here. And as a Verdict explained this just a while ago, whoever was this fight will then have to go up against TeamBa for the lower bracket final. But coming into this matchup, Verdict, it's Chaosz and Radical Requiem. Do you think Radical can still keep up the pace, or like can still keep up the same energy as they showed us just a while ago back for the for the lower bracket finals?
It's certainly a possibility. This will be their third match of the night. We already saw them lose against XCEED early on. They did beat Sentinels, and surely enough, their devices and they are probably on their last limb themselves. So Chaosz, a little bit less of a bumpy road. They decided their fate yesterday. So, we saw them against target practice, and they looked solid. They won 2-1, but, it still could swing either way. Is the momentum of only playing one series and getting that victory pretty quickly going to roll over into what could be the last matchup for them?
Honestly, I'm just excited to see Salt Bay once again, because I know she popped off just a while ago. I hope that she can keep the same consistency as well as the rest of Team Chaosz right there. I mean, going up against Radical at this point in the competition, they already know what is at stake and they already know what they should do. Right now, we'll be coming back to settle the score again in Team Deathmatch, and this is going to be in Arsenal, which is, I mean, we've played this map a lot of times already. They should know how they're going to be approaching this one. Search and rescue is going to be in Tunisia. And again, if we get into a draw, we will then force another hardpoint match to happen.
Oh, it's only right we get to see this one. Hopefully it does go the distance. I love me some raid, ladies and gentlemen. I know the spawns might be a little wonky, but I think we got to the point where, you know, the unpredictable is somewhat predictable and somewhat playable. Got to see a spectacular event from our last series, but this one now going to be the last series of our night, so we must crescendo. We must end on a high note. We must find a way to power through, and these teams' devices, mental fortitude, and all that has been tested at this point now. So gear up. Somebody's going to be sent home packing. Other team going to get an opportunity to redeem themselves in the lower bracket finals tomorrow.
Oh man, here we go, here we go. Chaos with a flaming skull. Can they continue to flame on up against Radical Requiem right here? Team Deathmatch. As you all know, this is going to be all about a gunfight, an all-you-can-kill buffet right inside Arsenal map. Who is going to be winning the fight? That is what we are about to find out as soon as these teams collide.
Well, we're going to find out. They're about to collide. What happens when too much force is moved onto a immovable object? I don't know if that's how that saying goes. We're 4.5 hours into the broadcast. In my mind, it's chalk. Salt, he's shocked as well. He said, what the hell? I cannot stand to live another day. It's going to get absolutely trigger happy to kill himself, but I don't know what happened on that one. Nonetheless, it is going to be a draw for the time being. Odin out the Megalodon. It's a big shark in the water, ladies and gentlemen. Ain't no water sharking around here, though. Danielle and Noob finally going to be able to get on board, and kills aren't going to be taken down as well. And we got ourselves a little bit of a standstill on the outskirts of P1.
Okay, I thought Mag 4 is going to be missing the opportunity to shut down players from from his line of sight, but it's a good throw from that nade. It was able to shut down a couple of players right there. It's 5-3, ladies and gentlemen. We still got plenty of time to do a lot of things inside this match. Akmal on your screen was able to shut down Mag 4 from that position. Wonderfully done. Okay, it's a little bit passive at this point, but Daniel spots one player from that distance and actually shut him down.
Holger, let me tell you the truth about it. It's disgusting. Let it spray, let it rain onto your opponent. Certainly on top of the vent, Salt there, trying to get a little invasive. Unfortunately, though, the shot's not going to come through. Killbot going to be able to redeem the squad as he's going to be able to find a nasty two-piece. This Max going to walk right past the players. No! No way, no mommies. Yo, what happened? Is Max still alive? How, bro? How? Did he get a kill?
I don't think so. I'm also trying to find out myself.
Awkward.
But Gilfin continued to light up. Alice board, Salt as well as Snoop just got shut down by Dragon and Daniel right there. 15-10, man. Competition is side with that Salt Bay on your screen. And he dance with a devil and turns someone into a snowman.
Okay, that ain't snow chat. That's a salt man. They are very salty over here. They're filled with it. And certainly too much salt will slow you down. 18-11 in the life count, though, as we see lead still being held in blue. Radical eradicating their enemies. Noob, oh my god, just evaporated right there. He's got the lovely, I think that's one of the first legendary skins of the game, the S36. It's one of the better looking ones from the earlier on ages, but nonetheless, some more salt bait coming through as the kill's going to come in. They are deficit by 12. And, well, they've got to make some traction. You can't be conservative here on a big map like this.
Daniel seems to be doing most of the job here for the side of Radical Requiem. 25-12. Again, it's a slowdown, but Killbot caught off guard. Got shut down by Akmal from that angle, but Killbot gets tagged as well. But Donk 111, KC, Salpe on the ground as well, but the score remains to be 29-12, still in favor of Radical. Now a dance has just been battled out, and Donk 1-1 gets shut down, and again, a lot of back and forth trades happening at the moment, but 32, man, Radical still continues to rack up a lot of points.
Yeah, and fortunately for Radical, they can live off trades. You can't afford to get traded out. In this instance, if you're the side of Chaosz C, you've got to take control They're gonna push 2 by 1. No way, Akmal. That is criminal. Someone get him out of here. Somebody get a trade. Killbot finally gonna be able to get on board, but the win condition now set to 13 as the race to 50 is about, oh, it's well past halfway done. And let me tell you, the KRM is a zooming. Salt finally gonna be able to get on board and break the silence, but the team, the right-hand side of our screen, might have given up hope. Toss in the towel. They might be toasted. They're just getting obliterated left and right.
Right, you're right. I mean, Radical still looks pretty hot at this point. They still have a lot of gas left in the tank right here. We've got Dragon trying to do a jump shot. Oh, Salt Bay as well. Looking like frogs there. But I don't think anybody got shut down. But Salt, okay, it was, okay, finally happened. Dragon was able to shut down Salt. Same thing with Daniel. Shut down by Noob. And he goes for Killbot. Oh, man, getting picked up 1 by 1. Chaosz is losing their ground here. 49-20. We're looking at just one with a Sparrow kill. That is the cherry on top. Radical finishing the game strong, ladies and gents.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dominant performance from beginning to the end. Not a question of doubt. Radical Requiem, definitely one of the better teams in this competition, and they flexed very much so early on to the end. It was a stout performance through it all. And KURZO not necessarily rising up to the occasion as we take a look at it. Who do we have to highlight in this series so far? Well, we'll show you on the screen. Killbot tried to go crazy early on. I think he led this team in kills, but nonetheless, when you're chucking nades like that and you're hitting shots like that, Noob, I know why you melee, buddy. Those shots were not at all on point.
I guess for the side of Radical, most of the job actually done by Daniel. I mean, everyone else with a single-digit point, but Daniel then continues to rack up. He was the first one to actually hit that double-digit mark. So when it comes to the MVP from this match, I guess one strong candidate will be Daniel right here.
Oh, he was crispy. Akmal, I mean, this is that two-piece that he got. There's no way, Kev. There's no way, Kasab. Salt got piece failure as well, but you blame the player for not being able to get the trades. Noob, you got to fire your gun at some point, buddy. I know it's kind of difficult at times, but sometimes you just got to pull the trigger. Dragon Z was an absolute beast as well. Daniel and Akmal definitely led the charge there, as the kills certainly equivalent right there to what, 13 to 12. But nonetheless, it's a collective effort. Everyone must participate in this TDM in order to take the victory. And well, hey, when your team is frying on all cylinders, of course you're going to take the victory. Nobody went negative on the left-hand side of our screen. Absolutely nobody.
I mean, just look at that. Look at the scores. I mean, Daniel, okay, it was just like a 1-point lead. I mean, for Akmal for the MVP title. But you know what? That Sparrow kill right there is the chef's kiss.
That is absolutely right. Chef's kiss indeed. Another thing to point out too, when your bottom frags are competing with the top frags of your opponent, you know you've won. Talking about Donk going 9-5 in your opposition, and Killbot, who was the only one absolutely cooking, he goes net neutral with a 9-9. But when that's your top frag, you've got a lot to work on. We'll see if they can redeem themselves in the search and rescue, because this is where their journey could possibly end. If I do recall, I do believe we watched him lose earlier tonight in a search and rescue and be able to pull it back in on a hard point. So odds not necessarily going to be in their favor, in my opinion.
It's still a landslide when a 30-point lead up against Chaosz right there. I mean, Chaosz seems to not have a chance to actually defend themselves. Obviously, they struggled a bit, not with the gunfights. I believe it was more on like rotations.
I think it was a combination of the two. The gunfights weren't necessarily looking the best either. I mean, there were times where we have players ADS down sight and not even pulling a trigger. There's a problem. You got to figure out what the reason is, and obviously on a map like Arsenal, it's going to expose you for not having that raw natural gun skill. And if you put yourself in a bad position, combination of two is just not going to be good, as we just saw the outcome there, 50 to 20. That's just my breakdown. That's just my 2 cents. I can only say it's got to get better in the search and rescue, though. It's only can get better. You know, maybe you learn from the mistakes of games past, and you're able to apply that to the pressure here. That's definitely going to be felt as you're on the chopping block.
Well, it's a different phase for search and rescue. The only question is, are they going to be like super aggressive when it comes to like hitting the nail hard, right? It's all about. I believe search and rescue is more about tactical gameplay. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be fast-paced. It's more of like putting up a very well-established communication and flawless execution to be able to pull off like a series of wins when it comes to this game mode right here.
No, you're absolutely right. And, you know, they always say too the nail that gets hammered. So if you're gonna bring the hammer, if you're gonna bring the nail, make sure you're not sticking out. Make sure you blend in with your environment on this instance. Now, as we take a look at what we're going to be seeing here for what could be the last game of the night for both KURZO as well as us. It is Tunisia, Search and Rescue, Radical Requiem absolutely got obliterated on this map earlier, so maybe KURZO has a little bit of an opportunity to come back. That's certainly a possibility, but they've got to put up a much better performance than they did in that team deathmatch.
Yep, you were right. Absolutely right. That could be the case. We'll not be seeing Krohana. We'll not be seeing standoff. We're back in Tunisia here, ladies and gentlemen. And as like a verdict said, this might be the last game of this evening, depending on the result of the game. If Radical pulls off another win, then that is it. But you know what? If Chaosz can actually redeem themselves for the search and rescue, then I guess we will be seeing another match happen inside Hardpoint, which is if that happens, I feel like it is probably like a deja vu, because a while ago we've seen like the other team really win that fight when it comes to a fast-paced game, so it might be the same case for Radical.
Could be, but for the flip side, KURZO, your odds look better, but your search and rescue has not. So you've got to find a way to dig deep and focus on this game mode. The most importantly, when we get to that hard point, you can start thinking about that then, because you know, the odds look better whenever you make that game mode, but we haven't seen them look strong at all in search and rescue. It's got to be a 10 times better performance than we've seen in games past, as well as what we saw in that last team deathmatch. But it's now time for the moment of truth. Radical Requiem could close it out here to 2-0 fashion. KURZO might be sent home packing if they get caught lacking. We're about to find out now. This is potentially the last game of the evening, chat. We're heading over to Tunisia. It's a Call of Duty Mobile exclusive for a reason. It's lovely. We get all of the great stuff for a reason, and take a look at this one. It's beautiful here. It's like the capital of some island somewhere, right? Tunisia exists in real life too, right? 100%.
Yeah, it looks like Santorini for me. Yeah, well, anyway, I haven't been in Santorini, but I've seen a lot of pictures. Yes, and you know what? At this point in the match, verdict, I feel like Chaosz needs to open Pandora's box and just, you know, pandemonium right here. They need to get insane with all of those clutches, with all of those movements, just to have a chance to actually win a fight up against Radical right here. Obviously, Radical already has that momentum, but we are seeing a lot of fight happen around A side. Emmy goes down with a plasma. Let's see what's going to happen next, as both of the teams right now are going head-to-head. Catsup goes down as well, courtesy of Donk 111. I mean, we already have two casualties on the side of Chaosz. I think this is an even fight, since Dragon Z and Emmy already out of the game as well.
Could be an even fight. Donk, you've got to hit the easy shots, buddy. I've seen you hit tremendous ones so far, but the easy ones are usually the harder ones to hit. Hop up. Follow up. There. Akmal for the trade. Mech dropped. Round number 1. Got a little dicey towards the end, but Radical Requiem handle business, and on the attack, they strike first. So, up in the series count, up here in the Search and Destroy, can they build themselves a lead?
I bet both of the teams already stressed. I mean, you can understand what Radical's actually fighting for. I mean, they have managed to win the first match, the TDM, and now that they are in search and rescue, I mean, you don't want to prolong the situation, right? You would want to get this over and done with. But for the side of Chaos, they need to make a point just so they can force a game number 3. So Radical, I guess they will have to do a little bit much just to make sure that they completely eliminate Chaos out of this tournament. But right now, looking at the situation, Chaos seems to have the number advantage, but it didn't last that long. Verdict.
Yikes. That's a feels bad moment. Carry him out. Glorious Blaze. They're about to send him out on a Glorious Blaze themselves as the boxing gloves come through for the final. 2-0, starting to see a clear victor here so far. KURZO, whatever you got left in the tank, baby, you got to pull it out here. This one getting brutal a little early on. Is that second round look way worse than the first? You lost both. Now you've got to be on your P's and Q's. Let's see what they can handle. Salt says, absolutely not today, buddy. I don't think he's going to chuck an A to his face. It's spray transferred there from Immy. He's going to be able to find one on Killbot. Surely enough, nobody's in the cubby there and nobody home in the reciprocation. So 3 players left, stand to make it 2. This one might be a speed run to the end.
Lots of fireworks at the beginning of this match. Salt goes down to hands of Ekmal. We've got a dance battle happening between Noob and Ekmal, but at the end of that match, it was Noob who won the fight. Therefore, Radical gains another point. 3-0, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he got served. Oh, no, we're not going there. We're not going there, I promise. Ladies and gentlemen, this one, getting a nightmarish. KURZO not putting up much of a fight. Let's see if they can hold down the fort. 4 here to shut down the A site and through the smoke. Amy's going to get the assist. Daniel now going to be in prow for the first there as Amy's going to be finally able to get his. Salt's going to get dropped and Bay ain't playing this game. Down the 1, Kasov. Now the last hope, and, well, look at this. He's all the way in the backside of spawn, and he's got 40 seconds before that bomb goes boom.
Boom.
Surely, you've got to hit the first shot. Not a great start so far.
And all I can say is Chaos really getting murdered at this point. They're getting annihilated. And that is it. I mean, you don't even have to talk about it. It's just an easy point once again for the side of Radical. It's just like a walk in the park for this, guys. I know they're making it look too easy, but believe me, it's really hard to pull off a W in any of the matches here, in any of the game modes. I mean, this guy's just really outstanding when it comes to showcasing their skills and playing Call of Duty Mobile, but the score remains to be 4-0. Chaos needs to wake up again from their deep sleep because they are getting bombarded by a lot of attacks coming from the side of Radical. It's still a fair fight since this is still a 5v5. They still have a complete squad, but I spoke too soon because Meg4 just got knocked down.
Oh, boy. No way. Okay, Killbot, let's see. Put on a show for us, buddy. Put on a clinic. That was anticlimactic there. Trying to build the moment up, but guess what? The hype died down just as so. KURZO died down themselves. So, 5-0. Are we looking at a quick little 7-0, little perfection here in the lower bracket semifinals? Looking like it might be the case. Radical Requiem. So far, so good. Mech 4 opening up with the first blood as things get swapped up a little bit. And hold on. Daniel on the prowl. No harm, no foul. He's got a 2-piece, and Killbot going to be able to find one in return. However, play advantage going to be on the side of the right side squad. That's going to be, of course, Radical Requiem.
I feel like watching an MMA fight, you know, Radical with an impressive smackdown up against Chaos here. It's like Chaos is already on the ground and Radical just keeps on punching the face, right? Like a dragon right here. Okay, a little bit goofing around situation coming from this place. I mean, they don't feel any pressure at all. It's 5-0. They just need 2 more wins, you know, to secure their spot. Oh, a comeback.
That's
what
tough.
We're talking about
Comeback. That's what we're talking about. I don't know. You said MMA, and I can think of one meme. That's the fight you're talking about. That's the fight we got so far. And surely, if you look in communications, that's exactly what it's been so far. But nonetheless, a little bit of a strike back there is it's never too late. Never say never, though. Daniel in the corner, holding down the heady, prowling on the outskirts. Is he going to be able to get away with crimes of unnecessary means? Nonetheless, nobody is able to compete or peek. Noob, going to be able to find two in the back line. That is absolutely crucial. As the side of KURZO are fighting for their life. Amy fighting for the life there on the staircase. Saw going to be able to end Daniel's run. As Noob is going to be able to get the nade shot to land. And all of a sudden, we got ourselves an even 2v2.
Oh man, here we go. Donk11 needs to practice his wax in, wax out by Mr. Miyagi right here just to make sure that he can defend himself. Oh, nasty kill by Donk111, putting down Kisav at that engagement right there. 5-2-1, ladies and gents. It's a 1v2 situation, but you know what? Salpe just, I believe she was able to actually practice.
Oh!
5-1. No,
Oh.
okay, here we go. That ended the match. 5-2. I guess Chaosz still would want to fight. You know, this is not over just yet, ladies and gents. I mean, Chaosz just making sure that they can do a counter punch up against Radical.
Okay, so far they've been so good. They got to be absolutely flawless moving forward, and so far has been so good. As we flip things up, running towards that B sideline yet again. Daniel still here, prowling amongst the rest, and well, if they're looking for a middle of a map approach, looks like it might be free for the time being. Absolutely not, DragonZ says. Slide peaks at perfected time. And I believe in COD timing, but I also believe in just good game sense. And well, ladies and gentlemen, you've got both in your favor if you're Radical Requiem, as DragonZ is going to be able to find another donk. This one should be free. Salt says, absolutely not, my friend. Is going to take down one, but is going to be going down swinging nonetheless. Now it's 1v4 or 1v3 up for grabs, actually.
Bam.
Oh, Mech, all to his lonesome.
Okay. Oh man, shut down by Mech right there. Akmal goes out of the game. It's still Mech is still alive. Oh, here we go. Daniel with a finishing touch. It's 6-2. We need one more point, and that is it for all of us.
This is it, match point. Now or never. If you are the side of KURZO, you've got to slap yourself silly. You've got to wake up. Get some of them smelling salts. I know Salt Bay's got a little bit something cooking up their sleeve. They've been very consistent throughout this tournament. Unfortunately, though, efforts might go unnoticed if they do not take the victory here and lead us at a Hardpoint. And one simple mistake could lead to devastation. Right now, Noob is going to make them make the first mistake. DragonZ is going to be very aggressive, pays the price. Simi going to be able to find the return fire, and with a minute and 33 on the clock, we got ourselves a 4v3.
Okay. All right, here we go. Can Chaosz now defend themselves this time for this round? 1 minute and 20 seconds. Here comes Noob with a chopper. Oh man, nasty kill right there. Daniel goes down, so it's now left with one player, but Akmal still doing it for his team, making things happen. Oh, gets another one, 2 in a row.
Rez is going to come through on what was a 1v3, or 1v4 rather, now going to be down to a 2v3. As we see the defense now trying to come to the raid and the aid and rescue, but shot's going to be red. Akmal going to be shut down. Killbot finally going to be able to wake up. He's got 10 on board. Daniel now last hope alive. He's got 13. Will he have 16 to defuse? It's not looking likely. Time not on his side, as well as the 3 Quadris on the flip side of things. Does take down 1, but ultimately, again, another round going back in favor of the side of KURZO. They are hanging on by a thread. But at some point, will they be able to continue on the pressure, or is it going to be let go?
You know what? I feel like it's baby steps, you know, for the side of Chaosz, right? It's slowly but surely. Might be seeing a slow burn here coming from the side of Chaosz. 6-3, ladies and gentlemen. 3-point lead coming from the side of Radical. But we got Mech4 going down, courtesy of Killbot. Saltbay goes down as well. DragonZ just turned into Super Saiyan right here with all his kills. Killbot on the screen once again with a Kurohama. Ooh, okay, Killbot. What are you gonna do in this situation? Holding off this angle. We've got a chopper held by Noob right here. Get the job done. 2v2. Now make that 2v1 because Noob is all alone. All by himself, left to deal with 2 remaining players coming from the side of Radical right here. Daniel with a Holger. Just really holding off this position. We just need 1 more point before we can close this down.
All right, Noob, this is it. This is your moment to shine, buddy. 1v4 here now as Rez going to come through. Akmal going to be able to Rez one more. Noob's going to be able to take down one. This chopper got 112 bullets, enough to take down Mini. The collapse is going to come through. He's eating bullets. He can't escape, chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have eliminated one more team from the Community Gladiators tournament. And we got one more team still able to stay alive. Radical Requiem will be your winner. KURZO. Better luck next time. That will be the end of your tournament.
Man, Radical made it rain, you know, right off the bat. They did not stop at, you know, like doing a massive spray up against Chaosz right there. Chaosz obviously struggled a lot. There was some difficulty defending themselves, you know, establishing a solid gameplay right there. And obviously Radical just capitalized on that fact and just continued marching on, making sure they secure that win.
Security was definitely very much so present. Confidence was absolutely there as well. Radical Requiem just handled business, and business was good, let me tell you. Daniel doing just unforeseen things right there. The movement, the hop up onto the windowsill. You see up top, Donk was holding down the fort there with the ride tech. Naughty, naughty boy. I thought Dragon Z was going to get a execution right there, but that's what happens when you hold off power positions. You just wait for the threshold to be brought. Someone's going to be creeping along that backside alley, and sure enough, you're going to catch a few for free. So a storyline there for KURZO is redemption. You know, sometimes you're just not capable of doing it. This time around, it was the case. So Radical just outclassed you, and you can see in every facet of the game, with the exception of Killbot, who put up a hell of a fight. Saw it not necessarily having the best impact. I know she was frying early on, but not necessarily having the game that she wanted to have. On the right-hand side of your screen, it was a dominant affair. Daniel dropped 16, Akmal with 11, 10 for Emmy, and just a freakishly dominant game for Radical Requiem.
And you're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, when it comes to the MVP, it's still the usual suspect. Killbot still putting up a good fight for, you know, for the side of Chaosz right here. Same thing goes for Daniel, setting up a total of 16. Oh man, 16 points right there. Amazing.
Amazing job done. Amazing job so far, but it is not over just yet. Well, it is for a few of these teams. We started this Community Gladiators event with 8 strong teams. We're down to 3. 2 from the Philippines, 1 from Malaysia, Singapore. Now as we get geared up for what is going to be our last breakdown of the night, Cali Gaming, talk to me, Papa. We've got ours a very, very overwhelming performance out of Radical Requiem. What can you tell us about what you saw?
Cali, where are you? Okay, but while waiting for Cali verdict, I think let's talk about the playoffs bracket here, and so that we can explain just what went down between, you know, all the teams that actually fought in today's matches.
You are absolutely right. Led us to our lower bracket finals, which we were able to see there as Radical Requiem will be facing off in the lower bracket finals against TeamBa. Winner of that series will move on again to face off against XCEED in the grand finals, where if XCEED drop that best of 5, they will get a redemption arc if necessary.
Definitely going to be looking forward to that one, as well as all of the people, like audience down in the comment section. They're going to be gearing up for the grand finals tomorrow. That is it for us. You know what? We're just waiting for Cali to actually pop on the screen. Again, just like what you mentioned a while ago, to give us a final breakdown of what just happened during the TDM and, of course, the search and rescue, you know, between Radical and, of course, Chaosz.
We'll give them a moment to connect on in. I know we're having a little bit of technical issues. I will say we have been live for quite a while today. It has been a exhilarating series. We've been able to see 6 of them to be exact now. As we're nearing the 5.5-hour marker, This sounds like production team has Callie ready. Finally, Callie, talk to us. What do we see there in that elimination style bracket there as we got Radical Requiem that moved on?
Yo, I did not expect this match to be dominated by Radical Requiem. It just shows that the discipline that this team has on Team Deathmatch, Arsenal, and Search and Rescue Tunisia is just on another level. And if you are TeamBa right now, if you're watching this analyst segment, you gotta ban one of the two maps that this team has in their bag. And obviously, it started in this Team Deathmatch. It was such a dominant victory, 50-20. And I just want to highlight the keys to victory for the side of Radical Requiem when it comes to playing this Team Deathmatch. Let's start this play right here and see what really is going to be the main play, right? It starts with Akmal taking down the players at the cafe, and this is the keys to victory that they always achieve in all of the matches that they played here today in this map itself. It is by taking over the jet decks and all the way to the laboratory and forcing their enemies, forcing Chaosz to be at the artilleries and just only have the lower thirds of the map. And eventually with this kill from Akmal, they know where the players will be spawning from. And if you see this next play coming in for player number 3, that's going to be Dragon Z, he knows that the players are going to be coming from an angle on the window, which is going to be, you know, a read that helped him really get the final 7 kills at this moment. They also got the Predator missile that was available for use, and where Akmal was able to find one player that gave them that extra info. But for Dragons, he knows that the players are going to be popping from this window because they had the jet decks in their control. And it's just that he has not been able to really light it up, right? He had so many chances at taking this guy down. He was not able to take one of the 2 members inside. He had to bring out that war machine just to clean up that mess and eventually take over the laboratory in order for them to secure that victory. Now, heading into our next clip right over here on our S&D, this is really a great call for Radical Requiem. They are a complete package when they play their search and rescue, and they got the strats and they got the recipe to cook in SNR Tunisia. So I guess for TeamBa, this is the map that you want to turn and ban heading into the Championship Sunday that we got tomorrow. And just by looking at this clip from Daniel, that speaks a lot on what this play really looks like, right? Look at this play. Daniel lights up Noob, snaps on Killbot, takes away the KRM-262, and he took down KSAB with Killbot's weapon. And yeah, that just shows how much mechanically insane these players are doing in this map itself. Now, on our next clip right here, Verdict and Red Queen, we got a strategy that they've been running all throughout the maps that they played here today in this map itself, right? So running up this play is going to be Radical Requiem using that smoke actually to provide that cover from the players holding down the winery and the players coming from the A connectors. So it definitely did open things up for them to enter the arches in this game and see what happens next here. Akmal, they cleared out the shadows and they can push up because they know the boxes is clear, and Akmal and crew, they just came in, followed these players down, and Akmal eventually finds a triple in this battle, giving them an opportunity to score another round in this Tunisia map. And one thing that they did great here as well is happening on this next clip, right? This is always a consistent effort for them to maintain that mid-map presence. You control that mid-map, you can go anywhere, you can go at B, you can strike at A. And yeah, they always know where to attack, right? Multi-angle platform push is where their bread and butter is in this Tunisia S&D, and Daniel really knows where to find these players and get that timing to get these eliminations. And yeah, that will wrap things up for Radical Requiem. And on our final clip, man, this is in loving memories of Killbot because his team Chaosz has officially been eliminated in this game. So yeah, a moment of silence for Killbot here.
Ooh, what a clip.
Yeah.
This guy.
Just nasty with it.
Done.
the schmovement and everything.
Yeah.
Daniel get absolutely canistered, buddy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it, right? Killbot, we will forever miss you, but I hope you participate in our coming tournament, right? And before we end today, right, let's head into our MVP and see who was the highlight maker, that playmaker that gave Radical Requiem the opportunity to win here. And who's your bet? Oh,
Daniel.
it's Daniel, yeah. Damn,
Really?
Daniel,
Okay.
16 kills.
He cooked.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro,
Cooked real
he
hard.
had an absolute fiasco of a search and rescue performance. Of course, he had a 17-11 stat line, but 16 kills with 2 assists, an absolute freaking nature.
We saw that clip, right? The chopper, the snapback onto Killbot. He was lighting things up in destination map, and yeah, if he does play well, there's a high chance that this team can reach that grand finals. And I kind of bet on this team, right? So since we're gonna be wrapping up the day right now, guys, I want to know who will be your champion. We got 3 teams left in the competition. We got TeamBa, we got XCEED KURZO on the upper bracket. You also got, you know, we still got Radical Requiem. So I want to know your thoughts first on who's your bet in taking the grand finals and taking home the 50,000 CP that we got in store on the prize pool. So let's take a look at our brackets in here and continue our main talking point here, because yeah, this is going to be the brackets that we got for the Championship Sundays. Or with you, Verdict, who is your #1 team to come up on top on Championship Sunday?
I think for sure XCEED flexed their muscles there against TeamBa, who has gone unscathed throughout the whole tournament, dealing them their first defeat. I do think, though, Radical Requiem could absolutely handle business in a lower bracket, though. So my predictions, Radical wins the lower bracket final, they move on to the grand finals, and they get devastated yet again by the side of XCEED. I don't think we see it go past the map 4.
Oh, interesting. How about you, Red Queen?
I feel like even though TeamBa is actually part of the lower brackets right now, I feel tomorrow in the grand finals they're gonna have a strong comeback. They're definitely gonna be reviewing, you know, the first broadcast and the day 2 broadcast for the round of tournaments that we just had. Probably will be listening a lot to your segments, your breakdowns, and everything else in between, just to make sure that they equip themselves with the proper tools to actually defend themselves and make sure that they win this whole thing.
Winning Championship Sunday, we got TeamBa for Red Queen. I got Royal. Radical Requiem able to get this grand champion, but yeah, that will be decided tomorrow.
Ooh.
It is going to be a divided question. It's a very divided for us, right? So I want to know your last thoughts, your final thoughts on the day, Red Queen, before we end the live stream.
Well, obviously, Radical has their eyes on the prize for today. Chaosz tried to match it up, but they fell a little short, you know, when it comes to the gunfights. Radical, I can say, is just more coordinated, I guess. Daniel obviously popped off during the SNR, getting the MVP title. So, all in all, a strong finish for Radical, Cali. So, if they are your bet for the grand finals tomorrow, I think it's a pretty strong point.
Okay, how about you, Verdict?
That's a compelling argument. She said it very elegantly. I think Radical Requiem is the second best team in this tournament. However, I still feel very strongly about how well EA XCEED has played throughout this. They haven't been beaten yet. What I will say is they're going to need to figure out something for the search and rescue, because it was, again, very, very mediocre today. Almost cost them the game or the matchup against RR, but I still feel like their overall gun skill and capability on the map is uncontested at the moment.
Yeah, Faker and that ADR Rumble combo definitely is an amazing sight to see, right? We're going to see more of that from XCEED tomorrow on the grand finals. Meanwhile, they got a couple of hours to prepare their performance coming into the Championship Sunday. And this has been the day 2 of the Garena COD Mobile Community Gladiators. And yeah, this is Verdict, Red Queen, and Cali signing off. See you on to the next one.